so I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around, baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got the baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called a ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just wanna have a little dance and a reason to change my plan. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on God's playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me, live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
You keep me up all night, all game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That win is degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance, gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind, it's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boys been washed up, I'm nashed up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Double pump and bring it back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Oh, don't write, back again. You don't know me, go and ask a friend. Hitting these shows, gotta pack 'em in. I spend it, I'll make it back again. Shawty go and bring your baddest friend. We can take it to the back of Benz. Do it like you would for TV. Camera on you like a backup lens. Shaking it for me, I'm loving the move. Friends say you bad and yeah, I'm cool. Walking up to it, not thinking it through. Like shawty, tell me what's good with you. Coming with me and she got, ayy, 24 on a watch. You don't know, that's a lot. What she want is what I buy, yeah. If I want it, I'ma get it, yeah. I just talk the way I live it, yeah. I got plenty women, they all wanna ride, even in a Civic, yeah. But now I pull up in the Aston. For money, I'm made off the back end. High end with the fashion, now broke, so me in the past tense, yeah. Throwing money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey. Double pump and bring it back, like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey.
Wall in the bank, I'ma
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope is no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatched the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them try to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pop on out. Pop on now. Yeah, I'm a cut the my pow 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 pow. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ Yo how about now bruh เดี๋ยวบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out out. Need the pepper pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดก็พูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh. What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh. What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh. What a hoop don't sleep don't punch me. All problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสนิทกูขอสกิด one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักคนมา one punch. One day one life one dream one punch. If you have one shot better have one punch. Eminem said Millie Rabbit I'm the world short. You just catfish. Kevin said พ่อแม่คือความจริง Separate from the competition ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best bruh. What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh. What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh. What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh. What a hoop don't sleep don't punch me.
The pressure is building, the meta is evolving, and our teams are ready for another week of Valorant action. Hello everyone and welcome back to VCT EMEA. We are coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined by Minnie and Billy here. I joked that it was bringing my kids to work day, but I'm super excited to have you guys here with me because we've already seen a lot of action from last week, Billy. What are you looking forward to from this week?
Everything. Get us into it. I'm so excited. I think as well, like we had some great debuts from some of the new players joining VCT. We had a couple of roster swaps and shuffles. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting stuck into this week.
Yeah, I think for me it was like Magnum and Sivo was like the big new players for me. Like I even watched, I listened back to the comms from BBL, and it's really clear that Magnum's had like a big impact in the way their comms are being structured. Like a very vocal player, so good to see.
I love how much you love Magnum. You know,
yeah,
you're so loyal.
Well, I kicked him, so I can't be that loyal. But
yeah,
you know.
but no hard feelings, no hard feelings. Of course, we saw Serial 2 and Governor, who Billy, I was quite impressed with.
Yeah, I was very impressed. I think it's nice to see Apex a little bit more settled. I think especially on that Ascent map, that like, I don't know if anyone was expecting them to take a map off of Team Heretics, but I think that they looked very comfortable, and I think a lot of that is to do with the fact that they were able to kind of implement him into a system that they already had. So they looked comfortable on that map at least.
And of course, we've only just had 1 week of action, so nobody is locked for playoffs and nobody is out just yet if we take a look at the standings. However, some teams have picked up some very important points over the others. I think Gentlemates there, Minnie, we have to talk about that win over Liquid. Very impressive and so important for them if they want to make playoffs.
Yeah, Mates for sure. I think that's like the big upset, I think, here. I don't think people expected that. Team Liquid obviously being one of the stronger teams, we sent them off to Bangkok. So yeah, I've been impressed with Mates.
Yeah, on the other side of this though, Billy, what about the group of death?
Yeah, the group of death is interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think today will determine a lot, right? I'm like, especially looking at that Apex Navi game. That's the one where I'm like, oh, one of you need to get a win here, and it could decide how playoffs eventually look as well if Apex were to cause potentially an upset getting a win against Navi. So yeah, I think the further that we get into the stages, there's a lot of potential upsets that are bound to happen.
Absolutely, and you don't want to be 0-2 after just 2 weeks.
Yes.
However, I know you guys care more about anything else in the world is our opinions, you know. I know you love our opinions, so I'm going to give it to you. We're going to play a very nice game of contender or pretender. Sliggy, I know you're watching. Feel free to join in and play with us. So I'm going to give Billy and Minnie a team that's currently playing in our league, and I want you to tell me if you think they are a contender for playoffs, or maybe it's too early to say and they're actually a bit of a pretender. They're not as good as you think they will be. So we're just going to kick things off. We'll go straight in. I believe the first team will be a team that we've mentioned already. I think it's going to be Gentlemates. I'm going to throw that to you guys. Yeah, here we go. I was right. I have a good memory. Gentlemates will be the first team. Do you think, I want you to write on your whiteboard if you think they are a contender for playoffs after just 1 week, or are they actually still a bit of a pretender? Because they were very confident, Billy, that they were going to make playoffs.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just quickly writing this down. Honestly, I think that we've yet to see more. I think as much as it was a great game, yeah, sorry, it's maybe a little bit out there. I think that this is a pretender. I think that there's still a lot of things that they have to work on, especially Minis and IGL. It's something that's new to them.
I copied her homework.
You waited for me to answer before you did. You didn't
I
want to
honestly
get on
forgot
blast.
who. I remember the first group very well, but I can't remember who do we expect to come out of this group.
Liquid, Foot, Mates, KC.
Yeah, this group is quite.
This group
Actually,
is
I changed my mind.
He changed his mind.
I changed my mind. I changed my mind.
He changed his mind. I mean, you can't do Mini like that. If we have a Mini on this team and we got a Mini on the desk, I think
it's because you said KC and I had to change.
Oh, but the Mini alliance has to stay strong, no?
Yeah.
The Mini alliance.
There's a bond. There's a secret bond.
There's a bond. Okay, I'm surprised at the pretender, but let's move on to the next one. This one, I think, was a very obvious contender last year. But this year, I want you guys to tell me if Team Heretics is a contender or a pretender for playoffs.
I feel like I'm getting my handwriting judged in this one.
Minnie can go first this time because I feel like he stitched you up there.
No copy and homework.
I'm definitely a contender on this one. I think there's some clearer, weaker teams in this group where Heretics should be fine. Going into playoffs, I want to see them ramp up towards playoffs, and be a contender also in playoffs. But for the group, yeah, definitely a contender.
Yeah, I think they're a contender. I think that Miniboo on the Waylay was interesting the other day, but I think they looked a lot more comfortable on the stage, and I think that this team have started playing with a lot more confidence, which is what they were kind of lacking in that kickoff, and I know that the coaches have spoken openly about this as well. So yeah, it's nice to see them get that confidence back, and I expect them to make playoffs.
And it's Benji Fishy's birthday, so happy birthday, Benji! You're a contender, congratulations. Now, last one here before we move on is a team that we will see today, and again, a team I think you both very much enjoyed at kickoff, which is BBL. Are we thinking that BBL will be a contender for playoffs or a pretender coming in here?
I don't know why I rubbed contender off.
Oh, you rubbed it off and
rewrote it? This is a contender through and through for me. Like, I think we compare the BBL that we had last year to the BBL that we have this year. I am so impressed with this roster so far, and I can't wait to see how they get on throughout this stage.
Yeah, for sure. They're a contender. Even like this group is wide open. We said it last week that, you know, they could come top in this group. I know Foot are looking really hot, but yeah, they're definitely a contender.
Now you're starting to remember who else is in this group, yeah? As we talk about this a bit more and more. I mean, you guys have put 3 contenders up here, you know? Gentlemaids, Heretics. Oh, yeah.
Not me.
Yeah, Gentlemaids, Heretics, and BBL. We'll check in later.
I was hoping you'd ask me about KC, because that was gonna... I was gonna go in a bit about...
You were gonna be a mean. Okay,
Yeah.
we have time. We have opportunities for that, don't worry. But as we head to playoffs, we'll check back in and see if we are gonna have a lot of contenders for Toronto, perhaps. But for now, let's talk about this first match of the day. Of course, BBL versus Team Liquid. This is a rematch, Billy. Tell me how it went the last time.
Yeah, the kickoff match, honestly, you could argue that BBL should have been able to close that one out. I was kind of a little bit worried, and it was this split, right, that was the decider for it all. That was so heartbreaking for Levin at the end there to not be able to finish that. But yeah, I just think that last time round, BBL should have been able to close this one out. We look at the whole maps, right, all of them were very close. I think that it was, what, a 10-6 lead that BBL had in that split, and then Liquid were just able to bring it back. So yeah, I think going into this one, I don't know if Yampy was nervous going up against his former organization, so you'd hope that they've kind of ironed that out by now.
Yeah, I think the match was so close, and there were some interesting stats, if I can remember them, was that there was like BBL were like -20 first kill, first death, which means in about 70% of rounds they were starting 45. Oof. And when the game is that close, like, I don't think you're going to see that again. So I might even, you know, put the edge towards BBL in this matchup today.
The map will be very interesting too, if we factor that in. But there have been little changes since that match. It is a rematch, but both sides have made a roster change. Serial coming in for Team Liquid and Magnum coming in for BBL. We'll start with Serial first. Minnie, what did you make of his performance last week?
I mean, he didn't have the best debut, but that kind of happens sometimes in VCT. I don't think anyone can kind of come away from the first game and say that this guy isn't good. I think that, like, he's proven in Tier 2 that this guy, like, he is a good player. I expect to see a bit more from him, like, in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, he's here for a reason, right? Team Liquid obviously picked him up for a reason. He's joining a team that just went to an international event. I think that it's really difficult when your debut's in the same week as Sivov, who had such a phenomenal performance. Of course, he's going to get some stick when you're comparing it to that. And as well, we have to remember the roles he was playing. He was having to flex a lot. We had that Astra, we had that Tejo. It didn't look particularly great. But then as soon as he got onto Icebox and was playing that Killjoy, it looked a lot more comfortable. But in comparison to Magnum, I mean, he's come into BBL on a role that he's super comfortable on, and he's playing that one singular role. It's being the sentinel for this team.
And Magnum, he brought some spice back with him as well. Take a look at this.
I'll just give recommendation, don't bench me, because otherwise, you know, I'm here coming for you.
Did it feel better getting revenge on KC or against Fanai?
KC, listen, if it doesn't work out, Zish, bye-bye.
Oh my god! I don't remember Magnum being this spicy, Minnie. Was he always like this?
Behind the scenes, maybe, but I think he was smart enough in public to not... Like, coming in as a substitute and being that forward is very surprising to me.
Yeah, he's given it. I hope he continues to give it, especially if they do end up making playoffs. But to give us a little more perspective on what's been going on over at Team Liquid, here is what Coach Lohan had to say earlier. I'm now joined by Coach Lohan from Team Liquid.
Hello.
Welcome back once again. I wanted to just check in with you on Serial, how Serial is doing. You know, the debut may be a little bit shaky at times, but it looked like nerves. Would that be fair to say? And how's he been this week?
Yeah, obviously, like, coming into Berlin, a lot of changes in his life. Yeah, the first game, I think he felt a bit nervous. I think today we're going to see the real Serial today.
I've heard the
And-
Scrimbucks. I've heard he's
Yeah.
been performing well.
Yeah, yes.
It's true? Okay, love that. Now, the Icebox comp maybe didn't go the way that you wanted to. What were you looking for out of that comp, and why do you feel like it didn't succeed?
I'm not sure if it was about the comp. I think in the end of the day, it was more about the way the series went, the way the fashion that we lost Avon. I think it affected the boys a bit. And then we started the first pistol. We made quite a few mistakes in the first few rounds, and we started to feel a bit, more losing control of the game. And we stopped doing the things that we usually do in practices. And I think that was the major reason. Yeah.
Does this have anything to do with the map pool? Because you guys have been hit harder by the maps that left, I think, more than other teams. Have you felt that pressure and the need to catch up?
Honestly, I don't think so. I think our map pool is actually looking really, really good right now. In practices, we put a lot of time into the map pool. Obviously, changing the player, there's less time to actually focus on so much on the map pool. But that being said, I think we're on a good place right now.
And lastly, one of the, I think, negatives of playing so many games, back at kickoff, at internationals, and now as well, is everybody knows what you do. Everybody knows what you like to do. And I think we saw some anti-stratting definitely coming out of Gentlemates. Did you feel that too? And how do you respond to things like maybe Nats, them predicting where Nats is going to use his ulti and timings of everything else?
Like you said, I don't think we had enough time to go that deep into preparing for the anti-strat that other teams will do. Obviously, we learned from that, and this game is going to be different.
Has that been a struggle? The teams anti-stratting you?
Yeah, I think a lot of teams try to anti-strat us. Depends on the time that we have to prepare. Sometimes we're more prepared, sometimes we're not so prepared for that aspect of the game. I think this week we put the effort into the things that were needed to change, and I think today is going to be a different day, honestly.
Well, I can't wait to see it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you very much.
I hope we do see it. But speaking of the anti-strats, Mini, show it to us. What were Gentlemates doing to Team Liquid?
Yeah, so we have a few clips hopefully here about how Team Liquid, they played 30 maps this year already. Vitality played 20, the rest of EMEA is around 10. So they've shown a few of the same rounds. So here we can see a clip against BBL at kickoff, where we see Nats using the ult in vents. We now see it again against Vitality at kickoff. And I think the third time in a row, we're seeing it at Bangkok. And so they're coming home, and in their first match, we can tee it up that Gentlemates used that information against them. So Nats hasn't changed the way he's playing. And right here we can see this beautiful anti-strat from Mates, where immediately we see the Teo ult coming in with the breach stun, and Nats is just dead. There's nothing he can do. And I know it's a very specific round, but I'd love for the viewers at home to think about this more broadly. Team Liquid to come back with the same comps, and probably a lot of the same strategy. And so there's a lot of gaps in the way that they're playing right now, or a lot of information that other teams can use.
Well, I want to see what BBL do with that information and whether Liquid maybe change a little bit, like you said, find some more answers. But on the side of BBL, however, Billy, tell me a little bit about them and also their map pool.
Yeah, see, I love that Mini brought up the anti-strat because I wanted to kind of talk about the map pool. I think that you had said that Abyss was, Team Liquid were probably one of the best teams in the world on Abyss at one point. They were 5-0 on that map. And of course, Bind is gone. These are two maps that they beat Sentinels on at Bangkok. So the map pool is looking a little bit rough for Team Liquid right now, but when we look at the comparison against BBL, I think going ahead at the veto, I can expect Split will go. BBL will be banning that. They don't want to go against Team Liquid on that. I'm expecting Pearl will go. They won't. BBL have been loving Pearl, right? So I'm expecting these things to disappear. But this is when we kind of look at the last kind of 5 remaining ones. They've both had a performance on Icebox. Didn't look super great from either of them the other day. So it's just, maybe it'll be an even playing ground, or maybe they're just nah, we don't want to touch it. Haven, as much as BBL has a 0% there, they did have a really close game against Giant X in kickoff. I will give them that. So it's just a case of, where do they decide to go? Because right now, this kind of looks as though it's in BBL's favor.
Oh.
I think for me, I think that despite Team Liquid being kind of nerfed by the map pool changes, I think that this week is probably one of the better weeks. Just because the Lotus, for me, BBL hate Lotus, from what I remember, and Liquid do too. So they're not going to be exposed on Lotus, I don't think.
There's going to be a bit of even footing, potentially, but the stakes are just so high. You don't want to be going into week 3 without a win underneath the belt, underneath your belt even. And also, if you somehow go into week 3 2-0, we've seen it from other regions, a 3-0 could be enough to already secure your place at playoffs, and the rest is just about seeding, about positions. So both of these teams have a very good chance today to kick their season off on a very good note. But here's the question though. Magnum, we felt like he was doing enough. We felt he was comfortable. But Billy, just how much does Serial have to do? Does he have to come out, you know, with a crazy performance like Sivov did in order to convince us a little bit of Liquid potentially succeeding?
I think so, and I think it's really important when we start to consider the maps. I think that there's a high chance that we might see Ascent come into this just in terms of comfortability, right? I'm expecting them to be able to play a double Sentinel on that Ascent, which, as we saw the other day, is looking good for teams that are deciding to pick up the Deadlock. So I think in terms of Serial being able to perform, if they get to Ascent, I want to see him shine on that map.
I just think we need some more firepower around the Cats duo, the Nats Kiko. Like, I think those two have been by and far the best players on the team that I've seen so far, and I think the other 3 just need to kind of elevate together.
They need to shoot back.
Yes.
Shoot back a bit harder. Now, BBL have absolutely 0 issues when it comes to shooting. They were shooting everyone at kickoff, and they carry on. They continue to shoot even more here. And as we take a look at the map, Vitos, this is where we spoke about, you know, whether we won't get the Pearl, and I think you said no split, right? There we go.
Yeah.
Everything is kind of going how we're expecting so far.
Yeah, I think that is what we kind of expected. Team Liquid deciding to pick onto Fracture. Again, no surprises there. This is a map that both of the teams floated at the end of their map pool in their matches last week, so that's no surprise.
Yeah, but BBL picking into Haven is a little bit of a surprise. I know Team Liquid didn't look so hot last time, but Haven was one of the staple maps this year so far for Team Liquid.
Bold move, yeah.
That is bold.
It's definitely a bold move, which is why I think, you know, that I think back to that game against Giant X. It wasn't super bad. It got a little bit thrown towards the end, but yeah, I just think that looking at Haven, they've obviously got something super prepared for them to come into that and be able to pick that map.
You heard it from Lohan. Sometimes you just don't have enough time to prepare. And sometimes when you feel very prepared, that's when your whole team can shine. And this looks to me like BBL are very prepared. And perhaps, Minnie, they've seen something from Liquid where they could abuse and take advantage of.
Yeah, I think that Haven was slightly exposed last week from what I remember, and I think that BBL are playing into that. Like, I think this whole kind of way we set this up is that Team Liquid have information and tendencies out there, and BBL is the kind of team that have the coaching staff to abuse that.
And I want to see Liquid maybe not make the mistakes of perhaps letting things get to them. You heard it from Lohan, you know what happened on Haven last week, carried on into the 3rd map. You don't want to see that happening here. You especially don't want to see things happening when they're under pressure. So I want to see, you know, maybe Nats rally his team back a little bit if things get tough. But let's take a look at the agent select. And we are, wow, okay. What do you make of this? What do you guys make of this? The Yoru is gone. Right? Were they playing Yoru before?
Liquid?
Yeah,
was I trolling? Yeah.
They were playing. I'm trolling now at this point.
We're all trolling.
Isn't this Vice? Like, Vice is new?
They had a Gecko at one point, and then they moved Camel onto the Raze on Fracture.
It was the Raze.
Yeah, it was the Raze that they were playing. So yeah, I think it's interesting that they've decided to go to the Neon, and interesting that we're seeing a lot more teams actually pick up the Neon after kickoff back into Stage 1. People are realizing that Neon is still a worthy pick here, but it's actually Serial going on to the Tejo again. I have to call him out for that because he didn't look super comfortable on it last week. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he gets on with that.
Yeah, also Nats on Vice. I can't remember the last time
he played it once.
Played it once.
Was kind of meh.
He's not really been kind of he's not one of the people that I thought about with the Vice too much. So I'll be very interested. Like, he's a smart enough player to make this work, of course. But.
And if you talk about doing homework and having tendencies, then BBL should know that Nats will be on that north side. He will have an op. He will have an outlaw. So I want to see how they deal with that. But for now, it's time to welcome 2 new faces to VCT EMEA. Show some love, you guys, to Hazza and Cairo.
Thank you so much, Sue. Look, Stage 1. Both of these teams know a thing or two about a roster move, so no problem adding a couple new faces to the caster desk, Cairo.
Yeah, mate, but the big thing for me though, changing the comps about on Fracture, it's a third iteration coming through from Team Liquid on this specific map, changing out the Rage, changing out the Cypher, Vise and Neon being brought, something to be excited about on this first map.
Absolutely. You look at their performance in the lower final against Heretics, then into the grand final against Team Vitality. I felt like we saw a lot more respect shown in that instance, and this time around, well, you're already down by 1 series in the competition. You don't have too many more to play around with.
Yeah, and well, we're talking about respect. You look at BBL, the performance last week, now coming into map 1 of Fracture. What are we going to be seeing? Team Liquid talking about what they've prepared coming into this matchup. As the barriers drop, we get underway.
Immediately again, Team Liquid, as they did on their previous pistol, showing that priority towards a lobby. It's not the instant drone out from the Tahoe this time around, though. Serial, this player into the squad who struggled last time out, is the first point of response towards the B site, which will be taken for free by BBL after the utility.
Yeah, you also look at this Vise wall, it's clearly set up for the tail utility straight in. Look at this social base, it's got no way out. An easy kill trap being made by Team Liquid.
Nice early confidence builder, and that will get cut out pretty quickly by BBL. The Vice grip towards main means that a flash Kiko should be a dead one. Yampi confirms it, and with that, numbers back to BBL and the spike going down at long last.
Spike planted.
Remaining players, Serial and Nats, have to try and get something. Arkrose still in Nats' pocket here, has it?
And you look at the split approach from both players. Loose crossfire being held. Magnum, the first point of contact as they walk in. Yampi now knows. Reintroduced back to the angle, Levin dealing the damage. It's a double kill from him that will close it off. BBL winning another attack side pistol on Fracture.
Really nice pistol round overall from both teams. You can see what Team Liquid are trying to do with the Vice wall and the combination with Tahoe. But then on top of that, right, it's the way that BBL were fighting back in, being proactive on this attack, knowing that they were under siege, and, well, getting their priorities spot on.
Exactly that.
Nice boys! Nice boys.
Vibes high in the BBL camp, as you would be, coming off the back of that previous win. And as I said before, you look at these two teams, they battled in the lower bracket to stay alive as Liquid sent themselves to Bangkok. But on their return, they're the ones now fighting to keep themselves on course for another playoff run. As mentioned by Lohan before, the ante and how that's been an issue. When you bring a new comp like this, there's always the possibility to bring something new out instead, and already Camo trying to do that. Second player stunned. Kiko! 3 of the best. He makes them pay. Prophet the last one left, and he is a dead man walking, should have been. Walks away with a triple of his own, but does not decide the round result.
Very nice Antico overall, Hazza. The fact that you're seeing Team Liquid create that trap and BBL just walk willingly into it. I mean, right now, like, the shots were so nice from Camo and Kiko. The Sheriff's just spot on, heads on a platter.
Hey, look, you can't forget this guy used to play Duelist. That was probably the last time we commentated one of his matches. And yeah, already finding his place on the smokes. I don't think that was ever something we called into question from the beginning of kickoff. He has, as a young player, been molded to that role perfectly. BBL looking towards Arcade once again. It's Sheriffs and a Stinger on Levin to try and get something going here, and already they've taken tower control.
See the things coming through and the utility that Team Liquid have to just straight away flood out. Camo first in. Yampi at least gets the trades, but needs to be careful of tower. Nats under siege here. 2 players edging themselves ever so close, but can't quite get onto this last remaining anchor on site. Kiko here as well. It's looking easy for Team Liquid on this round.
Vintage Nats, exactly what you expect from him, playing in that position so often towards this B site. Prophet does get one back. He's going to need 3 more of those as he did in the previous round. Patatek spotted, and well, he does peak solo initially, but support arrives, surplus to requirements, Liquid have the lead.
Yeah, I mean, what else? What more could be said about that one, to be honest, Hazza? It's just the weaponry diff, but I think the big thing overall is probably Team Liquid's like site setup and how they played that to flood back in straight away and be ready for that fight, because you can see what BBL are trying to do. They're trying to overwhelm the players playing on.
Yeah, I mean, many will remember the fracture map against KC last time around, the amount of ecos that we saw end up getting traded, BBL winning 50% of those on the whole. It's the anti-ecos really that you want to be more concerned about, and the previous round, one of them. Again, Liquid able to establish control in A main, and with the orb on Kiko, that's the orbital strike available.
Excellent from Camel. This arcade seems to be a place that BBL want to keep coming back to. That's still not identified, but they should have an idea. The utility coming through, and well, not long for this world, Nats. Still manages to escape though.
He's got a smoke dropped on his head as well for a little bit of support, and those thorns, well, it's not the next patch, they're going to last for a little longer.
Magnum getting the first, trying to play through the Cosmic Divide, find a little pocket to play within while the spike goes down, but I mean, the orbital strike being used to come straight back in still, though Team Liquid are delayed. It's Serial's utility, it's Serial's rifle that comes straight back through, and Liquid make it 3.
Hey, look, Lohan said in the pre-match that we were going to be seeing a different Liquid today and a different Serial. And already, you can see he's meshed very well with the setup that they've got here on the Teho, filling the gap that the orbital strike couldn't fit towards tower, dealing the damage necessary through his utility, and then all funneled back into the crosshair. It was a nice opening from Camo. Not often we see him bring the op out, but getting its retrospective value and the rest of the team cleaning up.
Yeah, I think as well, like the desk was talking about it, about the question mark on Serial as well, about back on the tail, not necessarily being moved on to maybe more of a comfortable role or whatever, and we're starting to see that more comfortability coming through, top in the leaderboard right now.
These things take time. Ready, Camo again, this time spotted by the stealth drone. Backs onto a deeper line, but retains the control. You can see Patitech playing off the shoulder towards Link, there with the stun if they need it. A is the focus for now, though, as BBL have been able to take some pretty precious material on the map.
Patitech needs to be careful here. If he gets caught off guard, this site could completely open up. He's got so much utility to support him, though, from Nats.
And he's not going to need any of it. Levin flies straight in. There is no second layer to this. BBL, this onslaught towards the site is shut down almost immediately. It just never gets going. Magnum, stray shots, finally connects. Now it's a 3v2. And with damage onto Camo, BBL have got them boxed in.
Got to be thinking of Magnum's position here as well, being in CT. You can see Nats just re-exploring, trying to find exactly where Magnum's gone, but he's in prime position to try and find a pick.
It's in a complete 1 versus 1 towards main now. Profek, it feels as if every round he's played so far has been Sheriff in hand, but now supported by the rifle of Magnum with a cam bookmark towards spawn.
They're worried in case the players have escaped on towards sand. Patitech's just trying to get a jump, but they probably would have heard the sound cue there. 20 seconds.
It's not going to be enough time to call the B rotation. BBL need to rein this one in. The A site is the target, and now Nats has arrived. Whether they know it or not, they're straight into the jaws of the beast itself. Camo collecting yet another, and will double up for his efforts before the round ends. 5 played, and Liquid far in front.
Yeah, with BBL, you can see how they're trying to poke and prod around the map, get an idea for how this Vice setup is, but Team Liquid are doing really good at being dynamic and switching up this Vice utility, even though it wasn't needed in that last round. This operator as well, doing God's work. BBL, yeah, they also had a player like late lurking through arcade that Nats was able to find. So in the back of Team Liquid's heads now, they'll know about this lurk that could potentially be coming through later in the round.
I'm out of here.
Liquid also looking to set up for A main yet again, and now they start to show a little bit more of that disrespect. Camo right at their necks, Profek shuts it down, and BBL look to go on the offensive. Canteen clear, not going to happen for Levin. Instead, he just wants to make sure that this space towards tower is filled. That's a player spotted in the process. The top of Kiko's head revealed, and the rope under BBL's banner.
Yeah, you've got to be looking towards... Oh, straight away, they're just going to use the breach out and try and take arcade. But the post-plant setup has it's placed for B main.
In terms of the utility that's left to try and support this, the salvos aren't online right now. Going to wait for that one to come back up. Drone still available. It's the Armageddon from the defender's side that BBL have to be concerned about, as it's given Kiko an opportunity to capitalize. 3-on-3 situation as it stands, and Kiko still going through the motions. That brings the ult up though. Sociable now with rockets in hand, an opportunity to deny the first and second time of asking.
Go ahead.
It's ticking away from Liquid. They're fighting a losing battle here, and Patitek knows it. Profek finishing off the job. Back to winning ways, BBL.
Really nice layering in the post plant as well. They know they've got so much time to get the spike down. They position it straight away for main. And on top of that, it's the fact that they're able to identify the arcade push. And then on top of that, you've got the grav well into the salvos. Then obviously Prime spot, they also get the ulti online. So it's really nice layering overall from BBL.
And you speak about that utility. Camo felt all the while entirely unsupported in his effort towards main, expecting BBL to have a little more player presence right in the choke here. As I said before, Liquid direct on previous maps of Fracture, showing disrespect against opponents. As you've highlighted, information for BBL now. The cam not quite spotting Camo, but Magnum is there in time.
Nice trade out either way, although losing Magnum loses the control, the passive control that comes through from the traps of the Cypher. You can see both teams looking towards A main here.
Bit of proactivity in the mid-round. 1-for-1 won't suffice. Patitek needs a whole lot more from this position, and the ult would have aimed for him to help in doing so, but down to 55. All it's done is bought time for the rotation.
Yeah, well, the rotation's coming in, but it's Nats is heading on towards the flank as well. One thing to know, but Sociable gets rid of the site player. Cosmic Divide straight in. That spike can go down easy enough, but it's still a 2 versus 2 here.
Looking to get proactive outside of the post plant. The spike's still not gone down. They were searching for a kill to send it back in their favor. Steps heard Nats. That's Sociable's opportunity to claw one back. With 30 seconds left, the wall doesn't last long enough. Kiko spots him out, and Liquid will continue to restore their advantage.
BBL just looking for something to settle the nerves, settle themselves into an advantage before getting that spike down. We've seen them do that before in the last time that they played Fracture. And on top of that, yeah, straight away, BBL coaches, they're not happy with what they're seeing.
Changes needing to be made. You remember the first map of the previous series was the heaviest defeat that BBL have received so far since picking up this core of players. And so vibes are very important, as Patty has just highlighted for us, I think. Being able to turn that around and then win the following 2 maps to get back into the series is huge. And just as much as Anti played a big factor previous time around, with the coaching staff that they have here now involved, you expect there to be reactions to what we've seen from Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, everything that Liquid have put forward so far, like they're winning out the aim duels, they're changing up their setups, they're being dynamic in the way that they're playing this defense, and BBL just can't quite get a grasp on what's going on. I think as well, like you see towards the fights, every single time, Team Liquid are able to trade out evenly, and on top of that, being proactive and using these zip lines to come at different avenues.
Top 2 players on BBL right now, both Profek and Magnum. But when you speak about a traditional Sentinel player, I don't think Magnum necessarily fits the bill in his terms of his playstyle. Likes to get a lot more aggressive. You saw him leading the line in previous rounds. Whereas for Profek, he's always trying to look for an insert, get deposited in a position. That was a lot of the game plan against KC. Set him up in Dish, for example. And so before the barriers drop, 4 players posted up in that position exactly.
I think for the time being, plan for BBL this round is just going orb hunting. Right now, Team Liquid taking control of the A main orb. You can see Nat's just looking over the arcade one. So that's probably where Team Liquid are thinking, what BBL's plan is. That's why they're trying to gain information just by holding over them.
Yeah, and just as soon as I said it was Profek that you wanted to place there, Magnum is now waiting towards Dish. So BBL can come back here later if they so choose.
Taking their time though. You can see Team Liquid just a little bit worried about the spacing and what's going on, and also trying to be proactive. You can see Nat's looking towards main. Meanwhile, Kiko catches one from arcade, but look at Profek right now. Right in towards that tower spot.
That's playing right against the smoke. Magnum now starting to fight the front lines. He's already done quite a bit of damage on towards Patitek, so just needs to be careful in terms of how he plays this. Does have the support of Camo from main, and ultimately pushing out of just Dish doesn't feel like the safest of options for BBL. So once again, we're going to see them execute late round, but it's into Nats' sight. He's already found his first.
Oh, Profik activates at the right time. I was about to say it might be a bit too late considering the time of the round, but at the end of the day, this is just turning into a death match. The BBL players looking to see what they can get. Magnum, well, he's already got his ulti, so that won't really matter. Round win for Team Liquid.
Without the spike in that situation as well, left over towards Arcade as the push was shut down. It feels really laboured right now for BBL, honestly, in terms of how they're playing. I think something that was raised multiple times as a point of concern for them was the micro. I think the macro has looked pretty decent. You're talking two IGLs who are the two veteran VCT players in the server right now. Nats on the other side. Yumpy has been credited for, you know, his qualities to lead this team, be able to frag out as well. Right now, though, it's just the players playing off of one another. We're not seeing the most effective trades. It is just hero moments that separate the two.
Got to be looking towards this A main trap again that Team Liquid are trying to bring out. Sociable, though, has already identified, or at least presence coming through from Team Liquid. And, well, somehow they found Kiko trying to go under. Should be aware of the second player, though.
That's what the stun was ready for, but it's sidestepped by Nats, and as quickly as he finds his first, Magnum can clean up. Camo running in behind right now. That main play has suddenly turned to the aggression that we were expecting from the team, but Sociable is all too aware, prepared of it, too rattled back. And so onto the shoulders of Serial it goes, and if there was any barometer of how he's performing in his second series inside this Liquid squad,
Spike planted.
He'll be coming up with the goods here.
Needs to be massive. 3 players disconnected, but won't be any more than the one that he gets. Very well played from BBL, aware of the aggression. I think it comes through Sociable's drone in the early round, just to go in and identify what was going on that side of the map.
Yeah, and it's a round which BBL win as well, where Liquid are starting to show some of their macro game, at least with a different comp, that they did in series gone by. I'm thinking of that Heretics game, that Vitality game, where they were being more proactive on the defender side, where they have proven to be stronger at times here. Towards the attack spawn side, not often seeing them go for a bridge crunch. With the stun set up already, the salvos and camo, I think this might be the call from, you know, the barrier.
Seems to be Serial, though, been identified. Only one player there already looking to give it up. You look towards the other side of the map, though, and you look at those 2 players playing together. Where are they going to go next after they respond to BBL's pressure on Dish?
It looks like under. So 2 players there ready to stop the cross. 11 lurking again on this Yoru. Valuable the TP and just keeping him omnipresent, but there's only one place you need to be looking right now, and he's behind you!
Oh no, the timing's insane! Although, at the same time though, Magnum is close by, easy to go and retake that space that BBL just lost. But you can see they're feeling a little bit forced and moving towards the A side of the map.
It's another one of those situations where it feels like there is no second layer. The timing of the Steel Garden from Nats is absolutely picture perfect. It stopped BBL dead in their tracks. Now just looking like they're going to reset, re-clear Arcade late into the round after Liquid have been running circles around them. It's feeling like a bit of a directionless round, and to the last chance saloon they go.
30 seconds left.
Well, time being low, it's going to come down to that death match that we spoke about previous. Needs to be huge. Getting the ultimate, the Armageddon, invested by Sociable. Profik going through, almost playing like the duelist. A controller who's been so good, and Sociable as an initiator who's been excellent as well, but they've not accounted for Patitech. He doesn't go for the kill, and now it's up to his Sheriff. A 1 versus 1. Initiator versus initiator.
Had to take one more flash to try and play around with, but Sociable's already repositioned.
Spike. Looks he's going to get half, although salvos push off. Sheriff needs to be spot on.
He's giving away his position.
He doesn't know where Sociable is. Trying to tap, bait him out, looks for it, and finds it! You can rely on experience, and that's what Patitech has brought here in this round. Advantage confirmed in the next half for Liquid.
It's a round like that that you so desperately needed. Patitech now up to 12 kills already. A return to form for him, something which Liquid would have been looking for. Bottom 3 for ACS in Bangkok. but already showing those signs of improvement in these key matches where we need that step up from him.
Yeah, and you've got to be thinking the gut punch that BBL just got, being able to fight their way back into the round. And remember, that was a 2 versus 1 as well. Once the spike goes down, just not thinking about the positionings of players.
BBL looking to try and take A main for themselves here. It's a couple of rifles which they've thrown into the mix. Anything to get this one started. That's to be cleared from the corner. Up against the Cypher, so we so often see him play. It's Magnum that will fall instead. And BBL, once again, due to the perfect timing of Nat, are going to be heading elsewhere on the map, and the trap is set up.
Perfectly identified by the observers is that BBL just walked straight into it. The rifle of Patitek just not missing. You can tell he's feeling on it today, 11. Well, he's got 3 more to try and contend with, and he won't even get one of them. Very well played by Liquid, and they're just extending this lead further and further.
And with 1 more round to play of the half, this is looking really concerning for BBL, not only because we know how strong they can be on this attack side, and you know, when there are issues executing late round, not really knowing where it is on the map that you want to execute, being denied space so many times, having Patitek here, finding yet another 3-piece, is absolutely huge. And look, you look at Liquid's comp here as well going into the second half. They're going to be able to use and abuse those quick B takes, which we've seen from them before. So you need this last round.
I think for me as well, like, it's so uncharacteristic to feel as if BBL don't have control, because the macro game is usually their strongest point. Cosmic Divide straight in, and this Dimensional Drift looking to identify where players are, and they know exactly where Patitek is.
Util to try and set this piece up. Flashed on, but not Nats. Oh no! Don't you think for a second you had access to his sight? Serial spamming back through BBL's own cage. And even with the ults invested, they can't get past this threshold.
It's the same problems that have been happening all half. But the good thing for BBL, they always find a way to fight back into rounds. And look at Camel being all alone in towards Arcade.
Magnum to challenge him. Huge 1 versus 1. BBL need the next kill in this round. Well, you've almost written it off. Steps heard behind the Nebula. Cam is broken before he can even get a look in. BBL have committed towards this left-hand side yet again. They'll be without the tools to try and do it this time around. Last little bits of utility coming out the belt, but it's Serial who volleys off yet another shot. Profect put to the dirt. Buried in the backside. Serial yet another. Magnum 1 versus 3, a clutch which you could not see happening. How many times have we said that so far this half? It is a dominant start from Liquid.
It truly is. BBL just not having the control that we expect on the attack, but now as Liquid start to move on to their attack, you're thinking of all the utility that they will have to push forward, and now thinking about this next half, that's where the real worry will come in for BBL.
So a lot asked of BBL to respond in this second half of their opponent's map pick. Well, The rumours about Liquid's downfall may have been greatly over-exaggerated. They've shown exactly why they weighed it to Bangkok at the start of the year, and with a couple of tweaks already, it is Serial amongst others who are leading the line for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. People were talking about, like, on the desk, kind of hinted at the fact that Liquid were the most exposed team coming out of Bangkok, most maps played, going in towards that. But right now, they're opening up another map here in Fracture.
With a different comp as well, as I said before. The third most rounds of any VCT team in the last 60 days. The only two who've played more maps than them as it stands were our finalists at Bangkok. Seems to have had less of effect on them than Liquid perhaps, but there's other factors at play as well. In terms of this pistol round from BBL, already had Yampi having a little look towards B main. The Vice Wall's been placed there by Nats. They are just expecting aggression. Any kind of proactivity from BBL. Such a protocol-heavy team. But this defense has a setup. And it is ready for the A play when it comes in.
Passivity. Just waiting for Liquid to press the button. And at the same time, while they're hearing this utility, I just want to point out, look towards the top side of the map and the proactivity that BBL are bringing through to make sure there is no locks coming through that we usually expect from a player like Nats.
Fully set up for the retake. Nats is going to be fighting on his lonesome in just a second. Two players peeking out! 2 players in the ground! I don't know how Nats does it, but he's got the Midas touch so far in this game. So much for impact. And as the drone just confirms what we already know to be true, that Liquid are holed up here, there, and everywhere. It's a crossfire that BBL walk into to try and save the dying embers of this round, if not map.
There's no utility either for BBL to use, so this is just going to have to be straight up gunfights.
Going for the full stick, and Sociable's going to defend it with his life. That has been halved already, and Liquid are in the best position to try and support this. This would be a 2 versus 4 if it comes off, and while Serial's for a little bit of time, it's the toes of Yampi that are just clipped away at as they stumble at the final moment.
They just caught your breath there for a minute, you know, you're like, surely not, it can't be. Unfortunately, like this is just a beautiful double coming through from Nats, being able to transfer over. Magnum just getting caught out as well, but it's this last little bit, this combination play. When BBL get brought down so low, every single time you just can't like completely write them off.
And now I want to see straight away, what version of Liquid do we get on the attack? A couple of times that they were playing slow, playing macro, or just being super, super direct and right at your throats. And here, well, it's a tempered take, but Arcade's where they go.
Yeah, but 4 players from BBL are here. Magnum's the only one on his own towards A. How did Team Liquid deal with a stack?
It's a clean kill onto Prophet to start things off, and Camo's just the bait on the end of the string. Reels in the kill eventually. That's not until Patatek's found his second. BBL coming back into this with just classics. You are hoping for a little bit of damage, perhaps. But I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, it looked like a stacked site, right? You're thinking to yourself, this is going to be good, but it ends up looking like a house of cards, or maybe for BBL a 52 pickup, because they've got a lot of rounds to get back in this one.
Look, I think right now, BBL certainly drawing out of a flat cap in terms of options, whereas Liquid are playing with house money. It's an in-zone flawless, which they pick up to convert themselves an 11th round, which means all the more for the weapons that they bring into what will be a bonus where, I have to say, it's not even necessarily that much worse than what BBL can offer us here.
Yeah, it's a bonus with fangs, right? You've got to be careful that there's no venom to it. BBL, look, you're looking towards just looming all on his own. Gets the first. Doesn't TP out just yet.
To withhold the pressure for a little bit longer.
Blinding.
BBL stronger in their setup towards that left-hand side with the cam contact as Prophet starting to walk towards Dish. They're looking to confirm that there's no presence towards Bridge. Prelu and Devon need to hold the line, and he's done it again. TP's back to Link, and now he's safe.
He's done massive work here, getting the advantage through, but still needs to be careful about Team Liquid taking extra space.
You expect a player to be in this smoke. TP's going to cut across it. Might blindside Patatek just ever so slightly. Kiko creeping up, 2 players looking the wrong way, both initiators. Patty's able to get his kill as well, and they converge on Sociable's position. Oh, it just feels so cruel. But Liquid have carved out an opening for themselves, and with the possibility of a rotation, it's pulled over Profek in the process. And so with him leaving only Magnum alone on the A site, it's a 2 versus 1.
All the hopes and dreams for this round specifically rest on Magnum. Well, he's not going to get the line of sight he was looking for. Team Liquid, dotting their I's, crossing their T's, looking to clear everything out, and somehow Magnum gets a spam kill.
Down to 4 bullets though, Patty jumping in! It's all he needs! Those 4 bullets make up 4 rounds. BBL with a lot of work left to do, and with little guns saved in this one to do it.
Talking about Fangs, Venom, it seems as if BBL might have had their next spy poisoned a little bit, although Levin's Guardians seem to be doing all the work. It's so unfortunate that Nats had the movement error on that first shot. Well, we'll need to see, can BBL start to build upon this?
Position they're in, keeping tabs of ults. Kiko only 1 away from the orbital strike as things stand. A couple for that Steel Garden on Nats as well. Liquid setting up towards Dish. They like to execute out of here on a number of rounds against previous teams. See how BBL respond to it. Nothing as of yet.
Look at the trap though that they're building up in Arcade. And Team Liquid starting to explore towards this side of the map with the spike. BBL know exactly what they want to do, and they've got Cam for contact as well.
I think if you're Liquid though, you see that deep star placed, you're expecting there to be something here. And so they invest the orbital strike just to clear the space. That's literally all it was, but it has bought BBL a little bit more for themselves here as the execute comes in.
So much utility on this site, and it's still Magnum who's come up far. Sociable should have been caught, and he's not. Gets 2, and now Kiko left with a rescue mission of a round. Players are isolated though, has it?
This is one situation. As you say, 1 player on the site, 1 arriving. Sociable kept up in the tower for now. Walking into the smoke, Kiko's gonna get caught. That's another round for BBL. And to go back to what we just saw, I mean, the fact that Liquid expected that trap play, I like the investment of the ult to try and clear the space, but it was such a big win for the defense with that one lost. And I mean, you look at what's left already, starting to build up some decent ult economy for themselves.
Yeah, it's just such a chaotic round in general. It's just about who is able to get the picks and whatnot. And right now, Team Liquid, not happy with what they've seen. Going to go for their first time out of the match. Both have used 1 now, and are looking towards the rounds coming forward, what Liquid have in their back pocket. We're looking towards that Steel Garden. The fact that the orbital strike didn't get value in the last round. This ultimate economy will be really pivotal between these 2 teams as we are in this second half. And Liquid within touching distance of closing this map out, they'll be wanting to push as much as they can towards the middle of the field to try and win out this map.
Exactly. You've got to set up an end game for yourself as well. You can already see the preparation dating all the way back to the pistol and how it was that Nats had the setup. You know, you cook around here and there. Maybe they've got something else that they want to pull out of the strat book, the war chest, and show to us to close. I think one thing I do want to touch on very quickly as well is how important experience is in these positions, not just within that team culture and getting players like Serial up to speed. You have to have players who are dependable, something which Lohan's spoken about so much, stressing the importance of it on that first Spike Drop podcast, was that you need that mentorship as well to integrate these new players and to close out situations like this where you feel far in front for now.
Well, after the success that BBL is having, Liquid Spy starting to look a little bit ropey, right? You're starting to get to the point now where Team Liquid, if they lose 1 round, they're probably going to be on an equal for the next.
And that's what the 60 seconds are for in BBL's regard as well, because you want to make sure you keep this as clean as possible. Levin's picked up the Outlaw. We know how good he can be on that weapon. Min-maxing it a little bit, damage control, right? Make sure you're not throwing away the kind of advantages that we saw so early in this game.
Levin under pressure. Doesn't want to stick around for any more. No TP to try and get out of. We'll have to place down a second one. And you're still seeing BBL have control towards this Dish side, and even going further and starting to go towards Arcade.
I mean, you've highlighted Serial, but he's already dead, mate. The obituary was pre-written, and Nats is no better. He's fallen off a cliff. Profek, the one that pushed him. And in the process, look at the ults that we're seeing coming up on BBL's side. Sociable has managed to net himself an Armageddon. Levin with the Dimensional Drift. Profek, Yampi, and Magnum all one off.
Left.
Yeah, pretty close to a full house. Yeah, really nice. BBL look as if they're settling with their in-zone flawless now. And it just depends, like this next round, the most important one, because we highlighted it just before in the timeout. Now looking at it here, we're looking at BBL's ultimates, the Rolling Thunder, the Armageddon, Dimensional Drift, but Team Liquid, they have a Steel Garden.
Now Martin, put the trip, okay?
I'm interested to see where exactly that trap is going to be placed, Cairo, but I'm sure we'll find out in just a moment's time. Yeah, it seems to be a deep trip for Dish, and we've also got one to stop the cross on the B side. I don't think that trip is going to last that much on Dish. No. Salvo's dealing with that. Oh, nice shot from Levin as well, as the op has been upgraded from an outlaw. Spike not committed anywhere. No. Even though it's just dropped down. And with Serial dead before his drone, you then look at the tools that Liquid have to re-clear a lot of this space. It kind of falls to Nats and him using the Arc Rose instead. Goes headhunting himself, finds Profek in the process. It's a combination of ults from BBL. Liquid scatter to the crosshairs of Sociable. We'll find 2 kills. That is all. Kiko in a clutch position yet again. He drops out of Dish, he's a dead man. 3 kills for Sociable. BBL reducing that gap. Yeah, and right now, like, you're probably thinking, well, that was a bit overzealous, investing 2 of your biggest ultimates in the Rolling Thunder and the Armageddon. But you've got to remember, that denied the Spike plan. It's pushed Team Liquid back to another economy buy, a low eco buy. So right now, it's looking pretty good. And even though Camo had a brilliant start to the map, we're seeing that he's having real issues breaking into sites and breaking down what BBL have on the defense. And when it wins you a gun round, you're not caring. Still, yes, exactly. There is leftover here for BBL to work with. As I say, close to having a flush 5. Couple used in the prior round. You're thinking though, Team Liquid, they have the Steel Garden on Nats. That's a way to try and equalize a site take if you get to that position. How isolated so many of these fights had been. The slow look has not best fitted Liquid up until this point. The timing for Levin, oh, it was A-OK! He ripped the TP and that was fine. When he turns back, it's a scary sight as Serial has opened up the possibility of the B play. And if they get the spike down, again, I need to highlight it once more, the Steel Garden. In fact, it's getting invested straight away as a way to delay BBL getting out and getting that spike down. So hanging on to a couple more big pieces as well in post. Not just the Steel Garden, that's the last of your concerns right now. We've got to play into a retake. So often post-plant set up towards Arcade. That is where BBL looking to try and go heavy. Yampi's already dropped, but you've still got Profek in position. He will finally fall, and so with Patatek kept on his feet, but try and send everyone else off it. Got to be thinking about this Armageddon as well that's been held in pocket, but time is getting low right now for BBL. Sociable. Making the most of the fact that they can't hear where he is, walking around the side of the wall. It's a pace safeguard thrifty for Liquid. As soon as the door opened, so did the floodgates into that B site. You didn't think there was any way they were going to lose it with the ults they had, and they didn't even need to use all of them. Yeah, I mean, from the first pick in towards the site setup, you could tell that Liquid have a plan and what they wanted to do with their ultimates. It pushes them on towards 12. A sickening round to lose, and not only that, the fact that BBL's coaching staff, they're like, listen guys, we need to talk about that last one. It's ults that come up in the middle of the round as well that make it that little bit harder to prepare for if you're not expecting to see it. So as you say, those conversations being held in the timeout as we speak ourselves. And just that previous ult cycle in general for BBL to build a couple rounds and shake up the buy of Liquid, to then losing the follow-up on the anti-eco again, like I said, feels really, really frustrating for all the hard work that they put in up until that point.
Yeah, something I'm noticing a lot with Levin's positioning as well, that he's been left alone, like the confidence in the team to set him up on an angle and just leave him. But like the TPs out haven't been good, right? Levin doesn't have the TP set up right, or he's overzealous, overconfident to try and get that pick. We saw it on the round previous with the Outlaw. He stuck around, got a pick, and then got out. With that op, you can see even after the players crossed, he doesn't want to TP out. He wants to stick around and try and get a pick, and the fact that he dies there is the problem.
Last couple of times we saw Liquid start out on the attack, it took about 7 or so rounds for the timeout to come through, and with its placement here, it's just before the map could be ending. As I said, direct team, usually towards this side of the map at times. The trap is perfectly placed, and Yumpy capitalizing with his aftershock already in towards spawn. Kika looking for the fight, but it's Nats that is right in front. Another vintage map from him. Another round, which has BBL so far removed as it being Levin, the last man left. And they know where he is.
An op as well to try and clutch up with. This is not the weapon you want.
Perhaps, but that only means anything if Liquid are playing off of one another. The Vice Wall now going to be triggered as he makes this rotation back through spawn. So with main the angle of approach, Patty's got the stun. You can place those thorns, and you can already see Nats on the spike. Time ticking away for Levin. Liquid looking primed to take their map.
Yeah, salvos, Armageddon, you have what you want here, Liquid. You have basically map 1 in the bag. Everything has been spot on since they played this map. From the defense to the attack, they convert BBL's pick into, the road pick, into map 1.
The Liquid we saw before Bangkok felt like a long time ago, but they've rolled back the performance here and shown us exactly why they're a team to be feared in this region. 1-0, Liquid leading.
Okay boys, remember about the goals that I said to every one of you. That's main focus for today. Remember about our communication protocols, boys. Today, let's have the communication as we had yesterday, clear and calm. Let's listen for the first calls, let's follow each other, and everything will be fine.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted. Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
what a terrific start for Team Liquid. They lead 1-0 in this best of 3 against BBL. I'm your host, so I've got Minnie and Billy back here with me. That first half was absolutely incredible, Billy, from Team Liquid. You can't ask for more than that.
It was so, so nice. And I think a big part of that was seeing Nats onto that Vice. I think it was just so, so nice. He was such a great anchor on the site. And yeah, I mean, I think as soon as BBL lost that anti-eco, it looked a little bit dodgy from there on out for them. So yeah, difficult for BBL in the end.
Yeah, and here I think we kind of talked about it before, about the first kills, first deaths, and generally, like, last time it felt like there was individuals missing from BBL, and I think this time around again, I think Yampi 11, like last time, didn't have a great series, and this time starting off a little bit slow. I will like to point out though that, like, we talked about all that prep stuff with Team Liquid. It kind of went out of the window because they played Fracture and had a completely new comp.
They did, and the new comp looked really, really nice too, right? We even right out of the gate on the pistol round, Minnie, we saw some cool things from Team Liquid.
Yeah, a nice little innovative pistol round strat, like almost like a concept I've never really seen before, where you use the Vice Wall to trap players into a space that they cannot escape from. Genuinely, I don't think I've seen that. So nice from Team Liquid to mix things up.
Yeah, I think it's nice as well because, like we said, they just got back from an international event. You know, we talk about how much prep have they actually really had and what can we expect from them. And I think that maybe caught BBL off guard as well. I think this round in particular, round 10, this ultimate coming out from Nats was so, so nice because it forces BBL to rotate to the other side. And as they're rotating to the other side, you can see Patitech set up there with an Outlaw. You can see Camo set up there with an Operator. Managed to get the pick onto Camo, which allows them to get onto site. But, I mean, this is when it just gets a little bit difficult for them because BBL, they're not really able to adapt other than like trying to take these fights.
And this clutch from Paddy, Minnie, this is what you wanted, right? You wanted someone else on this team to step up outside of Nats and Kiko.
Yeah, Patitech heard the call, and he's been good this year, but in that last week he wasn't so hot. But back to Patitech form. If he's performing, if the Cats duo is performing, then they're in a good spot.
Valorant is a shooting game. It is a shooting game. And they were shooting a little bit more than the side of BBL, which I think is pretty surprising.
Yeah, I think so. I think especially given the loss that they had against Gentlemates last week, they've bounced back really nicely going into this first map. So yeah, it's been really nice to kind of see them come together and of course welcome Serial into that team too.
I'm so glad you said that. The bounce back, the performance. Lohan said it, Serial, he was a little bit shaky, you know. He's had to uproot his whole life, move to a new country and instantly be thrown onto the stage in a very high pressure situation. And we can see it from the stats. His first map against Gentlemate on Split versus his performance here night and day, and this is the reason we were so excited about him when they picked him up, right?
Yeah, of course. And I think as well, he openly said in that interview with you before, you know, he'd never been on bootcamp before, he'd never played on a stage in front of an audience or anything like that. So I think it's really, really nice to see him kind of warm up to that stage and, you know, fit in with the team a little bit better, and he looked a lot more comfortable on Tejo this time round than how he did last week.
Now, Bosa said that he looks like Paddy with a moustache. Minnie, now you're here with us. Do you agree?
I think Bosa's got the worst eye for what people look like. Do you think that's true?
No, because like the whole Chronicle looks like Ryan Gosling.
Yeah, I don't think that Bosa's got the best eye for how people look.
That looks like.
Exactly.
Comeback looks like it.
He does. And speaking of comeback, BBL, we're about to move on to there.
Smooth.
There's so many layers. There were so many layers to that segue. But BBL, they are going on to their map pick. Now, you were both a little bit surprised with this. Minnie, tell me why you were surprised and tell me how they can make a comeback on Haven.
I think I'm surprised because it was one of the stronger maps for Team Liquid this year. They didn't look so great the last time they played it, but it does play into this kind of prep narrative. Like, Team Liquid have been running very similar things on the Haven quite a lot. They're quite exposed. So BBL have probably seen a weakness there and tried to, you know, abuse it.
I think so, and I think as well, like before I was like, oh, how much prep time of Team Liquid actually had to prepare, but of course Fracture looked really, really great for them with the different composition. But I think when I'm looking at BBL, for them to be able to pick into this, they must have something really, really nice cooked up, because of course the last time they played it was against Giant X in that kickoff, and they let it run away from them. It ended up going to overtime and they ended up losing it 12-14. So going into this, I want them to kind of iron out any mistakes that they faced last time and not let silly rounds get away from them, because because we've seen that in the first map too.
And I want to see them to be mentally strong coming into this, right? Forget about what happened last week. Forget about what happened the last time on Haven. You heard it there from Nats as well. Listen to each other, make sure the comms are good, and just keep this up, because there's a very realistic chance after map 1 now, Billy, that they could close this out 2-0.
Yeah, which is crazy when we think about the Team Liquid that we saw last week in comparison to this week. And that's why I said it. It feels as though they've really managed to bring the energy up and just kind of, get their heads back in the game. Maybe came into that match against Gentlemates last week with, I don't want to say that they didn't respect their opponent, but that's almost how it felt and almost how it came across. And I think from there on, the coaching staff have obviously had to have a sit down and say, you know, we need to respect every single opponent that we come up against. No one is easier than the other. And I think when we look at that group as well, every game is important from now on, especially since they lost that opening match.
Yeah, I think for BBL, it's about individuals not falling behind in this map. I know that Haven is a strange pick, but I actually really liked... I know they lost to Giant X. I VOD reviewed it. I thought they played a pretty good Haven. So.
Well, it looks like we are going... Kiko, I love you so much for this. He's just ditched the Omen and he's brought out a ISO. You can't prepare for this, Minnie.
No, you can't prepare for this, no. So all that prep stuff, out of the window this series completely. First map, change comp, second map, change comp. I like this from Liquid.
And you have to look at BBL as well, because they will be sitting there and thinking we've prepped for a certain composition that they were expecting to come up against. So we are going to see Serial back onto that Astra. I want to see how that plays out for them. But like you say, it's Kiko and Camo that we're looking at here as that double duelist. And of course, BBL, they have played double duelist on a couple of maps, so they should know how to play against something like that. I think it's just a question of, are they going to be able to contain that aggression that we expect coming out from Liquid's composition?
And my eyes go towards Sociable as well. Such an experienced player, especially on that Sova. Paddy on the other side, not so much on this Agent. So Hazard and Cairo, I'm looking forward to seeing if BBL can take us to a map 3.
Hey, it's certainly something different. I'm excited to see what kind of a look this is for Liquid. Kiko, the highest ACS of a non-duelist player in kickoff, but he kind of is a duelist player anyway, so I'm glad that we get him back on the roll again.
Yeah, 100%. For me, though, I've got to throw it back to that interview. Lohan said, today will be a different day. I mean, it's a different day for different comps. That's what they're bringing forward, and I'm looking forward to what they have on Haven.
Hey, look, the guy didn't lie. He's a man of his word. Hard thing to come by at times. And, well, right now, setup, as simple as it is Nats towards the other side of the map. Previous pistol they played, he was the A player. Now, a solo C-hold is what is asked of him. But again, those traps that he's placing, so good for the Flood back sight if they need it. It's mid that you've got to be thinking about. The walk down punished, and then Magnum able to shut out the engagement itself.
Really nice. Spike isolated now. How does Team Liquid get... Oh, say Team Liquid. How does Serial or Nats get this one back? You can see right now, though, BBL ever so slightly worried about the positioning and perhaps the availability of Lux that Liquid have as Nats is making his way through B and towards C-Link.
Such a strong position. It's what you do with it. This smoke, Yumpy concerned of it, still holding on against his former teammate. Hearing the steps, and that's caught his attention. Timing is completely off. And so Nats has opened the door to a C-site plant. It's a little longer on Sociable's rotation as well.
Got to be looking at the utility though, as BBL try to come back into sight. An info dart, 2 shocks, and even the paranoia. A boatload of information, and already getting the first pick.
It's a big one. Serial in the hot seat. His chance to really show us that new man, but instead it's Profek in the position. Instead, the clutchest player that BBL have on their team, but well supported instead this time. A 2 versus 1, which they'll convert. That's another BBL pistol.
Yeah, similarities from that first map. The Sentinel getting a double kill that puts the team in towards a winning position. Levin just so unfortunate to be caught out there. But this long fight is everything for BBL.
And you see on the replay there as well, it was a cam early on placed for the contact.
Nice, Martin! The fucking
yeah, no, it was. That's probably a good way to put it. Yumpy, thank you for summarizing that for us. But yeah, look, well, I mean, it wouldn't be a real inauguration into EMEA without getting used to the scenery. But look, we can see the league officials are investigating. We'll be back on.
Yeah, we certainly will. But I think this allows us to take a step back and look at the wider conversation between BBL and Liquid, because coming into this matchup, I was really excited, right? Because even though there was one match, right, you had two different trajectories for the two teams. Liquid, you were thinking, oh, is this them kind of falling to the wayside because of how many maps they've played, which they've already answered. And BBL, where you're thinking, are they the real contender we saw in Contender or Pretender, right? And right now, they're looking like a pretender because they're not answering what Liquid are putting forward, although this map could be their way to answer back.
Certainly think so. It's a staple of their off-season. Got so many reps up on it early on. All of that counts for nothing if you can't hit your shots. And well, Levin did do exactly that. It wasn't enough to finish off Nat. Yumpy finding one back through the middle of the map is helpful, but look at Kiko. Already let off the leash, back into C-Link. Another scary position for BBL, but one that they should be aware of.
Magnum's doing 360s. I don't think this is 2012. 3K though. That's left alone. The only player to buy a light shield that's allowed him to survive this long.
And I don't even know how he ends up in C-Link in the end there as well. It just feels like there's a magnet that attracts Liquid players in this position. No idea how it happens, but look, here we go into the rifle round now. BBL have the anti-eco under their belt. The importance of it stressed in the previous map. That carries forwards here. As Magnum finishes off his triple with a kill on another player that he has shared the same side of the server with. There's so much overlap in terms of history between the players on these teams. It all goes out of the window, no love lost. As Liquid have a buy, it looks like a pretty direct C play for now with both duelists. At least looking towards long.
Yeah, Magnum already looking to drop off towards backside. In terms of the utility, you can look at it. Placed for identifying these lurks, B main and towards deep in garage.
Garage control, a priority highlighted for Liquid against mates, doing the same here. Early deposit, as you know, on the map of Levin. Just outside a lobby, Drone trying to clear this, Patty the one to do it. It does reveal position, and utility in support from Yumpy was good, but all that does is accelerate this C play.
Yeah, BBL having information, they could already lean towards this side of the map, but you've got to be thinking about these backside anchors. Can they stand the test of the aggression? Magnum certainly cannot. Still though, a quick pause to affairs as the spike attempts to go down. Camo going towards backside. Sociable not looking towards what was below. And leaves the last two remaining players of BBL in a clutch, which, well, already is not going well.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that BBL didn't put a heavier price on Garage there as Levin gets traded out right at the end, because as I said before, it felt like the foundation that Liquid built a lot of rounds of their offense against mates on this map, the most recent tape that we would have on them if you're talking about, you know, preparation. Themes which have been repeated many, many times and was discussed in detail by the desk. As soon as Magnum goes down, it's a difficulty from that point onwards.
Yeah. I think as well that you're trying to hold on towards backside, but also fight through your own smoke. Like, you have to make a decision. You either get into that smoke early, or you hold the kind of cross out, right? Already though, like we saw that Team Liquid identified the presence on A lobby, and this time they're going to fight it early.
Kiko does have his ult up here. Chance to pull a player in, perhaps. But it's utility used on the side of Liquid instead to just take long control. Now investigating towards sewers. Patty yet to invest, but the drone is expected. So as it flies through, up and out into the light, as it is quite a sunny day in Berlin, it's going to capture Profex. So that's Kiko now in the 1v1 as kills going their way elsewhere for Liquid. He will find Profex in the Shadow Realm too. So a 5v2 presents itself. Liquid in full control.
even getting to deposit more utility in terms of the traps, etc. Maybe at the back of their head, thinking about saving Magnum's rifle at the very least. I mean, the money not looking great. It's always the worst thing about being on defence is the economy state. And Liquid now looking to hunt.
And I love this too. Hat off the head from Nats. Kiko's already signed off on his kill contract. Why not add a couple more? Camo goes chasing. And with Magnum, the last name left on the list, there is no way to erase it. It's Kiko to finish it off flawlessly, an in-zone flawless to tie the scoreline up.
Yeah, spot on. Everything about that, the fact that like you get such a minimum impact ultimate, right? You look towards the neural theft as not being one of the greatest, and now it allows you to go then and break BBLs by stop them having something to work with in the next round,
I think we're going
and
to break
build
their
up your
economy. I'm
own
going to use ulti
ultimates.
soon, okay? In 10 seconds. I want to fully
Genius.
break economy for them.
Yeah, there you go. It's spot on.
Mate, get it posted on the TikTok. 500 IQ. Nats doesn't have a hat. It means that his brain can grow to new sizes, not restricted by the headwear.
That's a bit of a reach.
Jokes aside, against pistols here. The B site is where Liquid go. I mean, now people often say you never go B against the eco. They want to take some extra space, and with a double tap active, they walk into trouble. What did I say?
Neural Theft invested as well, so they'll get a full grasp of what's going on. And look at the late flank coming through from A lobby.
It'd be huge if Sociable plays his cards right, but instead, he's just a little too eager. A couple of rounds now where he's been a step behind the play, when he could have been ahead of the curve instead. Levin with a face check, shoulder spotted, so's the barrel. It's betrayed, Patitech, and so Yumpy will capitalize. 3-on-2, BBL with just a man advantage.
And because the two players had pushed in towards A-Link, the players on BBL have picked up two rifles to work with. This is not looking good right now for Team Liquid as they isolate the two players that they're working with.
But yeah, and Nats is still towards Garage, so it's only Serial fighting on site. He's separated from the man
30 seconds left.
who is mentoring him in this team, as he said before, to lead by example. He stressed the importance of it, but it cannot be done on this round. You feel like it's his call exactly which sold them short. A thrifty from PaySafe card is what we end up with. A direct B play straight into the jaws.
You literally called it as the round was happening. Some people say do not go B when they're on an eco round. And BBL do so well to pick up the rifles and snowball that into the PaySafe card thrifty.
And look, to not say that my word is gospel or anything, I think you want to break away from that conditioning at times and go for something unexpected, but there are reasons why this is a thing, you know? And yeah, just neither of these teams can finish their dinner when it comes to anti-ecos, I guess, or at least that was the trend before. Camo has a Bucky to support the overdrive investment. Two traps from Magnum. First won't catch him, second does. Down to 47. Now the backside space is where they'll look to fight Liquid.
That's a frustrating one, getting taken out by a Bucky, and even a second one as well. BBL, though, still trying to work their way back through with the three players that they have remaining.
No drone, no stun. A little bit of silence required before BBL can engage.
I mean, that info dart coming up soon. It comes up before Team Liquid have theirs, and Yampy already getting the first. Rolling Thunder online and straight into the site. Patty, though, looking to try and escape in towards CT, but doesn't get his timing right and loses control of the site and the spike. BBL, they're working on the spike and they're working on this round. Yampy with 4, and so do BBL.
Yampy takes the quad, but the star of the show for me is Sociable. Brilliant discipline from him towards Spawn, a player who I highlighted in previous rounds for maybe being a little bit error-prone, but he completely makes up for it here. Knows that Patty has to fill that gap in the smoke in front, and so he backs all the way up, estranges the final remaining player, and here Yampy's just going to clean up the round. So really well played between the members of BBL, and now with this lead established, looking to try and build on it.
I mean, obviously Rolling Thunder using the last round, got to be thinking towards the Hunter's Fury in this one, but I mean, it's going to be used straight away.
Yeah, it's a combo with the fault line, but as soon as no tags come up, it's beginning to search elsewhere for Sociable. Does catch on to Kiko.
Still, information.
Double tap is available for the ISO player, and I mean, Liquid outside of Garage is a story as old as their strat book, I think, at this point in time. So you are expecting it if you're BBL right now, and the setup is there for it as well.
Right now, look towards C-Long, right? Already deep information from BBL. They should start to have an idea about Liquid leaning towards A, and that's confirmed through Profix contact.
With how much BBL were expectant of that play set up towards mid, you'd think they'd be thinned out on A, but instead Profec has cut them down to size. With Serial gone, there's no smokes left. You're straight into the site behind the relay bolts of Camo. Rallying off shots, but it's Sociable who trades, and with the mid lurk lost, it's numbers BBL back into a retake where they are strongest.
Yeah, this is getting claustrophobic for Liquid because of the fact that Levin's so fast on this flank.
I don't think they're even going to be able to set up the post plant. They got to look for kills, and with Camo finding yet another, he's got to funnel more bullets back in the magazine before he can give it a second go. Grouped up with Patty, plant goes down. BBL still in front by just the one man for now. But Liquid have reacted well to take this space towards CT.
And they still have information items to use, right? You're looking towards this owl drone. Could even use a Hunter's Fury late into post if they need it.
Difficult position for Patty to try and find use for it, but instead it's the shots which will connect for him. Yampy getting one back. Suez where he'd hung out for the majority of this round. Now looking to finish it there. It's Magnum who will go on in his stead. And so 5 found for BBL.
A very big round, massive in fact, because it was getting close and you could see how it was working for Liquid generally. But on top of that, I think for me though, it comes to the early rounds, like the fact that BBL identified the garage push early doors and knew how to react to it by pushing Levin down C-Long, and then that A lane becomes so much easier. Right now though, Liquid have seen enough. Lohan wants to come in and talk to his players.
Looking at this comp from Liquid, there are quite a few strengths that you'll find on the defender side, actually. But in terms of the attack, I think, yeah, you've got to be playing Kiko like a second initiator and helping set up Camo in those instances. You only have one undercut now, but with the suppress that it has as well, it's such an effective tool for going for these quick executes, if that's what you want to aim for. In terms of ults, they've built a couple up here as well. So again, we look towards that strat book, that playbook, to see what exactly it is they have prepared for us, because already we've seen variation from BBL.
It's really nice, you know, seeing the variations, etc. Team Liquid, like the comp that they're bringing forward, like I feel as if this is a totally new one, right? But you think towards the last map, Fracture, it was like a variation on a comp that was already built. So it's almost like the difference between building upon what was kind of already working and now trying something completely new. And at the minute, it's not hitting the same.
Yeah, it's effectively the old Fnatic comp, but just with the adjustment of Astra coming in now that you have the 5 stars. And Mini was speaking about it, how much he likes to play with Astra, just because of how much extra value you get from that utility. But I mean, I can't help but feel at the same time, is Serial the man to be playing that role? Because not only have you put him on a controller, which he only showed for the first time in the previous series, but one which is very micro heavy. And when you're focusing on that kind of stuff, it's a lot more difficult to perform on, you know, just shooting your gun in your hands.
Cage trigger.
A little bit of carnage, and Magnum somehow slipped into a pocket to work with. And he's working well after he gets the first and plays in the rest of BBL. A little distraction, a bait and switch, and it works so well. Patty not long for this world, and neither is Team Liquid. It's an in-zone flawless.
Brilliant read from BBL, setting up for the C-site hit after the timeout. And already there is little money left for Liquid to tap into to follow that round up. So a bit more time spent at the drawing board, I suppose. One of the questions I had for Magnum coming back onto the Sentinel role here, which for him, again, you know, we say it is comfort, but stylistically very different to how Chiwa plays the role. And I think you'll especially see that on the attack side when it comes to the lurks. He does like to get very aggressive. He's an aggressive Sentinel player. Yumpy had the read in the previous. What does he make of this one?
Look, he wants to stick around. Young player likes to be aggressive, and he's certainly been here. Blaze just popped out, and that's too easy picked. Making 3 for Liquid. It's just death by 1,000 cuts. 4 1v1s taken, and Liquid win them all.
Live by the sword, die by the sword. It's the micro again, I think. Just so many isolated engagements. This is how Liquid were able to sow chaos on Haven in their previous map against Gentlemates. Some of the rounds that did look really scrappy, but they're fighting on multiple fronts. And on a round like this, when you can give Camo a Bucky and just send him in, then why not? It's a thrifty repay safe card yet again. And of course, it's Liquid that pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, that last round is, like, as we've heard coined a few times, muddy Valorant, right? Levin gets the first and just wants to try and go more. And I think that's where, like, being a young player, you'll see that, like, inexperience, right? Rather than being more passive because he's on a lesser buy.
Good job.
At the same time, I feel like it is also hard to put that down to solely Levin. As you say,
of course.
It's one piece in a bigger puzzle because, as you know, he likes to create plans, likes to get involved. This another one of them, cooked up immediate. 2 smokes, looking for the reveal over the top, already broken out. Pico claiming his opposite number. Now looking for that fight inside the kill contract, which he wins. And with a double tap back online, BBL will not be dipping in for any more.
Really nice re-engage through the kill contract. Nats as well, fighting his way through mid. Oh no.
Re-engaged his position. Nats aware of it. Prophet trading out. The 1-for-1 does put them a player short, BBL. This is going to be a serious test of whether they can become a little more than the sum of their parts, because while they were able to win a few retakes, 2vx's situations previously, this feels like a whole different kettle of fish, and Sociable playing a corner you'd typically consider one and done. It has to come up with the goods and then some.
Worlds apart, the two players, no tradability, individuality is massive.
The reveal is not going to catch him here. This is the one corner you need to clear that the reveal does not scan, and Sociable is very nearly let off the hook.
You can see Prophet, the idea, TPing in towards C-Long. You're waiting to see how that first engagement goes in the 1v2, but just nowhere near it. 6-4 though. You're looking for BBL to make good on this advantage that they've taken in the early rounds.
And it comes right back to what I was saying before the round as well, how Levin is always looking to try and...
Let's go!
Call for what it is exactly that he wants, the setup utility, and you saw that reflected in how he performed with such confidence against Fnatic in kickoff, when on the Euro a lot of the time he was like running down mid on Abyss, and while he had the support of his team there, they were also coming to him, and it was pretty clear between them, like, okay, I'm actually going to hang around a little bit longer, I'm trying to do this, I'm trying to do that. So important, as we stressed before. I think the difference on a map like Haven, when it is more fundamental, is that then that vocality is a little bit different. It is more like, what are you calling, pre-round rather than anything else.
100%. Now, looking towards BBL's timeout, what they're looking to change. Is there anything you'd immediately identify as like problem issues, apart from the individuality that we've seen some of these rounds go?
The big thing for me right now is that Liquid, before, they showed us 2 different styles. They were sort of defaulting, they were being direct. Now they're just trying to create chaos and force BBL to make reactions. As I said before, protocols are always something stressed. We've heard the word Valorant thrown around a few times in our years, I would say. But his way of playing, yeah, you're expecting those reactions. If you can find a way to sort of stimulate a certain area of the map to get a set response, then that's exactly what you're looking for, finger on the pulse. And I think a lot of that comes through mid, as I was saying.
I like the positioning of Magnum here as well. You look towards the kill traps on the east side. You've got to be thinking of that buff that ISO got, right, with the undercut, now actually suppressing players.
Yeah, it just makes it all the more valuable as well, only having one. That's the trade-off.
Yeah.
Yeah, for example, if you could land that onto Magnum, then it's the setup gone. He is held up in the heavens as it stands, though. Double kill trips down long. That's the one counter to Camo that you'd be looking for, but he gets away scot-free.
Yeah, with a first trap, there's still a second one hanging around, and still BBL have control of the site.
That true blue duelist. It's only 34 points of health now. Bit of mid-rounding from BBL. Sociable only able to clear the corner, but Kiko, the healthy player, happy to help out those in need. Camo taken down by the toe. And Yumpy still in behind this cage. Space which needs to be cleared. Oh, up again. He's just going to send it straight in their face. And while Patty's walked through it, it's into Yumpy's open arms. Kiko, last player left. Not on the smoker this time, but to save the day from the duelist roll.
I mean, if there was a player to do it, right? Here's the TP, but 4 players. And Yumpy to put the cherry on top. The ulti, which essentially decided the round. Team Liquid forced to walk into a trap. 7 confirmed, an advantage for the next half to work with. And now only 1 round remaining in this one. Mixed weaponry coming into this one as well, so able to do a really good job buying up the pieces that they did.
Nice!
Yumpy, a player as well, who we maybe didn't see it in the first map, but hasn't really struggled to frag out while calling so far. Having a fragging IGL, the amount of value we put on that, so really big of him. The other thing as well, just keeping everyone else in check, and with Levin
I know exactly.
going walkabouts in mid yet again, he's punished on an opening duel.
Trying to put severe pressure on towards Garage right now, forcing out utility from BBL. But right now, BBL are completely leaving it. Would rather not deal with it. Now looking elsewhere on the map. You're looking at Magnum, looking down C, and the rest of BBL looking towards A. Not wanting to deal with mid at all.
Happy to give it up if they have a setup that can play into that.
Cage triggered.
Drone, cam, cage from Liquid, all of this just fodder to try and cause an issue, but the one you've got to be concerned of is the Hunter's Fury. That question mark space given an answer, but it feels like more of a red herring right now.
Spot on. Natsto wants to continue moving forward and doesn't realise there's a player right behind him.
Okay.
Trigger discipline, just to make sure there's no more. And well, there you go, converted into a kill.
I was wondering where we were going with that one, but Profek realizes in the end, oh, it's Nats. Okay, there's nobody else here. Where are they? Garage. And Magnum has a boatload of them right in front of his crosshair. That's the spike drop to the back of the pack. Camo to collect onto C, but not without concessions.
Oh no. BBL find themselves in an advantage. You're looking towards the utility to come back in on, and there's so much to be used.
BBL have been brilliant in their retakes so far, but this one to find an 8th could truly separate them from Liquid heading onto the attack side. Profek clawing back the space towards Garage. It's Kiko out on an island, finding himself in a BBL sandwich, and he doesn't like the sound of that. Stepping back into the reveal. And when the limelight hits his face, he melts under the bright Berlin lights. It's BBL to clean house at the end of the half. And outside of the opening 12, they'll have the majority of the rounds this time.
Yep, and the big thing coming from Fracture and towards Haven, the one word I would use is control. BBL looked in control this defensive half, and now as they move on to the attack, this is Haven. You have to remember that. We usually have that attacker bias. Will that come true in the second half?
Nice! Come on!
Get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up.
BBL back in action and making the better of that first half, it's safe to say. The word that you said, control. And I think a control performance is really what we needed with how messy some of those rounds looked towards Fracture. It's onto the attack side though, where they had previously struggled before.
Yeah, and well, we're looking for them to make good on the mistakes that they have done. As for Team Liquid, how does this comp look like on the defense, right? You're looking towards the double duelist, right? They have to be more aggressive, they have to be trying to take that space. We'll just run quickly into a tech pause though, just before we get underway.
Hopefully resumed fairly soon. You like the colour red?
More of a green man myself.
Yeah, best not get used to it. But I completely hear what you're saying with this one, Cairo. I think in terms of BBL as well, to just take a step back while we have a second, you're talking about a team which in this fixture, historically, I know we've seen changes between them. Liquid have won 5 out of the 6 meetings between the two in VCT EMEA. And I think that's sort of that's calling to BBL's history as well, and to re-inspire the fan base that has followed them for the last 4 years. You think even this game, if they were to win it and go up 2-0, they have never won more than 3 games consecutively in a row in the league, whereas it feels like the identity is a lot different. The team culture, I think, is there as well. You weren't just removing the old guard, which now ultimately represent Eternal Fire in challenges. It's a completely different brand of Valorant that's being played here as well.
Yeah, and I think like as well, when you look towards Liquid and what they've brought forward, right, a team or an organisation which is used to being at the height of any esport that they play in, and specifically in Valorant as well, when you think towards the history of this organisation, back when they had Scream, and towards like the Red Guard roster, now trying to move into like last year, now into this one. As an organisation, like they should be up at the heights of EMEA.
Is it the heights of any game, did you say? I thought you also said earlier we weren't in 2012. But,
oh, thanks, man.
You know, they have history. There is legacy there, right? 25 years celebrated this year. I think a big thing for me too, when you look at the players that they have and the core of this team, a guy like Kiko, for example, the reason why you keep him on is because he is so hungry, so eager at his age to sort of fit any role that they need for him, and you can build around that. I think that's where it then becomes a really difficult situation for someone like Serial coming into the team for the first time. As I said, again, on this map, specifically when you're playing Astra, which is such a complex agent for one that you maybe don't have a crazy amount of reps on. And then he's gonna, you know, he bottom fragged the first 2 maps that he played, and both of those 2 maps also happened to be maps where he was playing an agent for the first time in his career. The 3rd map, he top fragged, albeit they still lost, but it's that comfortability that we're talking about. That comes with time. I think they need to give him time if that's what they want to commit to, because to open up a different discussion at the same point, you're talking about a team which has a Challengers Academy roster, and that's sort of where you look to then pull from in the future, as the majority of players in the server right now on both sides have come from Challengers in the last year or so.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. But with that being said, we are finally ready to get things underway. BBL move on to the attack. Team Liquid with a double duelist on defense. What can they bring forward, and how aggressive can they set up? We look towards that barrier drop for what Liquid are going to try and do with those double duelists.
That's right, bums back in seats. It's what we want to see. Not quite at squeaky bum time just yet. But the pistol could decide quite a lot, and that's a different setup to what we've seen from him before. Cam for a little bit of info, but realizes this site is best left. Towards garage he goes, but Levin is looking. Ooh. Does he want to disrespect this smoke? Nat doesn't have the right idea, and so Levin gets the opener.
But while this has all been happening, right, it's a complete fake on C, and BBL know that after the initial aggression, they can go and re-clear towards A.
He go back site. Only with a double tap, yet to equip it, fighting out solo, fearless, he falls, Sociable following it up. With that second layer of Levin levied over their heads, the threat comes in from both sides if you're Liquid. Time is of the essence, and you've only got 2 players to digest this with.
Yeah, not only that, you look towards the layers that are happening on screen as well. Levin's been deposited late for a flank. BBL though, they've got so much utility, and that was an absolute
gorgeous round of Valorant. Yeah, really well played from the experience, as I said before, to the youngsters on this team. And with Yumpy being in charge of 4 Challengers players effectively coming in, you're seeing so many of these rounds also where sociable is so valuable. And the reason why I mention him yet again is he's the eldest rookie in VCT EMEA since partnerships began at 28. So, you know, it's not often that you can't really call him a rookie because he's been in the Turkish scene for so long, but he complements a player like Levin really well for, you know, those flag-bearing pieces which they have held on to.
It's an interesting buy actually being bought through by BBL. It's 3 Stingers, right? It's not something that we see typically, as well as 2 Ghosts. So something different being brought through.
It's like not even really an FPX buy.
Yeah, it's not even really that much of a anti-eco, right?
FPS buy, 3-person Stinger. With a bit of a list.
Please. This is what I have to deal with on a daily basis.
It's an FPS game after all. Let's see if they can shoot some people. Playing on site right now, no extra space, but you can see how much Liquid are respecting this. They finally get back in, but that's when the utility comes out the belt.
Oh, it's not nice.
Oh.
Maybe it's nice and more nice than you think. The Thrifty, the Stinger's fucking out, and now Patidek playing from C-Long. He's already stunned up. This should be easily converted. Ah, that round has completely thrown me. That's double digits for BBL.
But look at the credits, Cairo. They got a lot of money to throw around here as well, with the Stinger being a cheap weapon. I mean, what do the repurchases look like? I'm seeing an Outlaw, I'm seeing a Vandal. Sorry to spoil it for all you at home. But BBL feeling pretty composed after this one. And I think the difference is this time, they won the pistol round. You're now coming into an attack side round. Some nice shots from Kiko Sheriff.
Some nice utility as well, like you saw the grab well being used as well by, I think, Team Liquid. Well, it was Team Liquid because BBL don't have one. But they like to try and force players into like a bad position. Early gunfight, Levin loses out.
Camo winning that one again. Strange seeing him in action at the start of the round sometimes. He's the best closer that they have, I think. Most clutches won on Liquid is their duelist. So as the round goes on, he gets more and more useful. Same could be said for Nats, but his sight has fallen at the hands of the Stingers. That's why you buy him. Here's Sociable arriving around the side through mid. And so Kiko last left. How many times are we going to say that one today? The secondary duelist is second best this time.
I mean, I put a big question mark on the Stinger buy, like how it was going to work, but already you're seeing how they're using it on that C side of the map, manipulating through garage, forcing the fights towards backside. And Lohan, he's seen enough. He's calling his second and last time out of regulation.
Time is a flat circle, man. Look at these entries. I mean, it's just players running out, spraying to the side. You get so quickly into position because of the movement as well, and Yumpy is loving it. And this timeout comes at exactly the same point in which it did for BBL on Fracture. If you want to draw a parallel here, a team 11 rounds to the good. And it's where I go back to that conversation about character for both of these teams and the players that they have. I think, like, you look at Liquid, everyone on that roster has at least sort of a year from the 2024 campaign now coming into this one in VCT, whereas you can't say the same for BBL. I find it even interesting in this pole v pole matchup we've got between Profek and Patitech, that a guy like him, so many people said about Profek, like, he wouldn't be ready for the jump up without the time that he had on Go Next. And it was that little bit time before on Diamant where both of those players were picked up simultaneously from free agency, which was sort of like the catapult which started the resurrection of Patitech's career, I think, because he was a T1 player before, but it took a little bit of time for him to get back up to that level. Alongside Profek is where he did it, and well, now he's got to beat him.
Right, look towards B though. Look at the players ready to line up, and look at BBL close by. This could be pretty spicy at the early doors.
Not going to show all too much. Couple loose cannons, Liquid. They'll back away. It's a gentleman's agreement. There is nothing left to be said of this, but Serial, who could be hot under the collar momentarily, but looks like Levin's the one going to be fighting him. He has struggled in those first duels.
Levin, edging closer. The timing's insane. No, 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 no. First blood to BBL, and that's a big one to lose out. That's your Astra gone.
And that's the only player that was looking B. He's just turned his head.
And now Liquid have to go, try and re-clear towards this B side, and BBL are sitting waiting.
Levin takes those every day of the week, but shouldn't be getting any more. It's Kiko to peek into him next. Very easily could have fallen asleep at the wheel, but no, Kiko in for a fight and then doubles down on the double tap, and so sociable. I think you know the next words out of my mouth. Doubles up.
Still a Thrifty in Yampy's hand. That's Thrifty. Keep calling that Thrifty. A stinger in Yampy's hands.
Yeah. Dude, he's so rich by now as well. That should be in 9K soon. That's if Nats can't put a stop to things. He broke their buy before. He broke their backs with some of the impact he had on Fracture, and one on the fadeaway would have been good if he hadn't been snatched from the darkness by Profek.
Yeah, Patty's trying to come back out through this CT spot. This is not the position you want to be in.
It's a stinger again.
I think you'd be thinking about a save here, right? You look at the money, in fact you're on defense, and he still tried to send it. It will be 12. It will be map point for BBL. A very convincing way to bounce back from Fracture.
Hey, look, he finally found an upgrade. There was one on the floor, but to me, it comes back to this, you know, slight lapse in concentration, perhaps from Serial. So focused on other things happening on the map, and it's a point that I've made several times. And you see it there specifically, that when you're so focused on, you know, micromanaging all the different utility and stuff like that, you can get caught up in these kind of things sometimes. And that's no fault of his own. It's just being thrown into this situation. Not all of that's on the player, it's on the team as well.
Going back towards mid once again. More players invested from Team Liquid, and this time they're sticking around. Getting a kill contract through Profek on towards Nats. And meanwhile, Kiko's got one picked, but at the same time, BBL have got the rest of the pack. It's just 2 players left on Liquid's side.
Kiko was trying to thin out the herd with the ult to help the mid push. But now, the numbers are stacked against them, and this is for the map. It's been over in a flash. Patty revealing his position. The 2v1 begins with his death.
My ultimate is ready.
Well, you've got to rely on Kiko, and everybody knows where he is, and on top of that, he's stunned up, time's ticking away. You're expecting BBL now to take this. In fact, it's almost a BBL guarantee. Gets the first, looking for one more. You see that BBL are just stalling for time. They know exactly what they need to do. We're looking at Ascent here, Hazza, and what that third map holds for us as we move on to that with a BBL win.
BBL battering Liquid, the regional reps from Bangkok, on the second map of their choosing. An experiment gone wrong, perhaps. ISO dropped into his test tube. And back to the drawing board with them. We will see if they can respond on the deciding map.
Red Bull gives you wings.
but a response from BBL. We will be getting a map 3 after a very dominant performance from them on map 2. I am your hosting, so I've got Minnie and Billy here with me. Now, we talked about how Liquid, they have an opportunity to close this out. We even saw some new stuff coming out from them, but in the end, Billy, we can now understand why they chose Haven.
Yeah, apparently it wasn't a risk at all. Apparently they really had things set in stone, and you know, I expected more from Team Liquid, I think, especially when we saw that double duelist composition for them to only get 4 rounds on the attack, and then that was the last we heard from them. So yeah, great turnaround for BBL.
Yeah, I think that it looked a little bit one-dimensional from Team Liquid. I think that they didn't have defaults really. It felt like they were just kind of all-inning a lot. It looked like they hadn't, you know, they had a week of preparation, but it didn't seem like enough for them to bring out a new comp.
No, but on the side of BBL though, you would expect the likes of Levin to be the one carrying them in a performance like this, but Minnie, it wasn't him this time around.
No, it was the Magnum and Yampy and Profek. I love that Yampy farming here after I kind of called him out on the map 1. It just feels like every time I say something negative or kind of critical about a player, they just next map just farm. So I appreciate that one.
You're the prophet. And who are you going to flame for the next one?
It's down to chat. Chat decides.
Oh, chat.
Yeah, chat
okay,
decides.
okay, we'll get back to that. We'll get back to that. We will get back to that. But Billy, Magnum, you know, we talked about how this is so comfortable for him.
Yeah.
We're rolling back the years on Haven. Nobody's going to see when he's there.
Honestly, he was great on Haven. He was just able to anchor that C site. Like, he was just so good. And like this round in particular as well, that pistol round, it was just so nice. Like, he's just always there. It doesn't matter where you try and go and C, he's there. He could be down C long and flanking you guys on his own defense. So yeah, I think his setups were super strong.
Yeah, I think he's just like Haven's so old at this point, and Magnum's played Cypher a billion times. Like, he knows when to be on site, he knows when to be off site, he knows when to be flooding, and I think that just really played into, you know, Team Liquid didn't have that experienced strategy. So Magnum was able to read into that very well.
Muscle memory almost, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Just the reactions are so natural for him. And also, I love the vibes he's bringing into this team as well, and the communication you spoke of too, Minnie. But let's talk about the changes on the side of Team Liquid. What was the game plan or lack of game plan you saw there? Why do you think they changed their comp to this in the space of a week?
I think they just felt that they were being prepped against, which I think is correct. They were getting prepped against. And I quite like the fact they're bringing out something new. You know, not the perfect version of the composition, but I think it's a nice attempt. But yeah, I think that they just didn't have the layers to the playbook. It felt like they were going all in with a double duelist, which is fine. But once that stops working, Magnum's holding you down. What's that next layer? Like, how are your defaults looking? It didn't seem like they had the layers.
Yeah, I have to agree. It looked really tough, and I know that you kind of touched on it in Agent Select as well, Sue, but seeing Patitek on that Sova didn't look super comfortable. We're used to seeing him on that Flash Initiator, so yeah, I think they struggled a little bit. And when I seen Kiko on the duelist, I got really excited, because we know he's great. Whenever they have run this double duelist on split, usually it does work for them, but yeah, I think with the Astra as well, there's a couple of question marks. I don't think that, I don't want to say that it's not a fully thought out composition, I just don't think that they've fully figured out what they want to do with it, like Minnie says, with the defaults and everything, how they actually want to approach the map.
The roles might need time, right?
Yeah.
We have to remember, Serial is not an Astra main.
I don't see them playing this again.
Yeah, a one, like a low.
I think Teo might be back.
Ah, okay. We'll see next time. We'll see next time they play Haven here. But that is all for this map. We will be moving to Ascent. I don't know if you guys expected this or thought we could get this, but once upon a time, this is the only map that BBL would win. It would be the days where they would go to a map 3 purely because they insta-pick Ascent and they will win on it. Now, there's only 2 Turkish players left on this roster, but surely, Minnie, with the firepower, with the agent pool, so on and so forth, you should expect them to be quite good here.
Yeah, but I think the BBL we knew was the 5. I've said it before, it's the 5 Turkish power. I feel like it's not quite the same here. I'm excited for both teams. I think both teams have got players who've historically been quite good at Ascent. I'm looking at Nat specifically. I think he's always been a shining light on this map on the Sentinel. So I'm looking for just a good, solid Ascent from both.
Yeah, I think when you mention, you know, BBL and having Turkish players, I think our expectations of Levin do need to be higher, because I think that he had a great performance when he first played in Kickoff, and I think that he struggled since then. You know, he had a great debut, and I think coming into this, you're onto your 3rd map against Team Liquid. I'm expecting you to step up to the plate.
I wouldn't even hate a sociable Jet here. Back in the days, many, many moons ago, he was in the conversation as one of the Turkish Jets. He just was, you know. And he has a lot of experience on this Jet on Ascent as well. I don't think we're going to get that, but
Okay.
if we do, I wouldn't hate it.
The fan vote's saying 30% BBL, so I feel like I need to flame someone on BBL just a little bit. So I think I got to back up on 11 here. We're going to need to see a bigger performance from 11.
Double down.
And now we see if my flame my flame
Is
prophecy.
that a flame? Would you consider a flame to say we need to see him do more?
I don't think so.
No.
I think it's
Do you
fair
want me
to
to
set
go
that
harder?
expectation.
No, not too hard, but you
Okay.
know, give your 50% increase.
Bear in mind, this is his first year in Tier 1 too.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
let's
No,
ease
no,
it up a little bit.
we did this one another day. The BBL fans will hate me. They know I love the team. You know, it's a good team. But
I feel like they already hate you, but it's okay. On the side of Liquid, however, Paddy can also play smokes here. We've seen that before. Serial can play initiator here too. The Deadlock, you know, he has played Deadlock here.
I'm expecting a double senti.
Maybe we have something. Oh, we do have something. All right, let's start with Team Liquid. The double senti, Billy, you called it.
Yeah, exactly. I just thought, you know, Serial, Sentinel player played similar roles to Nat, so I like this from them. They have gone to things that are comfortable for them. However, only having Teho as that single initiator, I'm a little bit worried about, you know, where are they going to be able to seek out that information other than the one drone that he has. We saw Patty wasting that drone a couple of times on their maps last week against Gentlemates, so that is my concern with Team Liquid's composition at the moment. But looking at BBL, I really like this. We have the triple initiator coming up against a double Sentinel. How do you think that's going to go, Minnie?
I mean, it's a crazy matchup, to be honest. I really like BBL's comp, but like if they had a Sentinel in here instead of the 3 initiators, I'd love it. It's an awkward composition to play against for Liquid, I think, because BBL are going to have so much control on the map. So it'll be interesting to see, because Team Liquid have that bunker style. They're going to be sat back, whereas BBL have lots of tools to gain map control. So it'll be interesting to see how that kind of plays up.
I just know that Sliggy is probably loving this triple initiator comp right now. I can't wait to jump into this map and send this for the last time today back over to your casters. Here's Hazza and Cairo.
Did BBL get the memo that the KO patch was, next week and not this week? But yeah, triple initiator is what we get for Liquid. It fits. Right, the glove fits here in terms of the comp.
Yeah, I mean, you look towards it, the desk has already summed it up perfectly for me. This double Sentinel comp being looking to bunker in, although that Deadlock can be used more as initiation. As for BBL Esports, I mean, they can go and fight what they want realistically.
Looks like Liquid are going to get aggressive with this one early on in mid. Forget the utility! It's Serial Sheriff that shut down the first 2 players.
It's just garbage.
Into Link. I mean, it doesn't start pretty well. It won't continue either. These frenzies that would have been looking to rush forward are put into the worst possible position to try and fight players here. Magnum baiting in with the audio cue, but he's the next on the chopping block.
Yeah, I mean, that's just carnage. That is just pure deathmatch. Everybody, let's meet mid and let's see who comes out on top.
I really like the way that Liquid set that up as well, because with this util-heavy comp, you're expecting combos like Gravnet salvos a lot. You're playing further back, you're expecting that, but you're not expecting them to just like dry peek swing out mid. And I think it's important to mention, you know, the agents that we have here, as it was already mentioned on the desk. We've seen this comp played a few different times. BBL should understand how it works, right? We saw C9 in Americas go for something similar, Apex in EMEA as well. Those both good examples. We've also seen poor examples, such as Talon against RRQ the other day. So, got to make sure you're getting the value out of that utility. Not needed for the first of those rounds, though. So, Serial solo on B right now, I think, has to be the biggest thing in my eyes, because he was in a dangerous position. He now has the support of Patty from Market, and as soon as those steps are heard, the rotation is being made, the grab net comes in, it's far too late, the combo is off.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, though, the spike has made its way towards the B side, and the wall deposited from Team Liquid. BBL, while they're trying to continue to explore the map, it looks like they want to commit to B. They have to wait on the wall coming down. So much going against them at the minute.
Stuff like this barrier mesh, which is a really important tool, not just for slowing down the executes that BBL will want to make with the 3 initiators, when the only gap close that you have is 11 on this Yoru, but also using it as a trigger to call those kinds of plays with the grab net, with the salvos. That one felt a little more on the fly. Micro still being worked on with a new member, but good enough to get them through 2 rounds unscathed. It's an in-zone flawless.
And again, we speak about the Team Liquid buy, right? The fact that this will have teeth and BBL will have to be careful of that moving forwards. Right now, though, for me, I'm not seeing the strengths of the triple initiators. I know we've played, what, a pistol and an eco round. We haven't seen the full width of the kind of initiation utility, but you're expecting to be a CBBL going and clearing out loads of this map, and as Minnie said, having control and having players to deposit.
So again, those 2 agents paired up with one another, with the Deadlock and the Teho, with that utility thrown out initially, able to deal any damage or take the space off the back of it. It's so difficult as the defenders to get yourself in those positions, forced to concede. Liquid now investing pieces of their own to start fighting market.
Camel. Oh, gets one of his own from shot, but Levin opens up an opportunity right now for BBL to manipulate, and Kiko all alone right now.
He's going to hold off the site as long as he can. Prophet, brilliant position to cut off this rotate. Has found the first of the kills. Nat's the next, but he will land his with a ghost in hand when he had a rifle and then picks up the Vandal instead.
It's a weird situation to be in, a 2v2 with every single player isolated. Don't want to give a 1v1, and BBL trying to link up the last 2 remaining.
To head towards mid for now.
No utility.
Levin just
30
looking.
seconds left.
You know that the Cypher setup is more likely than not on A.
It's going to be difficult to try and break those traps, etc. So you're waiting for those salvos to come up on Yampi.
Lost a player in B main. That would have been the info, but I guess they just not managed to get a look on this one yet. So into the traps they go, just side-stepping it, safe plant gen. Nat's first point of contact. He will wait for Kiko to arrive.
Yeah, that retake cam used early to identify players, and Yampi not looking the right way. Levin now towards the back of site. He's on 77 HP, right? 3 armor, that's not really nothing to talk about. Needs to be clean fights, needs to win it cleanly, which he cannot do. A bonus converted by Team Liquid. We spoke about the buy and how dangerous it could be.
And it's this triple initiator from BBL that you put under the microscope as well. They've got to do their due diligence. You mentioned exactly about making the most of the utility, especially the Prowlers, for example. That's probably the key bit of utility you're going to have to try and shut down the traps, or at least find where they are. I mean, you got a KO knife on Magnum as well. I think as important as the stealth drone is, that's also something to look at taking it offline. Because if you don't know where the Cypher setup is, you come in late round, there's always the threat that Nats is going to put up both cages and take a solo fight dice.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about similarities between what BBL are running and what we've seen elsewhere in EMEA, think about what Foot were doing on Peril, right, with the Astra, Fade and Tail combo. A lot of the combinations were like, you'd see the Gravwell plus like the Salvos and the Cs, and we're not really seeing that from BBL so far.
Fighting for orb control B main early doors. BBL just defaulting on this round with a mix of weaponry, and it's that lack of investment that gets shown as Camo is able to use his Outlaw to great effect. 11-1 and then dips away. And I wholeheartedly agree with what you're saying. I mean, you talk about an identity shift for BBL. They've only played 2 comps on this map since the start of 2023, being the variation of that default Killjoy and Cypher variation.
Yeah, this is the first time we're actually seeing BBL play with this this roster on Ascent the full time. We've never seen it played in off-season. We've never seen it played up until now.
And that's the same thing where Liquid, having lost 2 maps which they were really good on with Abyss and Bind, Icebox didn't look great coming in against Mate. Is your Ascent any better? Could this be something which they're able to use as a benefactor on that push back towards top 3 as another spot opens up for Toronto? They look to have bounced back well, having converted the bonus. They're able to shut down what is left of this BBL purchase.
Oh, Camo's outlaw. So nicely played. But at the same time, though, look at Magnum. Flash out, but he's got a stinger, man. It's so unfortunate.
It was good on Haven, but not here, not at this range. Back into the traps, Yampi will go. That buys a little bit of time. It's not quite enough to stop the plant coming in, so extra credit at the very least. But And this is the tallest of tall tasks for the captain.
Yeah, it's not only that though, right? You get the spike down, orb in the back pocket. Yeah, as you expect, Armageddon online. That's what I was going to highlight.
Yeah, he was one away from it, so if he had a chance to sort of hunt for a kill there, which is what you've got to do in the 4v1,
yeah.
you know, you're not going to sit hell and wait for them to peek you. That would have been a chance, but Liquid up to 4 rounds, and as it has been sort of stressed at this point in time, bouncing back from that first series with a new player, pivotal, and as consistent as Camo has been so far, with a sniper in his hands.
Together, guys. Don't give him anything.
Which isn't what you usually see from him. He is more of a rifle-based player, I feel like. Even trading out the Outlaw here and not going into the AWP. So good looks for them so far. But BBL can come back in with some ults to this buy round.
Yeah, you look towards B main, the Deadlock, the Omen, even towards mid as well. This could be some form of Vision Strikers straight off the bat.
So Camo with the blades over the top. Kiko's the one to find the first of those kills. Caught by the salvos of Yampi on the opposite side, and BBL forcing an immediate reaction. A play called. Fake out used to reveal the position of the traps. And so is Profek in the corner. Nats to remove him.
They've even invested the Armageddon on top of that. Levin had a chance from window, but can't quite capitalise. It spams City, and it seems like Team Liquid are coming out on top. A 2v3 to try and clutch up from, but it will not happen. It is 5 rounds in a row without an answer from BBL.
Looking really good from Liquid here. The set ideas that they bring to the table. Sliggy's going to be so happy right, that we don't get another talent show. The net there used initially just to isolate the first of the fights. And a lot of focus on mid with this comp right now. And outside of B, the fact you're able to throw that early utility through the window does really help, I think. And BBL calling a timeout, the first of their timeouts in this deciding map. It feels needed as Powell looks to the notebook for answers.
Yeah, I mean, from what we've seen so far, I think we've put our question marks on what BBL are doing, but I think at the same time we need to be talking about the good stuff that Team Liquid are doing, right? The variation of the old Vision Strikers, the fact that like how they're moving around the map, and the combinations that, while we haven't seen get total value from, like Team Liquid have clearly thought this comp out very well.
Absolutely. I mean, with Liquid having played a lot of the same stuff which we saw before the player change was made, it's nice to get something not only new, but comfortable for Serial as well. I think, like Mini spoke about even the Viper ults in the pre-show, but I think even back so far as Haven, for example, and the performance that BBL have just showed in terms of that prep, Kamik still managed to find a way to die to the Teho ult, which he had thrown multiple times, but other than that, you know, the reads were good. Into this next one, it's another Outlaw for Camo against the Sheriffs.
I think for me, when you look at the BBL comp, right, something that they'll get massive value from is their ultimates, like Dimensional Drift, Armageddon, Nightfall, Null Command, and Cosmic Divide, and that's what we're seeing right now. We need to see BBL convert from an ult used.
Trying to do. Levin has TP'd into the backside with the sound cut from the Nightfall, but now they know he needs to hit the shot and he can't. Patatek finishes it off. It's between him and, well, Paddy with a stash that end up doing it.
Yeah, and the spike elsewhere. How does BBL even try and get that one back? Like, they're just exploring the map, trying to find a way into the back lines and catch the players off guard, take duels, etc.
Liquid know where the gap lies, trying to plug that space exactly, and Serial will do so. Triple kill, 1 for confidence, 6 rounds for Liquid.
Yeah, and right now it looks like BBL have definitely been in the kitchen cooking stuff up. We saw the Icebox comp, now we're moving on towards Ascent. And there's one thing that's got to be we're sure of is the fact that there's definitely a fire in the kitchen, but it seems to be on certain comps that looking a bit overdone.
Now, I like that little piece on the eco, which they're a bit happier to invest. As you say, they do have several strong ultimates which they can look to. One of them will be the Null Command from Magnum against this double Senti comp. Probably the strongest ult that you could be looking for to take all of that extra utility offline. But Camo's fighting in front of it. BBL considering it, salvos to take him off the line.
Unfortunately, the fake out doesn't identify that the trap that's been placed. Magnum goes searching alone, and
as I said before, it's the solo player. He used the knife early to get the B space, but you know, we're only 10 seconds away from him having a second 0 point here, and now they don't have the ult to hit the site either, so hung out to dry.
And Liquid's so ready and willing to go and fight and push forward again. Out from short, peeking, seeing what's there.
Sociable looking for the sound sensor. Finally, Cotton's onto it. As the mesh is about to fall on A, it's an opportunity for BBL to give this one a go. Still Yumpy hanging around in the belly of the beast. Cosmic Divide coming in. Set up for a short push. It's main where they're going to go. That switch player isolated. Serial left alone.
I think like BBL are trying to fake out towards the B after they break the trap in mid, but again, as you say, trying to play in front of the Cosmic Divide. But it's Kiko playing behind it that's the issue. Yampy finding a deposit to work with in towards spawn. But Sociable still needs to worry about one. Patitech playing within his own team's smoke. Although it looks like Sociable has been identified as Patitech comes right on through and makes it a guaranteed advantage on the next half. BBL, unfortunately so far, have just been falling apart.
It's versus another Eco, so 8 rounds expected. I mean, this for me from Magnum makes no sense. Great play from Kiko to stabilize the situation. I thought BBL had found themselves in a great position mid-round. Serial committed to switch. That's where he falls. The ult, the Cosmic Divide, to literally just isolate that one area and Liquid not react to it with any proactivity. It was nice, but again, all these ideas on paper mean nothing when you lose the fight.
Yeah, for me, like I thought they were trying to fake out towards B by breaking the trap mid and like trying to force a rotation from the A side. Obviously, that's not what happened.
Layers to it.
Yeah.
Here comes the ult. It's used on an Eco instead, and you feel as if this one really has to stick.
Oh, this is a really heavy investment.
It's a super early Armageddon that comes across lane. So while that space had been cleared out, BBL bail on the situation. Another A site which they'll go towards. Magnum to drop at a moment's notice. Down to the last 3 players, up against 5.
I mean, you're looking at Sociable's Guardian as the key piece of weaponry to work with. And while this is all happening, you've got to be looking at Team Liquid. They're coming from every avenue.
Profek thrown into the snake pit. He falls. Serial adding further woes to the BBL side as Liquid bolster their lead with an 8th round.
Yeah, I don't know what else we can say, right? Like BBL, they've had the ultimates. We've seen how they're used. There's some nice ideas there, but there's nothing at the other end. There's nothing to back them up.
Like, the rounds are cut close, but close doesn't quite cut it.
Yeah.
When you're investing your null command, as I said before, this huge tool into an Eco, your Nightfall in that previous round where Levin was just trying to look for an opener on another Eco. We've not seen them on the gun rounds, the swing rounds, where you can try and maybe gain greater effect. Difficult to pinpoint right now. That's exactly what Pal will be aiming to do as Mark New watches on. BBL fading from this decider, where, as I said, last week out, their biggest ever defeat on map 1, they come into the next, revitalized. The same on Haven. It's not the story today on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there's clear frustration coming through from the PBL coaching staff here, especially with like how loose the ultimate usage has been with no sort of backup to it. On top of that, like Team Liquid have just had the run of it. Every time we see gunfights being taken, I always feel as if you're favouring Team Liquid in those. And BBL, when they get these site takes, I'll ask you a question. When's the last time you felt BBL had an advantage going in towards a site hold or whatever? You never feel as if they're in a good spot.
Ask you a rhetorical question.
Yeah, well, I was going to
understand what you're saying, and I think right now for BBL, a focus that you see from a lot of the team comm videos as well is going to be comms. Make sure that you're still communicating, that you don't shut down when you've got a lot of these young players. That's where Yumpy needs to become a leader. The same way that on the Liquid side, they have allowed Serial to thrive. With the deadlock, this new comp is doing work.
Not to be that guy, but look at the scoreboard as a comparison between the two teams. You know, well, Patty only has 4 kills. Yampi has 0, the opposite number, right? And this is a lovely trap, easily escaped from.
Team culture so important for both, mentioned by Lohan on the Liquid side, but for BBL, needing to create an environment where they can stoke comebacks. Kiko TPing away, but not punished. The sound sensor, the safety net, and Camo happy to take that timing mid-round. Big kill onto Yampi.
Well, towards the B site we look. Levin trying to get something, and Kiko's so hot on the mark. Magnum at least gets the trade out, but still more players to worry about, and every single fight seems to just go Team Liquid's way. That's number 9, and we are yet to have a retort from BBL.
It's another staggered execute as well. That knife hit Nat. There was no trap to defend the site, nothing at all. Camo with a cerebral timing. Consistent as ever. And the rest of BBL falling one at a time.
Don't take the foot off the pedal, guys. Keep it up. We're playing good. Nice. That's no better way to see it.
It's what we mentioned about this comp before. You can take the fight to your opponent. Liquid conditioned that. Now they've dropped back into the bunkered setup, and BBL have multiple threats to be thinking about.
Seeing if they can trigger that A trap as well. Using extra steps through the fake out. Still, look, Team Liquid don't need to panic. On top of that drone's massive in terms of the information. 3 players identified through mid.
For all the talk we've heard about utility and how overwhelming it can feel at times, BBL not getting the most out of theirs. The reveal and combination of the suppress have done decent work to reveal players. Magnum and Profek combining to make it a 2v1. It's the newest player into the side. It's going to have to go ahead and win BBL there first.
With only 50 points of health as well, he's baited the players in. A tap of the spike, but look at Kiko, he was away! Oh! But look at Nats, most important, most experienced, the leader of Team Liquid. Finds double digits in the first half.
And as I was saying before, the way he sees the role, the IGL being someone who people need to follow by example, the amount of impact moments that he has had throughout this series, starting on Fracture to, you know, in this situation now, exactly what you want to see, Kiko. Yeah, a couple missed bullets against his former teammate.
Yeah.
Nothing more than just that.
Dimensional Drift, Nightfall, perhaps an All Command as well. A lot of those ultimates coming up online for BBL, and they need them to at least get to a lifeline for the second half.
Hanging off the olive branch in every sense of the word. 1 foot already in the grave. BBL got to dig themselves out, build a foundation, get some rounds under their belt. Reminds me a lot of the game we saw in Game Changers, EMEA with G2 and GX on this map. Defender-sided dominance, but BBL wanting something on this, you know, to work with by the time you get to that side swap. They've invested heavily here to take the A site, and while Nats goes checking, it is overlooked. Profek with 1 back.
At the same time, we look towards the main once again. There's already a clear flank coming through. Kiko out through heaven, getting 2! BBL just continue to hinder themselves, hemorrhaging players, and there's nowhere to go. The annihilation, the player through short is stuck through door, identified. Profek needs to come up huge, but cannot do it. It's 11. It might only be a pistol that decides this full map, this full series in the next half.
And it is rookie stage. It's Serial to save the day again. Brilliant timing on the barrier mesh to just drop it in the door frame. So many of these rounds coming down to the wire, but BBL haven't got the bottle, and so they're getting battered instead. Back from Bangkok, it's been a bounce back from Liquid. And their former servant on the receiving end. His history against this team from kickoff up until now has not looked great. With 11 rounds already, dare I say, this might go 13-0.
Looks
I've cursed it now. I've cursed it now.
Hey.
And look who it is!
No, I know. Hey, listen.
Had to be done.
It did. But yeah, I think like for as much as we can criticise BBL, I think we can really compliment Team Liquid for how they've played so far. Not only just like, not only just utility as well in the game plan, but like the individuals who have stepped up here, right? Because it seems as if like we're seeing Kiko continue to get doubles, etc.
Patitek putting his foot down, as he said, pedal to the metal into middle, Patty double, nearly a third. Yampi had a chunk taken out of him, while the knife is not going to land for all too much value. It's the Armageddon that you're looking towards, the graph net, to have them up to their knees. BBL can't get out into the site without a duel, and it's Yampi doing the battling for BBL right now. But his best efforts will fall on deaf ears. 12-0 ends the half.
One enemy remaining.
Red Bull gives you wings.
With BBL trying to write a new legacy for themselves and pin down some consistent success, they have been stopped dead in their tracks by Liquid and now pose with the possibility of picking up a record which no one would want to hold on to. The last 13-0 in EMEA from Fnatic beating Oglu in 2022. Cairo, 3 years ago.
Yeah, that's not something you want to hold on to. I guess one round at a time for BBL, right? Like
you don't say.
Yeah, I know, but like you have to try and spin it some way, mate. As we look towards the triple initiator, they'll be able to go and try and fight. You'll be looking for the combos with the Astra, the Fade, and the Teho, which we never seen much of on the attack. Maybe it has more effect on the defense.
Inexperience was cited by Liquid as the reason for their shortcomings on the international stage. But this looks to be a professional performance from front to back. One round on the attack side to do it. Coming into the pistol, the A split is set up. If you are BBL in short right now, you have to hold on. This is all you've got left.
Yeah, need to try and get something here. Prophet at least getting one. Oh, hello! Two! Unable to escape the salvos, but an advantage now for BBL to work with.
It's that slight overheat which could cost them. Levin able to even the score, get the odds back in their favor. Twice as many players, 2v4 for the old heads.
And identifying exactly where the Teho is. Nice. Closing the door, but the timing's insane for Nats. Patitek can't quite get it to work. And now Nats escaping up towards heaven. The footsteps will be heard, but there's no way that he clutches up from here.
Nats has already had his impact in this series. Now he wants a little bit more. It's a 1 versus 1 right up behind. Yumpy in his face to get that first round on the board as BBL break the ice.
Hey, at least they're not getting that record, right? That's the big thing in the back pocket.
We had production scrolling through the tomes, the annals of VCT EMEA history. How long has it been? Oh, sweating 3 years? And then this from BBL is great. Just to highlight a little bit of the micro as well. Shutting the door was actually a decent idea, I think, on paper.
Yeah, I agree.
Slightly overlooked Nats coming through it, but then fighting main, you know, having a priority when you know you're getting split pushed.
Listen, this is the copest of cope takes, but remember, Ascent does tend to lie on that defender bias.
That's what I was saying, man. It was a 10-2 half. It was a 10-2 half. That G2GX game, we saw a very defender-sided Ascent with 3 initiators, though. I didn't have that in the script. Magnum's judge. Brilliant work.
Yeah, really nicely done. Sociable's taking a great time in it. Okay, nice round. And zone flawless.
Zone flawless indeed. That's what we like to see. 2 rounds for BBL. 1 at a time, as you said.
That's it. That's all you can do, mate. And on top of that, an in-zone flawless makes your bonus that little bit scarier, which you have to win. There's no error.
It's like the voice line in game. I don't know which one it is. Like, spend everything. You know, there are no credits to be saved here. If Levin... Okay. We're going to cut away from the replay. If Levin doesn't buy heavy shields, if someone doesn't tell Levin to buy heavy shields on this round...
Time to jump. He's saving for the next one.
No, that where is it? It's...
You know? Yeah, I get you, man. I get you.
The slick pen's already been whipped out, so...
Oh, I love it. At the same time, though, Levin, he's gone walkies, mate. Found himself towards top mid, and unfortunately,
well,
he won't need
actually, yeah, no, to be fair, I think he just knew, so that's fine, honestly.
Yeah.
Get away with those once in a while.
And also at the same time, BBL, they take space towards B main. They're starting to push across the map. I think they should start to have an idea about this being A-sided.
Magnum is in a fantastic position to gatekeep B right now. BBL playing with fire, mid left open. They realise that this is what you've got to go for, right? Liquid are going to be fairly execute heavy. They'll default, look for a gap, and then try and exploit it.
And that's the
through those combos.
And the big thing for BBL is they cannot let Team Liquid set up with the double initiators, or double sentinels, sorry.
Timing on the Prowler is absolutely horrid. Formation back, Profek finally spotting out those Liquid players. Camo caught by the C's, drop back into short they go. That's Nat's position. Profek looking to hold the line for what could be the last time. Support arriving, the captain's on the scene. It's Yumpy to drag Liquid down.
Spike down, and the last 2 remaining players on BBL reconvene, get together. They still have 2 flashes on Magnum to work with.
Liquid's past, looking to stop their future from finishing off this map here and now. Yumpy in the heavens, it's Magnum on the drop down. Judge is gone, Phantom is good. 3 rounds BBL. This show doesn't stop just yet.
Yeah, I feel as if we're watching a guy be resuscitated on the operating table every single time.
Guys, these first rounds, they will just do stupid things to try to win the game, okay?
Okay. Now, Yumpy, I ask you this question. Do you expect the Stinger buy, though? Is that his sort of...
He's got a spawn.
Nice! When you hear him shout like that, you would run through walls for that guy. And right now, BBL, that's what we need to see.
Well, they need to be careful of this Stinger buy. As Yumpy said, silly things could come to light.
We've got a lineup here from Serial as well. That should be dropping into market. I'll be playing from that position right now. Tech has salvos, of course. The cage just to threaten. Nuts has done this a few times already. Lineup is still there, but there's no player in that position right now, not unless Levin wants to rotate.
Yeah, this is nice stall out from BBL, though. You look at the utility that they have. The triple initiator doing really well right now.
The timing was completely off there as well, as Liquid looking to get up in their face. Yumpy continuing to just pad out the stats as so far as the rounds go on. That's a triple kill from him now, but cause for concern in this round. 3 versus 2. Swiftly settled. Levin and Sociable. The Turks on the scene have shut down Team Liquid.
Hey, listen, this is looking like a possibility, but we can never really be excited about it because of how close Liquid are to closing it out.
How many rounds, Cairo, would make you worried in this position right now? When do the warning lights pop up for you?
If it gets to 12-8, that's when I'm thinking, flashing.
Okay, all right. I mean, I know we had Pansy the other day talking about flight attendants. Like, if they have a worried sign on their face, then you know that the plane is starting to veer off course a little bit. But BBL seem to be on track right now. We've got an Odin in the hands of Profek.
The other thing you have to remember, right, is right now BBL have no timeout, so it's just cruise control and gotta let the players go.
I like that idea, just breaking off the shielding of Link with the Odin, looking for a spam off of a reveal, perhaps. Some damage.
Here.
Is the paranoia gone?
Well done. BBL with still plenty of tools to work with. Ooh. Magnum's knife in the next 10 seconds, but I don't think he's going to get a heads up on this short play.
Oh, it needs to be careful, but I don't even know if Liquid are going to commit to this properly, right?
Oh, brilliant angle from Magnum. Just saw through the slit. Nat's now removed. The fake out broken.
What?
Evan walking in solo. Don't worry, that wasn't a camo.
I thought it was.
180 flick.
I mean, Magnum gave us a 360 heli-up.
Yeah.
And he'll need to give us more than that right now.
Can he send Team Liquid's head spinning? Drops back with the flash. Salvo's at his feet. It's a bit of damage. Profek's Odin out in the open. Magnum last line of defense again. Finally he falls. Liquid in position. 3 versus 2 situation, and in terms of the retake, your Prowlers and Drone are gone. It is just that Horn and the Salvos when the time arrives.
Listen, probably waiting to use the C's and the Salvos at the same time. As identifies, Sociable making his way through A main. Yampi, a chance to isolate, sees the gun barrel but can't win it. Now a 1v3, which cannot be won out. Team Liquid convert the inevitability of Ascent.
And return to winning ways in exactly the kind of form that you expect from a team that wants to be at the top of Group Omega. BBL missed their opportunity. That last map got out of control far too quickly. The same thing that Liquid said against Mates, that they had that burnout as the games went on. They've played more maps than almost anyone else globally. They're in the top 3 for that metric, yet still they're showing no signs of stopping here.
I think as well, like narratively speaking, coming out of this game, this is a really big one, right? Because everyone was starting to take BBL more seriously, wondering what can they do, what damage can be done in this group. But on top of that, though, right, we've seen Liquid be tested in terms of like their map pool and how quickly they can adapt and bring forward new ideas. What they brought forward was really nice. On the interview, Lohan spoke about it. We aren't worried, right? Today is a different day, and they've proved that.
Definitely. Liquid with a fantastic performance. Just still getting used to the Wednesdays and lack of the crowd, and perhaps that's exactly what they needed to bounce back a game with a little less pressure, I suppose, in some senses, but still plenty on them in the server. BBL fought well to make it to a decider, but it was a pretty one-sided result in the end. Patatek taking some steps forward. We'll hear from him very shortly, and I'm excited to see how he feels this week has improved.
Yeah, I think so. And now, like, the wider group as a whole gets really exciting, considering the Gentlemates victory in the week previous, how they look, where they're going to be in the group. BBL, is this just a like one-off? They don't have to play Foot until the last stages, whereas Liquid, they need to play Foot next week.
And so we do have that interview ready for you. Down on the stage is Yinsu with Patatek.
Thank you very much. I am now joined by Paddy from Team Liquid.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, almost a 13-0. Almost, not quite. Almost there. But I think I was getting a little bit worried after Haven because your coach said, you know, last week after that Haven, maybe there were some issues that didn't get sorted in between the maps and they costed you a best of 3. But today, it was as if Haven didn't happen. So how did you manage to turn that around today?
I think we just have a lot of confidence right now, and we are focusing really on ourselves, and like we really don't get to ourselves like that we lost to Haven, because I think we still have a lot to work on Haven. So like we kind of knew if we go to Ascent, we start defenders, we're gonna smash, and we did.
Was there ever a little bit of like, oh no, not again, it's Haven again, we could have 2-0'd and thinking about the past, none of that?
Nah, none of that.
No? Okay, that's good. We also heard a lot of Nat speeches. I think it's almost famous now. We hear a Nat speech every single week. So how do you respond to that? You know, when your captain, when your IGL is telling you to think about the comms, to relax, does that all seek in, you know?
It definitely seek in. Everyone listens, and it definitely helps, because sometimes you forget about the most important things and the easiest things as well. And he keeps reminding them every game, so you instantly lock in and you just reset after the let's say, for example, Heaven that we did. We just full reason that we played our game, and that's it.
I think everyone knows that Naz is, you know, the leader, the voice. So
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, who's the second person? Who's the person maybe when Naz isn't at 100%, there's someone to step in and kind of take over that role as well?
I think I would be that person.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You like that, being that kind of figure?
Yeah, I like that. I think it suits my personality, especially.
Have you had to do that a lot on this team, do you think?
No, because Nats is doing a really good job at it, and our coaches said that like he should be the one doing it because he's the captain of the team.
Now, when it comes to the new things we saw today, we don't have that much time. I can't ask you every single one of them. So I'll knuckle it down to how much time have you had? Is it just been that week of changing all these things coming into today? Or has this been brewing in the background that you wanted to change comps and roles and so on and so forth?
I think everything is pretty fresh. We don't really have that much time, especially with changing the player. We had to go basically through every map. So, I mean, changing comps, you know, coaches are cooking, you know, and whatever they cook, we're gonna play. So it's just that simple.
It's not a risk to you guys, you think? Because the season is not that long, you know, every game matters so much.
I think there is a risk involved, but it's a calculated risk. And I think our coaches are pretty fine with taking a calculated risk.
Everyone has full belief,
Yeah.
full belief. And last question for you, the Sova, my goodness, it's been a long time, you know, a year, maybe even more at this point since we've seen the Sova. Are you comfortable with that agent? You know, I feel like some people have to sacrifice their comfortability a little bit.
I don't know, to be honest, if I'm comfortable on it a lot or not. I think I just need to get more reps in it, and I think I'll be fine. But yeah, the Sova call was kind of last-minute change, so...
How last minute?
Last minute.
Today, last minute? Yesterday, last minute?
I mean, yesterday.
Yesterday? Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Well, you couldn't tell. You couldn't tell. It's all good.
Yeah.
It's all good. Thank you so much for joining me,
Thank you.
Patisek. We'll see you next week.
Thank you.
We will be heading to a break now, but don't go anywhere because when we come back, as you can see behind me, Apex will be taking on Na'Vi.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Gotta put it in motion. This is the moment. Gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah. I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man. The trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man. They can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted. I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. won't stop.
Welcome back once again to VCT EMEA. I'm your host Yingsun. I'm joined by Billy and a special guest on the desk. Kiko, welcome. Massive congratulations. Before we get into everything, I wanted to ask you, are you aware of the fandom of Nats and Kiko cats? Are you aware of this?
I mean, I think I saw it on the broadcast once, like the cats, something like this, but that's all I saw.
Do you like it?
Yeah, I think it's pretty funny.
Yeah, you like it? Yes. Okay, we have an endorsement from Kiko. We love cats.
We do.
We love cats.
We were highlighting it last week.
Yeah.
We were highlighting it again this week. Yeah, we love the cats duo.
We love, the synergy that you and Nats always have, it feels like, especially on that defense we saw. But I have to just go straight in and ask you about the ISO. We were incredibly surprised. We didn't think you were going to change your comp so drastically. And Paddy said that the Sova dude he was on just now was decided yesterday. It was super last minute.
Yeah.
So what about the rest of this? Your ISO, how long have you had to prep this? When did you guys decide to change this comp? You can be honest.
Let's see.
You can be honest.
I mean, we had yeah, no, it was just like a last-minute decision. I think we had one crack of it. So, you know, I think I touched ISO last year, couple games.
Yeah.
Couple games of practice, same as this year basically, but I played a lot better this year compared to last year on the ISO. But, you know, it was just like a last-minute decision just because I think that I was playing well, and they wanted to put me on ISO. Let's see what even happens.
Oh, it was your choice.
Yeah, I mean, I know it wasn't my choice. It was Eva. It was Lohan's choice, and yeah, I mean, yeah, he just did us to close out, but I don't think that happened. It's whatever, to be honest.
Do you think that you guys then suffered then, having like less prep time? Because of course, coming back from Bangkok and then having to get everything sorted, new map pool as well, we were kind of highlighting that you guys have probably been hurt the most with the map changes. Do you think that that's kind of made you guys suffer in terms of prep time?
Yeah, definitely. I think that since we came back to Bangkok, we switched out a player and 2 of our best maps went. So I think that, yeah, we were pretty low on time in terms of map pool, but I think we're in a good place right now. I think we have a good direction, I would say, and I think it will be fine.
Yeah, that ascent was great. We love that. We love the ascent. Now let's talk about the next match, because we do have Apex taking on Na'Vi. They're gonna look for a bounce back after what happened last week. And Billy, maybe I'm biased, but it seems quite close. This is not as a big of a matchup you would think traditionally with an org like Na'Vi versus Apex. I think it could go either way today.
I would have to agree with you. And I don't know if I'm just like riding on the fact that Apex managed to get a map off of Team Heretics last week. Like, I think I'm on that kind of Apex wave, and I'm a tier 2 defender as well. So like, I love this org. So yeah, I think for me, coming into this, Na'Vi, they need to like flip the switch and really kind of figure out how they want to play. And Apex, in kickoff, I would have said this is an opponent that they should be beating.
Yeah, 100%, especially in this group, you know. Okay, Angel not looking so angry right now. We'll see what happens a little bit later. Kiko, you got any scrim bucks? Have you scrimmed these 2 teams at all?
Yeah, we scrimmed both of them. Apex are looking good.
Apex are looking good.
I love to hear that.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, you're really fueling, you know, our delusion almost. But I mentioned already, Angry Angel. We didn't really see Angry Angel last week, I don't think. I felt like he could have been maybe feistier. He himself tweeted, in case you guys don't know the context of this, after kickoff, he wanted to show us in stage 1 a new Na'Vi, a new Angel, specifically an angry Na'Vi and an angry Angel. So we're gonna play a little quick game of how angry can Angry Angel should be. I'm just naming it like that now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show Billy and Kiko, you guys, a couple of clips from Na'Vi's game last week. And you tell me, if you were Angel, how angry you would be. And we will have a little meter, you know, on the screen. We'll see in just a moment. So let's just kick things off with some of the comps that we saw. Now, I'm going to try and not be angry Yingsu here. I'm going to try and be as calm as possible. So, Billy, when it comes to some of the Na'Vi comps that we saw, how angry do you think Angel should be?
Refresher. Yeah, let me
and you too, Kiko, if you want to take a look at what they ran on Fracture and Split. Is this a cause for any anger?
I don't think Angel is angry, because of course he's the IGL, so I presume that he would have helped put these together, and he should have an understanding of the ideas of them. So I would say, given how they went, not super angry, but not
in the middle,
super happy either. I would say lukewarm.
What about you, Kiko?
I mean, as Joe, I think he's choosing the comps, to be honest, with the coach. I mean,
But
to be honest,
if it was you, how angry does this make you? I've never seen you angry, to be fair. Not that
I mean,
type. Yeah.
Split, I would say, because I wouldn't be playing Duelist. I guess I would be playing like Astra or something. So I guess it would be up there a bit.
Yeah? In the middle. Should we just go in the middle?
I would say in the middle.
I think in the middle is where we are. In the middle is where we are. Okay, I like that. I like that. We're starting, a little bit warm. Next, I want to show you some highlights. And I think this is one of the things that's made me incredibly happy. I'm not angry about this whatsoever, which is Koala Noob, specifically on that operator as well. Super, super, super impactful. And when your duelists are doing things like this, Kiko, there's nothing to be angry about, He's just he's contributing to this team.
Yeah, I mean, he's completely throwing. I think he's playing really good right now. I think that I don't know if I should say this, but if other players are popping off and he's playing as good as he is now, I think that can be really good.
So the rest of his teammates need to maybe reach this level.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're able to. I think that he's playing really well. So.
Yeah, I don't think that they should be able to just rely on Koala Noob. I think that the other players need to be able to perform, especially when we look at the experience of some of the players. So I think Angel is very happy.
Yeah, happy Angel. Yeah. Happy Angel. Yeah, I like where this is right now. Last but not least, again, I'm going to try and stay calm. Whew. There were some lineups that were missed from Angel himself. Now, the reason that I'm particularly angry about what we're about to see is that you cannot do this next to Shao. Sorry, but Shao is on your team. And if you play the Fade, sorry, Kiko, I'm scaring you. But if you choose to do this next to Shao, Billy, you cannot. You have to be perfect.
I can't. Yeah, let's just look on the minimap. That did miss. And it missed again.
Yeah, it's 2 rounds in a row.
It's 2 rounds in a row. He looks off to the side too. He's like, no one saw that, right? No one saw that. We saw that. We saw that, Angel.
Are you angry at this, Billy? Is this angry Angel?
I'm angry at this. He should be even more angry at this. He's supposed to be leading his team. Yeah, take it off the chart. Yeah. This is, yes.
Fully, yeah, I agree fully. He should be completely angry. Just because he's IGL, you tell your players, make sure you know your lineups for their game.
Yes.
So yeah, I hear this all the time.
Yeah.
He should be up there.
Nats has never missed a lineup, I've never seen.
I mean,
okay, would Nats ever get angry if you guys miss lineups? What's his reaction like? Is he just not bothered?
I mean, he would scold us, but he's not like the person to like sort of erupt in terms of like get super angry, but he does control it.
He'll tell you off a little bit. You can't be doing that. You can't be doing that. But for more on what we can expect from this match, let's throw this over to Mini on how to wasteland.
Hello everyone. Last week we were looking at who was going to wasteland, and luckily Mini, Boo and Floor both played a fantastic waylay, and I was able to pick out some clips from them. So we're going to look at how to wasteland, and on attack side we're going to be looking at a deep dive concept with Mini, Boo. So as you can see here, Heretic setting up for an A split on Ascent, and we're going to see nice little flash come in, refract put down, and a deep dive from Mini, Boo off of his ult. And here is beautiful because if Mini Boo got into any trouble here, he can dip out immediately. Unlike other duelists, he's able to just snap out, but he sees Governor in trouble, immediately gets the kill on him, uses the Saturate up top, makes Fluorescent look a little bit silly there, and then dies. But a beautiful round from him, able to go in deep. And I think that one thing that we need to look out for on this attack side is teams not using the Overwhelm util enough. So on that round, we can see that, Mini Boo's got the ult and able to overwhelm with a deep dive. But other teams maybe sometimes not using enough utility around the waylay, and that's the problem they're getting on the attack. But here from Heretic's beautiful. Next clip. We're going to look at defense from Floor on Icebox. And I wanted to highlight here, if we see Floor playing it today on the Icebox, look out for her going for these re-clears on A. So in this specific clip is a bit more of a trap play, we call it. So we see Governor breaking the recon for Floor, who's up on the top of pipes. So the Heretics doesn't know that she's there. And then Heretics taking the forward space, and based on that, they trigger the trap. Fluorescent goes in with this breach ult, dives deep in. Beautiful cleanup here from Floor. Perfect. Gets into a bit of trouble here, is able to refract out. So lovely couple of concepts there to look out for. The deep dive on attack, and on defense, look out for the traps and re-clears.
Thank you very much, Coach Mini. I will make sure to be looking out for those things, but we have to talk about this Koala versus Floor head-to-head. I assume when you say that Scrimbucks, that Apex is doing pretty good, that Floor's doing pretty good?
Yeah.
Yeah? How good are we talking? She frying?
Yeah, she's frying. I think like a like a 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10?
Like almost dropping 30s, you know, like every
Oh,
game.
wow. Okay, I mean, that's what we expect.
I love
really.
to hear that. I love to hear that. Yeah, but when I look at these two in particular, you know, there's a lot of similarities coming across from these two, both Canadian, both coming across to EMEA, and I think as well, both using the op a lot. We saw that a lot from Koalanoob, and we saw that a lot from Floor on Ascent the other day, so it's really, really nice to see them kind of get into the groove of things. However, I'm intrigued to see what Koalanoob is going to play today, because of course, we saw a lot of Yoru from him in kickoff, however, we only saw him play Raze last week. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how flexible he is for this team, I think. And Floor, we know she can play on anything that's required of her.
I almost don't want to see Koala on the Waylay. I think his agent pool right now, I really like it. Kiko, what are your thoughts? You know, some duelist players maybe flexing over to the Waylay and some choosing not to.
I think it's super dependent. I think that there's op duelists and there's like super aggressive entry duelists. I think that he's more of like an op duelist. I think that he's a smart player. So he's not like super aggressive, hyper aggressive and turning off his brain and just sending it. I think that he's like a smart player.
And how do you deal with some of these players, you know, being an ex-duelist? Well, current duelist, it still counts, you know, secondary duelist right now. Yeah. How do you deal with players like this that like to op, that like to be aggressive and surprise you sometimes and might be difficult on paper? So I'll start with Koala, you know, how would you deal with his opping prowess?
Just not default as much as slow, not enough slow rounds. I think we play a little bit faster, more direct, I would say. Just not dying in the default, because I think that's where as an op, you will get value. And the worst thing is when you have to play retake, which is, yeah, it's awful.
And what about Floor? Floor's a difficult one, I feel like.
Just hold for 5 seconds, see what they do, to be honest. Like, you would just see, like, honestly, if you wait 5 seconds and don't die, then you're good for the round.
Oh, and don't die? Oh, goodness. That's easier said than done. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. But Koalanoob as well, when we consider Koalanoob, how do you find switching roles? Because this is something we see from Koala. He switches, he was playing a Sage on Lotus, and then he switches back onto the Duelist. How do you find it, having to switch from like Smokes to Duelist to... Because of course they have quite different play styles, those roles.
I mean, yeah, as I said, he's like a smart player, so I don't think that duelist role kind of defines him. I think that he's you know, he can play anything, because, you know, if you're not hyper aggressive and just completely just sending it, then any role can fit you as long as you learn, to be honest. I think that's just it.
And speaking of smart players, Avova was rolling back the years, the centuries, you know, everything that he did last week. Perfection, Billy. I can't even criticize Avova right now. He's just so reliable. How many clutches was it? Almost every single one.
It was ridiculous, right? Across both of the maps, he won 3 1v1s, he won a 1v2, he won a 1v3. He's got a 56% clutch rate right now. I mean, he's in the top when it comes to the actual ratio in the league. So yeah, this man in a clutch, you don't want to be against Avova right now, especially the form that he was in, and being able to do that across all 3 maps. So yeah, I think like Avova right now, star player for me on Apex.
That lower throw was diabolical, as in a good way. As in, I love it. I love the pun. I love the pun. Now, Kiko, it feels like almost years ago that you were on Apex too, right? So watching matches like this and knowing what's at stake, because obviously there will be a spot in this league next year. They want to make champs. They want to secure it. They don't want to go back to down to Ascension. Do you still root for them? You still want them to do well?
I mean, definitely. I think... I mean, Danny's the head coach now. He was assistant coach when I was there, and I trust him. I think he's going to do magic, you know, make some magic happen. I think he's really smart as a coach, and I think he's going to, you know, bring the team up.
That's a great compliment. And I love that you have the loyalty. You're still supporting Apex. I love that. Because Apex, they're about to come back onto stage once again here in week 2. And so are Na'Vi. Both of them came out last week without a win. Bit tough and a little bit different in terms of storylines on either side. But today, they're guaranteed. One of them is guaranteed a win. And you want to be going into week 3 at least with 1 win underneath your belt. We talked about the stakes for Apex here. They want to make champs. They want to stay in this league. They don't want to go down to Ascension. But for Na'Vi, Billy, they have to reclaim that throne. It feels like it's been so long since we've seen them consistent and we've seen them as a dominant force in EMEA.
I mean, they were consistently not making international best last year.
Billy,
Not to be that person.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think as well, when we look at this head-to-head with this matchup, when we look at the actual group that they're in as well, this should be arguably both of their easiest matchup, right? It should be the one where it could go in either way. And perhaps if Apex didn't have that performance last week, maybe I would have said Na'Vi should be absolutely taking this one. It should be their easiest game throughout the whole group. So for both teams, this game really could decide who ends up going to playoffs and who doesn't.
Oh, 100%. And of course, I don't think anyone has ever underestimated Na'Vi in the history. And we're getting to a point that it's an upset. I can smell an upset. We're on the precipice of maybe Apex being able to pull something off here. But let's take a look at the map vetoes in just a moment. We do have some new maps. I know you guys kind of suffered a little bit over there on Team Liquid. But here, last week, Na'Vi decides to ban the Ascent. And they ban the Ascent again. I am lost for words.
Very many questions. I mean, Na'Vi, they played this map so much last year as well, and it's something that they looked decent on. However, last week they decided to insta-ban it. They've decided to insta-ban it again this week, which, considering Apex's performance last week on it, not a total surprise. And Apex coming in with that Fracture ban again, that's the insta-ban that they've had so far. But I think for me, if we do get to that split eventually, I'm so excited to see what the teams have cooked up, because they didn't play this in kickoff at all, either of them.
No, I'm a little bit upset though that Apex banned Icebox to go to split. We might not see that Waylay. Hasn't had the highest win percentage, but still I think Floor was tremendous on it. But let's talk about this Lotus. Kiko, I don't know how much you know about the map pools of both of these teams. Are you surprised that we're going Lotus first, or?
I'm not too sure about
No, you're not too sure? But do you remember Na'Vi's Lotus at all? They ran a wacky comp before. They had some...
It was disgusting.
What comp was it?
They were... Billy will give you a bit of a rundown here, because
honestly,
they were...
Kiko, they had a Teho, they had an Astra, they had a Vise, they had a Sage, and an Omen.
Sage?
Yeah, it was a Koala
Sage. And it was a Koala noob Sage.
No duelist?
No.
Yeah.
That might be a bit troll.
Yeah, it was a little bit, but let's take a look and see what we're going to get now this time around. And it looks like we got Hero of Raze! Sorry. Okay, there's a lot to unpack here. Billy, what do you make of this?
I was going to come to you because you're holding your head, Kiko.
Yeah, Kiko's
I'm pretty sure I remember playing against this in practice, to be honest.
Oh, did it go well?
Huh?
Did it go well? Was it fun?
Yeah, it was an interesting game for sure.
Oh,
I think
okay.
I'm pretty sure I played this. I'm not sure.
Do you have a preference in comps looking at what we have now?
I definitely prefer the Apex comp.
The meta one?
Yeah, definitely. I think that it's Teho Breach is super powerful in this map, and I think that Viper is also super strong on this map as well. I just want to see how much value Koala can get on the chamber. I think that's going to be super important. Like how deep lines he can get into the spawn. I think that, I mean, it's just dependent on the op, and yeah.
I think for me, when I look at Na'Vi, I was slating them before for running that double sentinel and not really being able to find much value out of it. You know, the way in which they were utilizing the Sage wall, they couldn't go and re-clear any space when they were on their defense, or kind of figure out where their opponents were, creating question marks across the map. So when I look at Koala Noob on the chamber, and this being their solo sentinel, that's again where I'm starting to get a little bit confused and kind of trying to figure out, you know, what is the motive behind this composition and what do Na'Vi want to do with this?
And we've never seen Floor play Yoru on Lotus either. A lot of exciting things coming into this. Thank you very much, Kiko, for joining us. And it's time for me to toss this over to your casters. Have fun with this one, Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. It's time to get into the game. Na'Vi, I understand the thought process. You lose 13-6 to a Harbor, you got to shift up the comp, but been a little while since we've seen the chamber brought out here on Lotus.
Hey, Koala Noob came in. He said, I am the best operator player in this league, so I'm going to play the agent that gets free operate. Like, all right. It's not the most complex level of gameplay that they're looking to bring in, I don't think, but I actually don't mind that. I think the last comp they had, I'll be honest, I hated it. Yeah. They had double walls, not a whole lot in terms of actual initiation. This, they brought back in the Fade. Hero's most played agent historically is actually Raze, even though maybe not at like the highest level. I don't mind it. I think there's much more potential, and if you've got to switch things up, why not go for something more aggressive? They have the players to do it, and Koala Noob, I think, has easily proven that he is someone that can go toe-to-toe with anyone in the server. Give him the weaponry to do so.
Not again seeing Na'Vi go back to the drawing board, and like you said, not looking to do anything overcomplicated. Well, looking at the split from last game, it's probably a good thing to go that route.
Nice opening by Batu through the wall. Obviously had the info from the drone, and now they've got the opening pick. Apex looking to pick up the pace towards the A site, and filling in the space is Xiao. He's isolated though, nobody close by, caught by the stun, but his smoke gives him a little bit of free space to play with, and he's ready for this backside wrap. Catching the first at least, but going down after. The spam through from Hero might just have recovered this.
And a solid reveal. I know Billy will be happy about that one. It's going to at least garner them an extra. But the spike in the meantime has gone back. In fact, it's going around the world, all the way towards that C site. The problem is, with Governor going down, they now sit with a disadvantage. Batu even trying to find a little bit back, does win the fight versus Ruxic.
Spike planted.
This is now a winnable position, even though the HP is very low for those Apex players.
A stun coming back on for Malzy, and a flash as well with low HP in the 2v2. And the utility they have, it's difficult to run the clock down. They have some reactive utility for the deep control. Batu, he was looking for someone coming through spawn, but now has a chance to dive on them. They're not going to be caught by surprise, though. Navi covering all their bases. Malzy on the walk around. He might just have caught some beautiful timing. They're still expecting him to be down below, but the shot fired a little too early. Nice connection. And it was damn close in the end. 15 HP. But it's enough for Navi to take the pistol.
Yeah, nice try, but yeah, Na'Vi will be the ones to get onto that board first. Even after a bit of a shaky start, it was just some solid utility to even things up, and then I think Angel being fairly patient, maybe realizing that they would have left somebody behind. There you go, yeah, just catching Governor in a pretty awkward position. I will say there's something we've seen before. Flashbacks to Fnatic. They have this youngster who we know is going to play the Sentinel. You put him on the Raze, it's insane. So I'm excited to see Hero play. I think putting someone like him in a more aggressive role is something that he's going to shine at. It's just whether or not that setup's there. Because I think that's what a lot of what the desk was saying, was that a lot of the supportive utility was just really messy last week from Na'Vi. And when you go close with Fnatic on a map or two, choke a victory, there's definitely still some hope there. But Apex looked great. Well, especially on Ascent, they look fantastic, so I definitely understand why it was banned.
Apex using those pistols and the numbers to their advantage. They've already managed to overrun the site.
Spike planted.
20 HP left on Hero and some support coming in from Angel, but these are opportunities that Apex are keen to capitalize on. Na'Vi, they won the pistol by a narrow margin, but by a fairly wide one. They seem to be losing the follow-up. It's only Koala Noob remaining. And as strong as he may be, up or not, this one looks like it's too far gone. Salvos online for the post plant, time already ticking, and you know there's been some recovered weapons. We can see it's fluorescent with a Vandal, and yeah, that goes exactly as you'd expect. This looked like it could have been a nice start to Navi's map pick, but Apex knocking on the door from round 2.
These are those sort of battles where you know your opponent's grouped up, and sure, you get a multi-spray down, you get your ult online, you're feeling fantastic, but instead, you take individual fights versus those 5 players rather than playing for the retake or falling back or using any of the utility you've saved up, and you end up looking incredibly foolish. For Apex, this is a great start. Obviously, being able to bounce back, retrieve a free Vandal, I think at least, and a free Guardian, and then have your extra cash to purchase back up. Well, probably couldn't be happier right now. And for Na'Vi, on your own map choice, that's a pretty severe dent.
Oh yeah, maybe as well, thinking back on the previous games they've had, that could be a dent to the confidence. A few more will be needed to knock this squad down, we know that, but certainly early days. Alarm bells are ringing. Na'Vi, obviously they've got themselves one rifle. The rest of the squad will just be playing with the pistols, and so they don't really have an ability to contest that plant. Maybe even the hope now, as the spike goes down, that there's over-aggression, or that they can slip up behind. The latter is already being put to bed by Batu. Breaking through this choke point. Well, apparently quite easy. Angels found Malzy for free, Heroes on for another, and there's some threat to this round. Has to be a recovery, and it looks like Fluorescence there for just that, with a fade out on the TP. It's a double stack on down. And that spike, very difficult for Xiao to defuse. He had a chance, but Apex, they hammer it home.
You end up just falling back. Make that one at least a little bit more costly, but ultimately, They had all the save cash from the last round where they win the second with nothing, so it's not going to do too much in terms of damage. And this is where we need to see the response from Na'Vi, and immediately you are going to get that operator onto Koala. So this is where we kind of need to see the proof of this pick, because in terms of utility, well, there you go. You got. There it is.
Great. A little bit of defense. What we love to see, so long as Koala stays alive and within range. Moving up with the operator for now, securing a lot of control, but look at the information. Fluorescent is gaining great stun. The follow-up isn't there, though. Angel still able to connect the shot. In the meantime, though, the space has been taken on B, and Avova is creeping his way into the back lines of Na'Vi. That's a danger for later on in the round. For now, he'll be trying to work space and link up with the rest of the squad. 3 players on the other side of the Viper wall waiting to break through. They're aware, though, they've spotted Avova, and now he's in a lot of trouble, surrounded by players, taken down. Malsey, though, makes this again doable. He's very low on HP, though. The Governor's going to have a lot of work cut out for him.
Already had problems because of the deep position of Koala. The stack up was available for Na'Vi, able to take so much extra space. Trap still online, so they know that if there is anybody pushing, they're coming from that cross angle. Koala's just watching to see if anybody gets aggressive. Now knows that somebody is within the site, trapped in and just somewhat waiting for the peak. Hits the timing, and now only Governor stands to face versus 3.
All missiles away.
Swing lined up as well. Governor had a real opportunity. The 3K is denied, though, by the man with, well, you've heard about the big green gun elsewhere. He's got the big green dot on his rifle, and it's landed him the round for Na'Vi. An equalization as well early on needed for this squad.
I'm not sweating at all.
Not even close.
I feel like
round win.
That's the main sort of like Na'Vi characteristic over the last couple of years is they can never make anything look easy. Other than, of course, the second half versus Liquid.
Right. That was a targeted line. I would be the target of it. Appreciate that, Tom. No need to bring that right back up into my memory, but
hey,
right,
sorry, you got to cast Cadaver win at least.
I did, and that did make me very happy.
It's just Enzo who's cast.
And hype a little bit, I think. Sorry, boys.
Oh, an immediate aggressive attack towards C, but there is a split coming from behind. Well, it's only Angel to find absolutely anything here. Xiao on the site will be decimated, and yeah, Koala's just got to save. They have put everything into this round, only had one player surviving, of course, that was him, and he gave that extra gun over to a teammate. So financially, losing this round has put them in the bin. And obviously, again, we're still talking about that extra little financial boost that was there for Apex after round number 2. They're still doing all right, and this 4-player, well, likely 4, maybe 1 less if somebody goes hunting.
That's a good spot.
Will mean that they're right back in the thick of it again.
Control for Apex early on, looking very good. Again, the real problem that they had in the previous round was all that control Koala Noob had. Like you said, Tom, Na'Vi were able to group up, make those big rotations. They were also aware of the flank up from Avova. They also managed to catch Fluorescent coming out of ult, even stunned up. I think it was Angel connecting that shot. So there were a couple of things that went right for them, and it still ended up in that, well, it was a 1v3 turned 1v1. Now we see what happens when those boxes aren't ticked early on, and it's a clean win for Apex. Again, early days, alarm bells are ringing. The scoreline may be close, but Apex are the ones that are putting rounds on the board that when you look at them, it feels like they could do it again. They're repeatable rounds. For Na'Vi, that's not the case, so I think it's a good time to sit back and think about how this map's been going so far before it gets too far out of hand.
It's been a quiet start for Brooksik, but a very, very early position in this series. Not too damning just yet, but yeah, it definitely seems like the case. If Koala's not able to get himself into a position, it doesn't seem to work out. And this round was basically just a reactive play. Like the Rolling Thunder was thrown into that C site aggressively. They try and catch them from behind, but Apex was so ready for it. And that's the sort of credit I want to give over to Apex from watching their game last week. I think they had a lot of really cool setups, a lot of like great sort of utility usage, but I feel like they were also quite adaptable, which again, when you come in as one of the teams that obviously ascended, lost 2 of your players, arguably your best players, and then had to rebuild from there, and have then since had changes, I expect it to be shaky. I think Governor had a couple of rougher maps when playing that Teo. He started off great here, so definitely some solid signs. Even Floor was a little bit quiet as well. So you get both of those players on a par. I'll be honest, like it was argued on the desk upset potential. I might even argue they come in as favorites.
I think I'd be with you. You know, looking back at some of the games that have happened already, there's question marks in my mind coming into today. A lot of those are on the side of Na'Vi for now. Let's see if they found the solution, and well, that is not how you want that one to start. Koala Noob put to bed immediately, and they're left
their only guns.
Nothing. Yeah, indeed, that was their operator. Now you're left with the scraps. Hero at least has a Guardian, but already the advantage sitting firmly with Apex to get themselves a plant, and the post-plant utility is incredibly strong. You've seen it before with the Viper, but having Governor soon-to-be set of utility alongside an ultimate online realistically shouldn't be needed in this round, but if it is, they've got that safety net to fall back on, and it's only Na'Vi who are falling at the moment, 4v2.
Last player standing.
Expectation slim to none. Maybe a bit of a confidence boost for Ruxic if he can get on the board, but he cannot. And well, speaking of Molesey's Rolling Thunder that was used not long ago, he's over halfway to getting it back, so they're doing well to just collect those ultimate orbs, but more importantly, just farm up these plays. And this is the thing, again, I'm talking about adaptability. This team being able to sort of change what they're doing. They got caught up in a round by a very aggressive push-up.
It's the only thing he can do.
There you go. It's not even, that's the thing, it's not even the prediction coming from the IGL or someone making a read on the game. It's someone who's been over in Americas, been over in Pacific, and now come to EMEA, has the read on Koala.
Yeah, that is wonderful to see. And again, yeah, for Apex, that's how it's felt. They know what's going on. And for Na'Vi, they need a very strong opening hand to a round for them to have a chance. And even then, it comes down to the wire. We need to see a turnaround for Na'Vi, and this is the round where you would see it. They said he can only do one thing. Well, if that was pushing up and holding with an op, he doesn't have that choice. Koala Noob forced down on a rifle. One away indeed from the ulti being pulled through, but he'll have to find that with by more conventional means. With a minute on the clock, it looks like he might get the opportunity. At least it did, but I see that spike slowly drifting backwards after the early space take.
Yeah, I think that's what Apex are almost going for at this stage. Like, you look at your opponents having a duelist plus chamber. You know that the concept is going to be to try and get aggressive and find some of those opening picks. So if you don't spot anything on one side of the map, you're going to be a little bit wary that you've lost space elsewhere. It does mean that if your opponents play very passively, as Na'Vi are right now, you are going to burn the clock quite low, looking for this aggression. And they've ended up finding it. The door opening, attempting to try and surround. Batu, it's huge though from Hero. That double drops the spike. They even had the cross coming through with the ultimate, so a problem, that Armageddon. Spike is going to be stolen. Not going to be able to be blocked. Fluorescent has done well. Koala is struggling at the moment, eliminated within that A site solo. And somehow this now comes down to a chance again for Apex.
Tom, they were being played like a fiddle. Realistically, that B push saved the day. Xiao finding the pick outside C, got rid of a big danger, but still, the danger is lurking. Avova's being the standout player for Apex in so many of these moments, and you talk about clutches. He is someone that's going to win his and shut yours down. A chance for Na'Vi that's slowly fading away. They seem to have seized the day in this round, but instead, it was falling back into Apex's hands. Now it's Avova who has to make good on his promise, and he will not find the clutch this time. Na'Vi in with a defuse and a much-needed round win.
Yeah, again though, that comes down to two big individual plays. One of them is obviously that double that came through from Hero at the beginning. Like, the timing couldn't be any better. Your opponent has a stun out. But then the biggest is Xiao. Like, having a read that Fluorescent was still on the other side of that Cosmic Divide, otherwise you're getting backstabbed. And then having a read that the other player has also gone around to backstab you through the same Cosmic Divide. That's just Xiao having a solid read in this round. Talk about recreatable rounds, maybe not so much, but hopefully for Na'Vi, that can be the sort of igniter. And more importantly, we always talk about if you can get like a decent amount of rounds on that defensive side and go into attack, you're not going to mind too much how you do it.
And even, I'll say those were the second and third big plays from Xiao. Him catching the lurk outside C as well. If that corner isn't cleared, if he rotates more passively, this round falls apart as they are able to embed someone in the back lines. Apex They had their opportunities, they didn't connect them, but the credits are sitting pretty, even after an investment right here. That jump peak saves
the bait.
Well, it saved the round, perhaps. Certainly saved the opening pick. Koala, though, will be resetting, and he's on his way to the C site.
Yeah, they jump one side, peek the other to give Batu a chance, expecting that aggression. There goes the tour de force. Offline for at least a few seconds. There has, however, been a response with the Nightfall. That would delay them a little bit. You lose your sound, you lose some of your health. You're not really going to be wanting to try and blitz in. Thing is, though, after expending utility that direction, it's left a pretty hefty opening. With a showstopper online for Hero, I wouldn't mind just seeing a retake play from Na'Vi. They are very quickly hightailing it over towards this A site, though.
You've seen salvos go down now. Na'Vi should know their
30 seconds left.
Window should have closed in terms of taking the site control. I see the smoke down on the right, and there it is. The Viper's Pit in place, safely deployed. Good spam, but the return is there right away. And the problem will be rooting these players from that position. Showstopper, one of the best chances they have, and it's fired in blindly, not landing, not finding its mark. And this is the thing, there is no need for Batu to take any of these fights, especially in Tree. You know your back is secure, and there's plenty of friendlies to take that fight up front. Apex are shredding them. And well, if you want to counter to that big old gun, having to fight through a pit is going to make it pretty difficult to use the tour de force. Koala almost falls on his way back and knows he has to fight to keep that weapon, a fight he does not win. And Apex, they maintain their lead, extending up to a two-man gap.
Ah, for sure. It is 5-3 in the lead. Again, I think it's the mid-rounding that just looks better from them at this stage. Realizing after the Nightfall goes through over on that C site that, okay, we have lost a huge amount of ground here. It's not worth just sprinting into the site and re-hitting it. Let's go all the way back around to the other side of the map. And yeah, there hasn't been a lot of resistance on it. I think the only round was obviously the pistol and then the retake that we had basically from Xiao. Other than that, it has been a very, very comfortable take of that A site. And one man that we sort of highlighted the agent choice, an agent that allows him to, especially on defense, should allow him to pick up quite a lot of numbers. Koala's been having a really rough time.
It's been a good read from Apex as well. A couple times now you've seen Koala group with the team. That means that your flank protection, your player that's usually holding that choke point alone, isn't there anymore. Barely making it around the corner against those classics. They didn't expect Na'Vi to go quite so gung-ho into the angles, but it's worked out wonderfully for Apex anyways. A 3v1, Xiao the last man standing, and a guaranteed plant and an orb to be claimed. This will be 6 rounds unless there's a big play from Xiao. From there already, big numbers on that attacking side with no signs of slowing. A full buy for Na'Vi in the next, but when you look at ult economy, which is something that I would say they almost need, you certainly want to have on your side at this stage of the game, there's nothing to fall back on. They're going to have to do it with their rifles. Again, we fall back to Xiao in this 1v3, but it looks incredibly unlikely.
Well, they're also just so patient. Are they not overfacing, not taking risks? The post plant normally also has those salvos available. This time doesn't, but it's basically just, okay, let's make sure that Xiao doesn't even get an opportunity. Apex looking like a well-oiled machine the second they get that plant down. And again, like you look at the composition that is there for Na'Vi, they actually do have quite a good comp for disrupting a team from getting into those post plants. They just haven't. Like, they've been losing pretty much, I would say, almost every opening duel, at least most of them. I think, again, you talk about Koala, like, he has been countered, he's been caught every single time that they've attempted these sort of plays. And I think also just, I want to talk about basics. Trading, I think Apex have been so much better.
100%. The fundamentals just look better on their side, and that might not be a map-specific thing, especially with this being Navi's choice. You have to wonder what awaits us when we move to Haven for Apex. Already gotten rid of some of that early aggression, or some of the danger of it, I should say, with Fluorescent so aggressively pushed up. Na'Vi fill in the space after, but it's nothing but dubs for their side. Every fight going their way. And the spike left in the dirt. Apex wanted that robo control. About it in an unusual way, still being in that choke point by the time Na'Vi pushed through. Despite having Fluorescent up so far, and it looks like they're paying the price with this round set to fall into the hands of Na'Vi.
1-2 punch of Angel and Rooksik should get the job done, unless the jiggle's just off timing. And well, it was almost there for a second, I believed, but 3 players alive, definitely the cleanest round I think we've seen from Na'Vi so far, and I don't mind it. Like, it is, again, it's something, just a call. Like, okay, let's 4-player push up, let's go for those clears, let's take the early fights. Hero doing well in those battles, and that said, I had high expectations of him on the Raze. I think he's been decent. I think we've seen why they're happy to put him over on that duelist rather than having that additional sentinel. Also, we're very happy to play the retake over on the other side of the map, just leaving Xiao there to basically try and play 1 pick and then having the trap to hold on to B. That's more of the stuff I actually kind of want to see from Na'Vi, because I think that's sort of the thing that's been odd, is like you go back to FPX, you go back to even old Na'Vi teams, and they would run some comps that are outside the meta. But you could always see the idea, you could always see the synergy, and you could always see how they could make those crazy ideas work. I think in the last maybe 6 months to a year, that's not been the case. Either they played default stuff and just not as well as everybody else, or like the last time they played Lotus, they played wacky stuff and you couldn't find where it was supposed to work. This comp, I can see it. It's just been very hit and miss.
Yeah, and I think, you know, looking at the default comp perspective as well, like it's not something that you can't do. It's just that you have to do it perfectly. If everyone comes in knowing your objectives, your strengths, your weaknesses, how your comp works and breeds on the map, then your fundamentals have to be perfect, and you better execute it without any errors. And once the errors are there, people will quickly recognize what they are and how to exploit them, because they've seen it a million times. That's what you study, are those basics. And for Na'Vi, you say, you know, they'll come through sometimes and try something new, but then you almost wish it was back to basics at those times. So see how this goes. So far, it's been around for Na'Vi, 2 for Apex. The pattern has been there quite a while. We'll see if they can break it. Bring into the close of the half. 6-6 still possible. Deep Yoru ult, and they will fall back from the C site completely. A free plant. And this is the thing, for Apex, if that plant goes down, it is so difficult to take that round. So much time is taken off the clock just by the utility in play. They'll instead try to get ahead of it, trap these players on the site, and fight them here and now before they can retreat, but that doesn't seem to be going well. A dominant performance from Apex, and in a 2v4 now, what's the decision? You could see a world where they go and save, but still pushing forward.
Poison all going down. It is the call to leave. Definitely a moment or two where I didn't mind, again, Na'Vi trying to get ahead of the play, trying to get back into the site, but it definitely seemed like more of a raw push attempted. I think a paint shell thrown into that backline. Just, as I said, once the plant goes down, it seems like there's going to be a solid hold. Malzy attempting to try and hunt that down. I'll also say as well, like, Na'Vi got rid of, in my mind, the one massive danger, which was, if you got rid of Governor, that was the Armageddon gone, because he got it online from the death.
Yeah.
Didn't seem to matter in the end.
The other thing is Malzy's the guy going aggressive. Yeah, he's 13-6 at the time, so he thinks, sure, I can go take him down, rob him of a few weapons, but more importantly, that death, had he gotten a pick first, that put him 1 away from a Rolling Thunder. So now big ultimates with a little bit of ground take, with an orb seized, you can have not only Governor, but Malzy online with their ultimates as well. Now that's going to be a terrifying prospect to play against. A technical pause in here for just before the final round of the half. It might even give the players a moment to take a breath, take a breather. For Na'Vi, they certainly need it. It has been a feast of breadcrumbs for this squad. 1 round scattered throughout a sea of Apex victories. If they close this out 8-4 as well, Tom. I mean, I know it's a different composition than last time, but Na'Vi looked a lot worse on the attack against KC before. But with the comp they had, they should have.
I'm not so worried about that because you didn't actually have real initiator utility. Like, you had no duelist in the last comp, and they didn't have the Fade. They only had Teo, so it meant that they had a singular drone to get them info. So, well, actually, and the Vice Flash, yes. They had the Vice Flash for attack info. Yeah, so I think this composition definitely works. Honestly, like, although I think if you looked at this half as a whole, if it ends 7-5, I think Na'Vi are fine. Like, it's very much workable. I think they'll still have this sort of lurking Koala just to basically stop them from getting aggressive. He can still buy the operator and basically hold down sections of the map. It's not impossible. It's just the manner in which a lot of these rounds have gone. Like, you're talking about, okay, the Hero got a multi-frag this round. Okay, they had a really aggressive defensive side round, but the actual holds have looked weak, and their retakes have not looked good either. So I'm thinking they need that 5th. And then you even consider if they'd won the second round, we could be talking about them being level at this stage, which doesn't feel just when you look at the half has gone.
I mean, but if you look back at that, sure, like the pistol was a gap of 15 HP. The next round that Na'Vi won was a 1v3 that was flipped into a 1v1 and needed Koala Noob to hit one of his 3 shots that he's landed this half.
That was
so.
needed.
No, it wasn't, but it still happened. And I think especially looking at Koala, this is a player that has been the standout for Na'Vi. Yes. And of course, the duelist here, the Rays in particular, somewhere that he has had all that success, goes to Hero, so different role in how they're playing.
And the self-proclaimed best operator player.
Well, that's where it gets a little, just a little salt in the wound on that one. But it is, I think for Apex, like it feels like they've got full control, and that if we are to go down and look back at rounds and go, well, what if that went the other way? Most of those rounds that I think of as being on a knife's edge would be the ones that landed in Navi's camp anyway. So this seems like they've got 4 that they've barely managed to claim, scattering them throughout, no consecutive wins. And also 4 that if we ran the end of those rounds back again, not sure that they'd win all 4 of them. Maybe I'd give them 2.
I'll have to wait and see if they can claim that final round of the half. Operator back into the hands of Koala. One off a showstopper as well for Hero. It's not the worst case scenario. Buying a throwaway Odin. That's a... I'm not sure, does that make you happy or sad?
No,
happy that they buy it, but then they have to throw it away?
It makes me happy because it means that they're acknowledging the power of it, but it's a financial issue. You know, like it's a great piece of utility, but maybe they're not confident on using it to entry. That's really on them. A little aggression from Na'Vi that we've seen before, and Apex already on that learning curve that they've stepped back, they've conceded that space. Last time Na'Vi went for this hard A push with lots of players outside A, Apex ran into it and got destroyed. That shot from Koala Noob a little early, and it's not going to find its mark. Of course, he risked being caught by that drone if he stuck around, so he had to TP out. That's why he just fired the shot, just in case someone rounded the corner.
They've done really well with the drone as well. Like, the amount of times that he's been in aggressive position has been completely caught out. Still, though, the defense have full coverage. 45 seconds left. B has the trap. You also have the operator still facing in that direction, and while the Rolling Thunder is going to be utilized, but as you said, this is all a ruse, and in fact, it's worked perfectly. We've seen Ruxic TP to the other side of the map. Showstopper is going to be popped, though. It's an attempt to try and dance out of there for Hero, but although he goes down, that's actually not bad. He has bought extra time.
It felt like this was the best opportunity for Na'Vi with a conventional A, hold a player up on Ruppel. They had in fact, the showstopper, obviously, they had a huge chance to catch that A push, but they second-guessed themselves. And of course, with the Rolling Thunder on C, you expect that they're committing. Batu's being caught. Na'Vi on this slow walk, the train arriving on the A site, and Apex in trouble. Armageddon put into play. It forces Ruxic forward. Angel goes back. They're not on the same page, and they'll pay the price for it with inefficient trades. The salvos were there as well, just to make it turn from bad to worse, keeping them on the other side of the smoke of Ova with another, but he's still got 2 more to pick up. They're dancing through that smoke of Ova, takes Koala Noob. That was so desperately close, but in the end, enough time on the clock for Na'Vi to push up to 5. It's nowhere near as bad as it could have been coming out of that defensive half.
Yeah, it's not a clean round, but it is a round nonetheless. And yeah, going into it with 5 defensive rounds, I think they'll take that one. Nonetheless, we're going to have to wait and see what they can pull off going into that second half.
Welcome back, folks. 7-5. It's been a bit of back and forth. Despite Na'Vi being off to a bit of a shaky start, they've managed to scrounge together enough rounds to make this look doable moving on to the attack. An attack where previously they won 1 out of 7 rounds up against KC in kickoff. But again, with this composition, I don't foresee them having as much trouble. But with the performance so far, Tom, there's definitely some problems lurking in the darkness. We'll see if they come to light for Na'Vi or if this can be a return to form here on the attack side.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I think when you had that sort of 4-player aggressive take on the defense, it looked a lot better than anything else they were doing. So that's kind of the expectation here, is that you will have these group ups of 4 and then leaving Koala hold on to positions. For now, though, they're actually going to aggressively fight forward. It's not the worst start, but Governor able to get to a good stun coming out of the Apex side of Over, realizing that this is not worth fighting anymore. You already have the player advantage and just wanting to try and retreat.
Yeah, it was definitely the right call there. I don't doubt Avova that much in duels, but there's no point in risking it around Mound. You've already got that advantage, and you can put a smoke down, and you can see the effect it has. Na'Vi stopped completely in their tracks around Mound.
I think there's a magnet on Koala where the Jarge is like, I'm gonna get you. Like just following him around the map. I think he's had to shoot it every single round. Governor really is in his head.
Fluorescent, nicely done. The blast pack in from Hero, but Fluorescent didn't take the bait. Dealing with the problem of Xiao first, and wow, that's enough flashes. That's not something that Na'Vi could have imagined in the last time they played this map.
The thing I love that is we have the POV of Governor shooting there. I only realized it afterwards. It's like pew 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 pew, and then Fluorescent's killing everyone. Like, yeah, I got them all. I got them. Oh, why didn't my kills go up?
Our upper's dead, buddy. Lock in.
Well, it doesn't matter. They're locked in nonetheless. Apex with a pistol under their belt. But hey, Na'Vi saw the exact same fate. They found a pistol, but then they lost the follow-up. Perhaps they can look for the same success. Now, I think Apex are not giving up A main in quite the same way that their opponents were, looking to battle for it a bit more, a bit much perhaps from Fluorescent, but that's because the gate crash was online. Got their info early that there's players outside A, but they seem to think that it could be a bit of a fake, a bit of a maneuver from the Na'Vi squad. They might even be right.
The thing is, there's so little to play with in this round. I also say that the way that that second round was lost in the first half was maybe some of the Na'Vi players slightly overfacing. I don't think we've really witnessed that at all from Apex. They've been looking much more synergized in terms of their play, and there we go again. I'm telling you, the drone is tracking only Koala. Set to the wrong sort of animal.
Well, I think as well, though, you know, he's the guy that's always going to be holding that gap of space, an absence of info, and of course that's where you send your drone in. The problem is, because they saw him, that they think that it could still be that A hit. You've seen Viper rotate over just in case, knowing that there was just one, but with the wall still available, and the information coming at a much heavier cost than I thought it would. Governor's being eliminated immediately, and now this is fairly similar to what we saw from Na'Vi. One player on the site can't afford to be isolated, but does delay them slightly with the util. Na'Vi, 15 seconds left. The spike is coming out the door. Where's the spike going? If they picked it off, that could be the round done and dusted, but instead, Na'Vi walks straight into an open B. It's a risky play, but it seems to have worked out.
Also with the pistols, the B site is so much better for them. They can get in these close range angles. They can play that post plant nicely, although not having a mass amount of utility. The boom bot, a paranoia is not bad. Trap yet to be utilized, but not wanting to give away the positions. Everything here comes down to that time. A chance for Hero to find some damage, but not expecting the second player to be here. Koala as well, still having a bullet or two left, but already somebody on the diffusal. They need to get in there, and soon, and it's not going to be soon enough. What could have been a dangerous round. Of course, I'm watching Angel go for a knife. I'm going to assume he ran out of bullets.
Yeah, probably. Well, they were spamming a bit. I mean, it's possible, just unlikely. 9-5. Apex do well to find that, but that was actually quite nice from Na'Vi. Just pure chaos, the way they play the A main, go back to C, go back to A, and then route their way into tree And with 15 seconds left, open the door and run back to the B site. Again, huge risk, and it didn't work out in the end, but you can see the idea, and you can see that had Apex have chosen different routes back into the site,
Plant and 2 kills?
Yeah.
With just classics, that's not bad.
It's better than the expectation coming into the round, so
100%.
yeah, they've done a good job. Problem is, 4 rounds behind, and if they don't win this round, then all that good work goes out the window.
Yeah, especially with the weaknesses here and there. Governor going to be left on just the pistol. In fact, doesn't even have any shields alongside it. Really is saving for a rainy day, and this is where the rifles fully online. The one interesting thing is if this comes to a late round, maybe a post-plant, that Dimensional Drift is available for Fluorescent. The chance for her to get her team the info if they're in a winnable spot. I don't think you're going to see that ultimate thrown in just for fun. But with how much aggression she's already got on the A site and the look that it's going to be a C site hit, the 2 players there are going to have to do a lot of work, although the snakebite timing has maybe made probably second-guess things a little. Maybe it should. There's quite a few players here now.
They've picked up the first, not ready for Governor perhaps, but Hero is on the ball. They're not spotting Avova though. The double kill has put Apex in a decent spot considering the round that they're in. An Outlaw in play, but everyone's 150 full shields. And, well, the weapon not reloaded on the peak is probably the biggest issue of all. Fluorescent, well, now it comes down to tidying up. It's housekeeping. Can they pick up 1 or 2 extra kills? The round looks quite difficult to find, and indeed they've got a beautiful little stack up. The flash will not catch them either. 2 players in water hiding behind the walls, very aware of what was about to come around that corner.
Yeah, decent. Decent from the side of Na'Vi. Because as I said, a lot of those rounds have been messy even towards the end. I was looking at Fluorescent, who's currently 16-9, going up into a 1v3, and there was still a part of me that thought that maybe she could take it over the line. But this is the thing. They are now going to go in with full rifles, Dimensional Drift still available, not utilized in the last round, and a chance to put Na'Vi onto their backside with not a whole lot of extra left to play with. An aggressive stance as well, running full sprint all the way up. The problem is, to do that with 3 players and still have a player on B, you don't have that traditional sentinel. Means the A site is quite open.
There. Pressure applied there early, but now players making it to the door. That wall's soon to fall. That's going to open up a window for them, and it's free. Angel caught off guard. The ultimate by Fluorescent used to more or less keep herself alive and confirm that information. At least 2 spotted. Good idea about the extra. Great stun. Not such a great follow-up, though. Na'Vi. Oh, that's a heaven sent of a round for them. We're back into winnable territory. 1 picked off on the cross, though. Rooksik, 11 HP, and Hero on 66. But he lands a headshot that turns the tide right back in their favor. Showstopper already online before that kill. And now, well, that will be a beautiful safety net, maybe even used here just to close it out. This is Avova, after all.
Stopper popped immediately. This is just for time. Just to try and bait the opponent, and he's just going to go jumping straight through. Okay, it needed to be incredibly quick reactions from Avova to get that one, but a solid round from Hero. As I said, I think whatever expectations you had from Na'Vi coming into the map, seeing him on a duelist, I was always thinking there would be big things. 2nd top fragger in the server at the moment, 2nd only to Fluorescent, which I think that's acceptable when you've been playing Sentinel for about a year.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. Good shit.
It's good to see that Koala's still in high spirits. I think that is the thing I really like about Koala, is even if he is not having the best of games, it still seems like you'll cut to the cams and the vibes are still there. That's something he's brought over from Americas, I feel. I don't know if the EMEA guys are quite as positive. And well, clearly you need to pump up Hero more if he's going to be doing stuff like that.
Yeah, keep it up, whatever just happened. That is a wonderful opening. Blast pack into just a dry swing on Governor, who has no idea what's coming. Weaker weapons indeed, and, well, they had no chance in that duel, as we can say for Fluorescent and Avova. A quick shutdown on the redirect to the C site. Na'Vi find themselves walking into an open site. Well, depending on how quickly they get there, Batu has rotated in. The last remaining player for Apex in this round. Claiming this would be something he looks back on for many years to come, but an in-zone flawless in the stars for Na'Vi. 1 round behind now. Very nicely recovered from this squad, who seemed to just be clawing for any foothold in that first half. Now they very much got their act together.
Yeah, seems like put the guy from the Turkish league back on duelist. Good strat.
Not bad.
Good strat.
Not bad. Top fragging now.
Took that one straight out of the Fnatic handbook. Funnily enough, their opponents also did it for a game with Batu, so we've seen this one before. But no, Hero's having a fantastic game. Batu's just spotted a sneaky Ruxic, maybe trying to get into the backline or at least trying to sell the idea. This is a ruse, by the way. Hero, who has been the star of the show the last couple of rounds, is tempting to try and sell the idea of a fake. You have to bear in mind, though, Fluorescent is waiting and watching. Well, that immediate pickoff. The problem now is that the fake has done better than the take.
Drone is down.
I mean, little do they know, the take actually worked wonderfully. You sacrifice a player and that whole half of the map is wide open, but you'd be foolish to go running in as if that were the case. They don't know that the gate crash was used towards the C site. They don't know that only now has that op rotated back into the A site. So they've taken their time waiting for opportunities. Those opportunities never came. So they step up. I will say, risky to shift walk up in this space where they know there was an op before, and with Governor waiting eagerly for Heroes roundabouts, there will be no flank. It all comes down to the site take, and it looks like they're moving towards B. It probably better to avoid the operator.
30 seconds left.
Let's see if they have a better time against Batu.
Batu seems well aware of this potential. It's whether or not they could maybe spot an angle from above. Missed shot. That was an opportunity, and now with the remaining players still having that Armageddon online, this is a seemingly an easy setup. Not even going to use it. Salvo's attempted to at least try and chunk a bit of damage. I believe that Xiao did take a slight hit, and then the patience from Fluorescent has put Na'Vi back into a horrible position. But here comes Xiao. He's been a little bit quiet, tried his best to bring that round back. But it's not going to be the case. Apex will hit Tem first. But luckily for Na'Vi, they kept those last few rounds relatively clean, Mitch, so they'll buy.
Yeah, at least able to afford an investment out of this, and certainly not lost yet. That's just one little hiccup, but they managed to put 3 rounds in a row on the board. A repeat of that would be wonderful, and that's exactly what they're going to come in looking for, calling a timeout here to touch base with Happy, with their coaching staff. See if they can find an easy solution to some of these problems. But here on the attack, it hasn't looked that terrible. I think the fact that Fluorescent finds an opening pick and is able to escape out is just the nature of that operator and that Yoru. And the fact that they move back towards A after the plant, and that's where Angel gets caught out, isn't ideal either. Those 2 op shots landing, I think, made the difference in this round, and especially with a big performance by Xiao on the site. There's definitely some hope to draw from that. In the first half, I was certain this was going to look a lot more dominant, just because of how strong Apex were playing, and now honestly it felt like Na'Vi were getting a little lucky in some of the rounds they were winning. This time, I don't think that's the case. They've earned that early contention in the half, but they still have to make up for that gap in rounds from the first.
Yeah, and it's also now, I don't mind the pause here, coming in from Happy, an attempt to talk through with the squad. Like you said, the deep playing operator, it kind of sold the, like the whole idea was to basically try and push all of these players over to the C site. But when you have that operator from Fluorescent, she can hold across so many different angles that just mean that you have to either be very pacey with it or you still have to use utility. So I can't expect that we're going to see those same sort of ruses attempted by the side of Na'Vi. And then coming into this round, a couple of ultimates incredibly close being online. Again, we're going to see this aggressive push up, an immediate usage of that Armageddon, trying to force them into the hands of Avova, and that's exactly what they've done. Angel's not going to survive it. It all hinged on a kill coming out from Hero. Xiao has at least got rid of Fluorescent, though. The trap for them when they went back has been dealt with.
I love how optimistic Angel is that maybe they wouldn't have put the ult all the way into the corner.
You don't have anywhere else to go at that point.
Yeah, it was run into the choke point with the spike was an opportunity, but yeah, they might have been a bit more annoyed if you had done that. At least it's retrievable and found by Na'Vi with a slow shift up. Clearly Apex not expecting them to still commit to this angle, and Avova's the one to find the info, at least gets a paranoia out of them. So somewhat less utility for Na'Vi to work with, but post-plant Astra can still do quite a lot.
plan is here. So you have that Cosmic Divide available.
You are divided.
And that is going to be used. Trying to keep a couple of pockets of space. Try and use that surprise element. Could make things that little bit more awkward. Obviously that time is already ticking and Koala's been forced off the angle back into the salvos. In fact, he's going to go down to a snake bite. It's pure utility. Xiao looks for a gap but instead is found by an opponent. Although that time is ticking, Rooksik can only get one. Solid trading, but more importantly, solid utility usage from the side of Apex. I think it was 2 kills in that round came back off an ult and off just util alone.
Yeah, they've done really well. Batu in particular, I know it's easy when he picks up the 3K, but the way that he does it, that choke point was being watched. They had Xiao hiding inside, waiting for the steps to be made. Yeah. Well, that one was doomed from the start. But the snake bite, I didn't realize he was that low. Not ideal, hidden inside the smoke. It's like a trap.
That was the thing. They forced him into that position because of where the salvo was and because where other utility was thrown, and then he just steps back into it. So a bit of an error, but also there wasn't really any space that Koala could go back into. Viper's Pit immediately utilized outside of C. Now they do have the Nightfall and the Showstopper. So if they wanted to clear this, they could. It seems like the plan instead maybe to go back towards B.
Nightfall can be very effective here as well if they decide to deploy it. Looks like just a straight push in with the Showstopper. Hero chasing them down. Stuns caught him. Governor's not gone terribly far, but I think he'll be safe there. Depends how deep Hero put that shot, and indeed he's lost a lot of HP, but survives on 50.
Blocking vision.
Good start. Look at this late lurk by Xiao. They're already retaking control towards the broken door. If Xiao can creep up, I think he'll be a little late though. Apex moving somewhat quicker than their opponents might expect them back into this retake.
The thing is they've got like a double lurk, an aggressive play. Hero ends up taking out his IGL, removing him from position, but it's fine. Ends up trading out those remaining spots, and I actually really like that post plant from Na'Vi. I think the fact that they don't just sit back and allow their opponents to retake, they leave Koala deep towards B main, they leave another player out towards A main, wrapping him behind, but they realize, okay, if we just stay on the site, we can still be surrounded from all the other angles, so they use that Nightfall in towards their opponent's spawn, and that's where they end up finding the value. Sure, might look a little bit silly, but I think, again, it's just Angel trying to be as disruptive as possible and give his teammates a good opportunity.
Yeah, I was worried that would be the first domino. I mean, he was a bullet away from taking down Governor, so fair play for just standing in it. Took one for the team. Now opens up onto Fluorescent. You have to note that Apex don't have a lot invested into this round. That gap between them and Na'Vi likely to close in. We've seen them juggle the weapons right back. Weapon that was dropped will be at least kept, or rather stolen, I suppose, by Na'Vi. No way for Apex to claim that back without a very deep push indeed. Already down to a 3 versus 5. 2 players on the B site, but not going to be close enough to cause any damage. And you can see the respect they give that orb, just scared a snakebite would come in and steal the round away. With Batu's utility so far, I think that's a fair risk assessment.
Well, it's also that you run through a poison orb, and on the other side, someone has an SMG, even a pistol, a shotgun. Like it can be incredibly rough. Governor at least managed to find one. The salvos will give him a 1v1 fight, but wasn't expecting Xiao to be that far forward. And with the spike now making its way to the back of site, don't really see any real opportunities. Of course, Batu with a gun in hand. They had 2 for this round. One of them was Fluorescent dying within the first 5 seconds or so, just attempting something incredibly aggressive.
They're going to look for the other weapon.
Yeah, I think that has been juggled very far away, but Mosey doesn't really have anything to lose.
Where's that rifle? Yeah, I think he's so stunned. Like, where did it go? It fell through the floor? Call a pause.
I like the idea that
just juggled it back.
Fluorescent is going, no, that's where I went down. That's right there, right there.
You open?
And then Mosey's going, it's not here. Not here. Where? Right there. Look again. Look again.
Oh, I like the stun. Trying to keep them contained. Oh, there's the rifle, but no chance to run away.
Boom.
The spike will claim him. And an assist for Chamber as well. Koala will be happy with that little stat padding. 1 round between them. Na'Vi, they really came in on shaky foundations. That first half, it looked like it could have went either way. And if it went the other way, it would have been Apex already closing this out. But now, 1 round behind, and the attack side looking good. That's 5 out of 7 rounds have gone their way, and I don't think there's been anything like insane that we look at and go, oh, there's no way they could do that again. They've got a very well-rounded attack side on display, and it's Apex stalling out. They've called a timeout to hopefully pull them out of this tailspin.
Yeah, I think Koala's had a decent resurgence. Like I said, it'll be about those lurks and holding down any aggression that can be thrown through. And you kind of have that expectation when your opponent is running this Breach, Teo, Yoru. You want to try and have set plays. You have all the pieces to get yourself information and then set up into something. Well, if your opponent is holding angles with an operator, you can't do that as much. You have to know exactly where they are. And well, so far, I think Koala's been quite dynamic. The other factor has to be, though, that it does seem like, well, Hero, Xiao, Angel have all been having a solid game. Hero especially. As I said, it's been quite a while since we've really expected this guy to be playing a duelist, but it's good to see that it doesn't look like there's any rust there whatsoever. Up there, top fragger within the server, and I guess the main sort of difference here, and probably one of the reasons why Apex have timed this pause so well, is they come in with 3 ultimates. 2 of them can be combined together, especially alongside those salvos. So I have high expectation that Apex are not just going to be sitting back this round.
Well, it's good to see Heroes manage to shake off that rust coming into round 22. Let's see if Navi can paint the scoreboard red with another. It's Hero lighting up the kill feed, and Malzy again, same position as before. He's able to somehow around A main, attack or defensive side. They lose opening duels. It looks like it's slipping away, and he's the one to step up and put that performance through. Got his Rolling Thunder as a result, but also went down. So that'll be for a future round. 3v3, and the pressure onto Fluorescent, not with an operator either. So those headshots might be necessary as they cross out, and it's a clean opener.
She's done her job. Just needed to get the pick and get out of there. Good opportunity still for a post plant, and HP already low. I feel like there was a temptation from Koala to attempt to get a little bit more aggressive here. Dimensional Drift is going to give them every single piece of information they could ever need, and actually they're walking towards Avova. This could be perfect. Has that paranoia, immediate usage of the utility, and all going to try and go for the knife. Doesn't quite manage to get that pick though. Still standing as Ruxic, trying to dance within the smoke, so will not survive any longer. Again, solid support utility. Apex now 1 round away from taking their opponent's map choice and going over to Haven.
Yeah, no matter what you can say, Navi, they look a whole lot better. The work they've put in, the rethinking of how they approach this map, even just from the get-go in terms of the agent comp that they've brought to bear, it looks so much better than it did before.
The problem though is...
Not sure what that was.
I think, I have a feeling the governor thought Fluorescent got that knife and has got a little bit overexcited, but I appreciate the support governor gives to his teammate Fluorescent again. Maybe a little bit unlucky not to get to the re-swing. Definitely feeling confident in her ability. Well, maybe a little bit too confident. Even still though, Hero lost, Xiao trades. It's back to a 3v3. Spike on the B site, but you have to bear in mind that they're taking their time. Cosmic Divide utilized once again just to make sure they can get safely into that post. Oh, maybe not.
Again, man, Malzy's had a great game.
That's Angel
such high
through a
impact
Cosmic
kills.
Divide.
Yeah, it is. It's not fantastic as the strategy goes, but this is the Brimstone main that's known for just the same kind of play. Ruxic is in a smoke. They haven't seen him, but they are shredding him. The knife attempt again. This time it's Batu, and it's the utility to claim the kill. Ruxic last alive, and the spams give him away. A clean response from Apex, 13 to 10. This was their opponent's map pick, and they came in looking strong. A resurgence from Navi in the second, but not quite enough. They'll need the reverse sweep, starting on Haven, starting on Apex's map pick, and starting after the break.
Oh, I have player cards now. Bro, it's been 4 years. I finally got player cards.
Oh yeah, me too. Bro, look at my card. Look at my card.
Yo, Batu.
How do I like, bro?
freaky today a bit, you know.
What you?
Red Bull gives you wings.
What a fantastic start for Apex. They're on the board 1-0 against Na'Vi in this best of 3. I am your host, Yings, and I'm back here with Minnie and Billy. It got a little bit dicey towards the end there, but Billy, Apex have managed to close it out. It's feeling like an upset.
On Navi's map pick as well, nonetheless. So yeah, it's a little bit concerning for Na'Vi, but I kind of wanted to talk about the comps as well before we even dive into the overarching things about what happened. I know that I said I didn't like Navi's Lotus before, but when I look at this now, I don't think that they found the exact value that they were looking for starting on that defense. I was expecting them to fight for A Rubble a lot more. You know, they have the perfect amount of utility to be able to do that with the Raze, with the Fade, an Astra Star, an Omen Blind, whatever it may be. And I think it was round 10 where we actually finally see Na'Vi finding success in being able to fight for that A Rubble control. So yeah, I mean, I still have questions about this composition. Yeah, still not entirely sure.
Yeah, I think if you contrast the Apex comp to the Na'Vi comp, the Apex comp is the strong meta, and then on the Na'Vi side, it's like they're relying on a chamber, and the chamber didn't really hit, to be honest with you.
We were all shocked, right? Because it was Hero on the Raze, and then you put Koala on the chamber. Was that the difference? Do you think
Hero had a decent game. It seemed to be going well. I just frame it more like you think about all the strong agents right now in the meta, and there's none of them really on Na'Vi's composition.
That's so Na'Vi, right? Na'Vi always do this. They always, for some reason, they don't want to lean into the meta right now. But Apex, they took full advantage of this. We actually saw that in the game. So take a look, another look even, at Governor and Rova and T-Stratting Koala Noob.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably on A somewhere, guys. Don't worry. Oh, they have an up. They're probably going to be in some sort of 4-1 Okay, or he might go aggro. Good job. I knew it! It's the only thing he can do.
Mini, Governor had the read there.
Yeah, and that's not even really anti-strat because there's no footage on it. It's just understanding how this chamber's going to play, and it seemed to work. Like, Koala didn't get much impact at all on that defense. I think he had a total of like, I counted like 2 AWP kills. Like, I didn't see much.
Yeah, I think it was really difficult because I think Tom and Mitch kind of mentioned it on the cast that any time they had that Tejo drone, they were just always able to kind of find out where Koala was, and so it kind of put him in an awkward position because if he is getting suppressed, he's not able to TP back, and then at that point he was having to play a bit more careful on his defense. He couldn't go for those early engagements, which we would normally see him seek out.
And I love the impact that Governor has brought in game, you know, the communication, the vibes as well. He was standing up for so much in that map, and you guys mentioned it already. Hero, it wasn't the issue. Hero on this raid, you can see why they decided to put him here, and Floor on the other side. This head-to-head battle, Billy, was so back and forth and so interesting. And I remember, sorry, I directed this at you, but also the knife. Now, Mini, I know back on Fnatic you had this rule, the knifing rule. It was a big no-no. So if you had seen Floor do this, we might see in a second, trying to knife somebody and failing, would you have fined her?
Would that
have been a fine?
You can't fine Floor, I don't think.
But anyway, but you would fine others.
I mean, usually, yeah. I mean, I think I got angry once. I don't usually fine people, but I got so angry that I was like, "You're gonna get fined if you go for knives." And this was at Champs, I think, or something quite big.
But this was at 10-10, I think, the scoreline was.
I mean, it's pretty outrageous. It's pretty outrageous.
I love the confidence though, and I think a lot of what was helping set Floor up was that supportive utility from Malsey, right? I think he had a great performance again, being on that breach and being able to help set her up. A couple of team flashes here and there, but we won't talk about that. But then going up against Hero as well. I mean, Hero is a player that was primarily a duelist and in tier 2, right? This was something that we've seen him play a lot. If you go on his VLR, Raze is his most played agent, right? So it was a very welcome change, seeing him jump onto that. And it's nice to see Na'Vi actually, you know, considering their options, but especially when we talk about Koala Noob's flexibility. We kind of hinted at that in the pre-match.
I would say though that Na'Vi, this is Na'Vi. We shouldn't be at this part of the season talking about options compositionally, I don't think. Like, it's crazy that we're almost like hitting a panic button in my opinion. Like, Hero looked great, but this ain't looking good for Na'Vi. Like, their season isn't supposed to go like this. This team was built to go to international events, to go to those global events, not to lose to Apex.
Yeah, I mean, the thought of even being 0-2 down, right, going into week 3 is not what you expect from Na'Vi, but they haven't lost to Apex yet. They've lost map 1. We will be heading to map 2 of Haven. Does the Na'Vi stocks rise, in your opinion, when we go to Haven?
Well, it's not their map pick, so it'd be hard for me to,
I mean,
to say that.
Are they good on it? Are they bad on it? Give me the lowdown.
They're fine at it. Like, they took Fnatic, who are traditionally a very good Haven team, like, very close and should have beaten Fnatic, so they've got to be pretty good, but this is Apex's pick for a reason.
Well, let's take a look and see what agents we're going to get for this map. And it looks like a Floor Neon on one side and an Angel Vice, which means Shao is back on Sova.
I mean, that's nice. The Shao on Sova is nice, but Na'Vi double Senti Haven, this isn't something like...
But it's very Na'Vi. If it's anyone, it's them.
Yeah, it's very Na'Vi. These agent selects, I've given up.
You've given up. But I will say, with Floor being on the Neon on the other side, this double Sandy Billy could be a very strong thing for Na'Vi.
Yeah, definitely. I think as well, like you say, with her choosing to play that Neon, we've seen so much Yoru from her. I think that playing the Neon, it's going to be difficult because if she's running into either Hero or Angel setup, she could be alone on site at that point. She could be falling into a death trap. So yeah, I think again, I would be expecting her to lean on Mosley for that supportive utility like we just saw on that first map. I think Governor as well is going to play a big part in this and trying to seek out where those double sentinel setups are.
Yeah, and I think that on like Haven is all about A main control usually. And on defense, I don't see a way for Na'Vi to be able to actually take A main. So I think that's going to be the thing that I'm going to be looking for in this game.
I can't wait to see it. Now, last week, Hypok came back. This week, Shao is back on the Sova. Mitch and Tom, we're just living in the greatest timeline of all time, I think.
And we're getting to see Angel play a Vice. I mean, I've always enjoyed his different interpretations of how agents should be played. Brimstone was what he spearheaded. We just saw the running through an Astro Wall on a fade. Now, we'll get to see his interpretation of how Vice should be played. This one might be a little bit more conventional. We shall see. Thorns early and activated down in sewers. No possibility for Apex to continue that A push. They'll be sent back to this long aggression on its own and a paranoia, but it lands a little late. Fluorescent goes down. Still good for the trade at least. So not. Oh, I'm surprised Governor's still going. Governor pushes right up when it seems like the push on short was cancelled. They initiated a solo A push?
No, I think what it was is because they put the shock darts in, they believed there could be no one in that corner.
Oh, okay.
So, but they didn't bounce them far enough into the back of the wall. So Xiao, I think took 0 damage from those shock darts. So just a bit of a misread on the utility, and because of that, he's the one to go down for it. Then again, it's his own shock dart, so there's only one person to blame in that scenario. Nobody currently within this C site, and a lurk being left on Hero. Now, they've intentionally not broken that trip, maybe trying to sell the concept that nobody was in this position. It seems like they going to be wrapping right back into Hero's cross. Even still, though, Badger's going to win that fight and gets the second onto Koala. 2 players waiting and watching for the young Turkish player. Xiao with another. It was hyped up on the desk. Him back on the Sova. Well, he needs to ace the pistol, and he is not going to. It's Batu who's there to win this one out. Fantastic round from this guy, and we've sort of mentioned his recent role switch. I'll be honest, I think with more time, this guy's going to be exceptional on the Sentinel.
Well, I think his Viper retakes last map were phenomenal, but right here, the idea that his trap inside Garage didn't give him any security. In his head, someone could be in any corner, and he cleared it, found his pick, and followed up, knowing that if I take a player out close in Garage, someone's probably going to be close to swing in, whether it's in the window or in this laneway here, and that's exactly what he ended up capitalizing on.
I do think that trip actually ended up leaving Na'Vi in a spot where they were more isolated for those fights. Like, I do think you're much more likely to have Koala in a position where he can directly fight. Instead, Hero's playing deeper, and I think that's kind of their undoing. They end up getting caught.
Just going to say disgusting attempt at early fights with an Ares spamming A-long.
Your favorite gun, isn't it?
And Ares.
Yeah, you love the Ares.
Yes, I just so...
You're the LMG guy.
Got so much ammo.
You gotta like the Ares.
No, I'm a HMG guy. Give me the big one, the big boy, not that light machine gun 150 ammo BS. And then you look at the Outlaw as well. So even if they had full shields, which in this round they're not going to, you're going to tag him up for 10 and easily take him down. Now, great highlight from you, Tom. Koala Noob.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Has his own Outlaw brought to bear, misses both shots with it, but he'll have another opportunity. That was one of the only players that could take a shot from him had he have landed it. 3 have light shields, and that will be an easy pickup if given the opportunity. Excellent usage of a terrible gun by Governor.
Always cover going out. Mitch being a hater. Just because he can't do something. Nonetheless, a solid setup, which is going to garner the easiest kill in Batu's life. Something that I'm sure Na'Vi are going to be checking for from now on. Not a stinger, a bit of a stinker, as Xiao is going to add another to his tally. Getting ever closer to already having his ultimate online. I think he's going to get one orb closer as well. Fluorescent with the final. 4 players survive, and more importantly, so does the Ares.
Well, I'm not sure about that last part, Tom, but the rest I'm on board with you. A nice little team ace as well to pick up the spirits across the board. Not that they're needing much picking up after winning their opponent's map pick.
30 seconds. 1 enemy remaining.
I think, you know, it was a questionable fight from Malsey going out wide with the stinger, but, you know, he'll pay the price now. He took his risk, play a little light shield alongside a pistol. This is a nice bonus round from Apex, and in particular, it is the Outlaw I look to. So much potential to come out of this weapon, and they're going to stack a lot of their players up on A. 4 of the Apex members ready for a fight, but that fight goes the other way nonetheless. These players pushing on long, trying desperately to take down Governor. Will they risk their back being wrapped up on? That's why Angel is locked in on this position, and they've spotted him with the reveal.
Yeah, Angel also threw the thorns.
Danger.
So the second player was actually denied being able to get through that choke. Ruxic, though, going alone. Running through the smoke on A, maybe still having the expectation that there was nobody there. Luckily, there's been a pretty hefty gap on the other side, and it'd only be an overextension into Batu, but the thing is they have no idea as of yet how far the squad have got into the back of the site. The rows basically just used to make sure there's nobody there, and I guess the cage to make doubly sure there's no one in that corner.
Yeah, if someone peeks from backside, they can just quickly
it happens. It happens. It's happened in a scenario where it literally doesn't matter, so I think that's okay.
It's hype back. I'm sorry, hype. I regret saying that.
Why have you said that?
I'm getting ahead of the problem, you know?
I wasn't going to say that. That's just mean.
I don't know, Tom. I don't know anymore. But yeah, Avova, well, he's going to be a little upset. No, the swing doesn't come in on time. He's going to be a little more upset.
Then you got the Angel with the no-look. Obviously checking his angles, but there you go. Relatively clean round from Na'Vi. A single player lost. Xiao still having a very solid game, finding a couple of openers with the Sheriff. And that's the thing. We've always talked about Xiao across his history as a player as someone who can literally play anything. But you go back, and I think the Sova, and for me personally, him playing a Fade, I think is where I always saw his sort of best gameplay. Even if at times we were hoping for the Xiao stopper to come back into play on the Rays. It never really came about. Again, though, with this Neon, expectation is that there's going to be these aggressive starts. Already, though, a repeat from Koala. Just wanted to take the fight. There was a second player there, and he's walked backwards into the aftershock.
It's not a strategy I've seen much before, Tom, but I don't think we'll see
it's a 1-for-1 trade. That's fine.
Yeah. Ideal scenario.
And for Fluorescent as well, you know. Decent trade.
Yeah.
Could have been an advantage, but we'll ignore that.
It won't be, yeah, thanks to their mistakes. But for Governor, he still has quite a number of players coming towards him, and a reveal right behind him. Got a nice little angle there. They don't have any idea. It's free for the first. The plants are in danger. They have to step in. The stun is perfect. Governor with a wonderful play that seems to have locked Na'Vi out of this round. They'll wish they had that extra player, as that Ruxic is the last one standing. Paranoia even caught him. Insult to injury. And a firing squad awaiting him if he peeks to attempt the spam through the smoke to deny the defuse. There's no chance, as he realized and acknowledged early on. That's another round for Apex. What a play from Governor. He had everyone coming his way. And just that one dodged, no need to replay that, one dodged reveal, and this is what he gets.
Yeah, I think fully confident.
You see me for
That's such an evil laugh.
Can we get a compilation of all of his little laughs after rounds? I mean, I feel like a lot of them, like, we have Mini Boo, but it's the same thing every time, you know? It's just high energy. Yeah. But I feel like Governor's a different person every round. Oh, okay. Nice try by Fluorescent, and Hunter's Fury committed off this early on. The other players were a little too far away. That was dead on. But distance, not quite ideal.
It's always quite easy to forget that it does actually have a distance range rather than just actually just hitting whenever you line up. But yeah, that's why you saw the players run backwards into the spawn. It's one of the few places they can survive. This aggressive round hasn't worked out. We've seen an attempt with the Hunter's Fury combined with some aggression. However, though, not having that expectation that somebody could be so far up. Avova is tagged relatively low, but has managed to escape, bringing this back into a 4v3. Again, though, it's a full gamble onto the other side of the map as they attempt to make their way into C. Maybe not. Expecting that they've sold a ruse, there's a chance that if Angel falls here, this ends up back in a 3 versus 3 re-aggressing round onto the angle, but he will win that fight. Already spotting one. I think once the second player goes, surely the full team will almost start just running back in the other direction. No, they're looking to try and pressure this. They're going into the blender, but eventually Koala has made that realization that this is not worth it. Even still, though, from a 4v3 with a low HP player, we now sit in a 2 versus 2. The one danger, though, or the one major danger, is that Hunter's Fury is online for Xiao. Obviously farming up a lot of kills. Also wonder, I think Koala's just going to try and take one and then fade away.
Still has that gate crash to fall back to. Wonderful work again. Na'Vi, there should be no way for this one to fall the other way. Hunter's Fury, like you said, online if they need it. Defuse halfway, smoke pops. They've seen it's half. Now they know that they're in a dangerous scenario, not giving him the time to defuse even off the reveal pop before it. They'll be swinging on into the angle. And that is a nice recovery of the round from Na'Vi. Again, the early dangers here. Fluorescent firing herself down through mid for this early fight. The Kamehameha from Governor doesn't quite land what it needs.
Yeah, there you go.
That was so... I could see it was too far away, but meters, less than a meter in it by the looks of things. That could have changed the tide. Turned it completely the other way.
Technical pause, but yeah, a bit of a back and forth. I think that maybe the Hunter's Fury there was just a little bit too late from Governor, because you kind of hope that it hits first so that then Fluorescent gets the reveal of somebody in behind. You can maybe then throw a stun or something in and trap them, or you were hoping that they were outside the A site, stun goes through, and then Fluorescent is to catch them as they try and go back. Instead, because they were kind of around the window, it left her in a little bit of an awkward spot, and so far that Neon hasn't really found too much value on the defensive side. Of course, that can be where things become quite a bit more difficult. There's also the potential as well, though, as we saw in the last map, Operator comes online and Fluorescent is pretty much going to revolutionize the defense, just how much you can shut down. I think the difficult thing as well when running a Neon into a composition that has that double Sentinel is you're almost definitely going to be pushing into someone. Like, we've seen those double lurks, Hero on one side, Angel on the other, and then sort of the info gatherers going elsewhere. But neither side really having a full chokehold on the map just yet. Obviously very early days. The thing I'm looking at though, Mitch, is a lot of ultimates available and about to be available for the side of Na'Vi. And I think especially we've already seen the talk of the Vice being nerfed mostly to do with the vines, understandably. They do a lot of damage, last a long time, and the wall is going to be shortened in its timing. But that ultimate as well, like what you can do when you go into a buy round, just taking away all of that weaponry, and it is a large area. So maybe the whole of the B site, whole of the A site, just with no weapons. It could set them up nicely into this round, especially then when you consider that, okay, if they run in with the dimensional drift, you're going to have all the information as well.
Yeah, I think especially if you do that dimensional drift early, it makes it much easier for Angel to have that impact with the ultimate reliably. And then obviously we've seen the combination a million times. You've seen it in your ranked games, the shoot me from Hunter's Fury onto that dimensional drift. It's an easy follow-up to try to take them down. Usually though, you're going to have something like a breach with you just to make that a guaranteed hit and kill. For Na'Vi though, this is the thing. They have all of those options to work with, and this is the time to use them one round behind and climbing back up. Now I've heard it's a little bit of an in-ear issue for one of the players. It shouldn't take too long to boot us right back up into the server. And then we'll see this one kick off as both squads come in here with economy in an interesting spot. It could swing either way. In the early half, not quite the impact. Oh, they're even practicing their aim.
I feel like the vibes over on that Apex side just seem to be fantastic right now.
They are. They are without a doubt. Tom, you can see that they're reclining, they're sitting back. That makes me think maybe it might be a little bit more extended. We might have the clock running down. We shall see in a moment. But I think the important thing is, you know, sometimes these tech pauses come in and you see players, yeah, they sit back in their chair, they're doing this. But still, Malzy's, he's having a chat with the boys.
Well, he's not.
He was a second ago.
He's not allowed to have a chat. He's not allowed to have a chat with the boys.
The boys, actually, we need to get involved real quick. No, that's a negative.
He was definitely, for anybody, he was definitely not having a chat with the boys. He just said a few words to himself. That's what it was.
I think he was making comments about Evova's form in the throw.
Of course.
Hand warmers. It very much adds up for me where he'd be taking that.
I definitely want to see more content based around Malzy, because I actually think him and Angel are primed for it. They both seem like very grumpy men, but they both have an incredible sense of humor. Like I think one of the pieces I got to do around Ascension while talking with Malzy, and it's very difficult to tell if he's trolling or if he's not. But it seems like, whatever problem, it has not faded away just yet. So luckily, there are other people who are going to fill that time. So we'll be off to the analyst desk. We'll see you in a moment.
Wait, are we other people? Are we considered other people? Is that who Tom was referring to? Thank you, the other people. Yes, we will be getting to game soon, but for now, there was a gear issue on stage. So we will keep you guys updated as soon as I know more information. But for now, let's talk about the comps. I don't think we had enough time during Agent Select to talk about this, so now we have a lot of time to yap about it. Let's start with the easier one, I feel like, to talk about, which is the Apex comp. They bring in the Neon, Batu is playing Cypher. How do you guys feel about this?
I like this, yeah. Oh, look, that was the lowest one.
Beautiful.
Okay, we're talking about today's.
Yeah.
We're talking about the Haven. I was expecting the Haven one to fly up. Yeah, I think that Batu on Cypher, we've obviously kind of like been looking at his transition to Sentinel since joining this roster. Of course, we thought he was a great Yoru in kickoff, and he's been playing a lot more of that Viper recently. So Cypher, I think he's doing a good job from what we've seen so far. I think that he was already kind of getting lurks and stuff here and there where he could. So yeah, I think he's settling in okay on the Cypher. I don't know how you feel, Minnie.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Apex is playing the standard Neon, Cypher, Breach. Like, it's all standard.
Nothing weird.
If I was going to be critical, like, every time I don't see Teo in this meta, I'm a little bit irked. But there are bigger problems for Navi's side, so I'm not going to be too...
See, I started with the easy, the low-hanging fruit, you know?
Yeah.
But let's move on to this Na'Vi one. We spoke about, you know, the angry Angel, the angry Na'Vi. Is this a byproduct of that, do you think? That is... Na'Vi have to change something, they have to find their own identity, and this is the result of that.
I don't know. You're trying to get me. If you do, we should do the next segment is me being angry at Navi's comps, and we look at every single comp.
So how angry are you with this comp?
It's not good.
But
it's
how
really not
angry?
Good. Angry.
Like out of 10, 10 being you're raging, 1 being, you know, you're super chill, happy, cats happy.
I'm an 8.
8?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's quite
like
strong.
to me, this is just put Angel on Breach and it's back to their old comp, which is still not great, but it's reasonable. Like, it's reasonable. I just think that Angel really doesn't want to play Breach to the point where he's willing to play double Senti on Haven, which I don't think is very strong.
Now, I love this because Xiao's playing Sova.
Yeah.
You could, the other 4 could be playing whatever they want, you know, I wouldn't even remotely care even, but Billy, the fact that Xiao is back on Sova, the world is right again.
Yeah, this is great. This is what we wanted to see from Na'Vi, because it's great and it's comfortable, and, you know, we expect this.
He is molding. He just gave you a side eye.
He
proper gave you a
He's still angry.
I'm not...
The issue is, right, as much as Xiao was great on the Sova, the issue is the rest of the comp isn't great.
Yeah.
And I think that's where Minnie wanted to go down.
It's basically like you have to think about Haven. Like, why am I not happy with this? Is like, again, on defense, attack, we can already see the struggles. We don't have enough utility to actually take map control appropriately, in my opinion. Like, we can get down into the device thorns down into sewers is looking okay, but to go into like an A main default back into garage and explore the map a little bit, there's not enough there. And then the XX aren't going to be as strong. And then we flip to defense, where traditionally you say that the double Senti should be strong. And on this map, they can't take A main control, which is a vital point on defense. So it's like, to me, I don't see where this is winning. Of course, now I say this, they're going to just win every single round. But yeah, I don't see this vision.
I think as well, when we're looking at their composition, we're looking at ways that they can bait out that aggressive utility from Apex, which of course they don't really have other than, say, like the Yoru clone that can go in. So yeah, I think when I look at Apex comp in comparison to Na'Vi, how are Na'Vi actually going to bait out any of that utility? How are they going to deal with, like on their attack specifically, like Minnie said, how are they going to deal with the Cypher utility that Batu is going to have up? What do we just send a Yoru clone into Garage and then that's it? It's a bit of a struggle.
But here's the caveat. The Na'Vi have always been like this. This is their identity. You know, we talk about what is the identity of certain teams, and they've won in the past being like this. It's nothing super new, and I believe we have restarted one of the players' clients, and we're ready to send this over to the other people. Take it away.
Got the other people here and ready to roll. What was that?
That was Kyra on the third mic.
Oh, fantastic. Shall I ask him some questions?
No. no, I don't think you should.
Well, it's 3-2. It was that score when we left you, and of course, as usual, we haven't played the game without you folks.
Oh, we actually played the whole match. I already know what's going to happen.
Oh yeah? Go ahead. Final score?
Na'Vi are going to win 13-9. and it's going to be an Angel 1v2 clutch to close.
I'm delighted. That means I get to see the split again, and oh wow.
You're excited for that?
If Angel's playing the Vice over there, then I'll be thrilled, to say the least. But yes, between these two squads, the first map, I thought we had a series set out to be domination from Apex. I think Angel squad, Navi, they started out a bit slow, but they really found themselves in that.
10's not too bad.
Oh, but the first half, one round one,
yeah,
two for Apex. One round one, and always by a narrow margin, 2 for Apex. There was always a response without even needing to go to the coaching staff. And I think for Apex, they were still quite wise, still quite aware of how quickly this lead that they had could spiral out of control. Moving in the second half, closed it out nicely. But for Navi, there was always hope. And that's very much the case here as well. Battle back and forth for the last couple of rounds. And Navi, as we said before, they're coming in up against a full buy, but credits on the line for both squads. Lots of ultis for Navi.
Yeah, I'm looking at that operator in play for Fluorescent, but unfortunately, all the way over on the other side of the map.
Here it is.
An attempt to try and clear out the player with a Hunter's Fury. Batu will go down. That's the full Cypher setup. That's actually well worthwhile in terms of getting that opener in deep. Vice wall as well, and the Vine's already placed but immediately destroyed. That's the thing though, Fluorescent actually going to bait out the wall. I think expected it. I don't know, I heard something around it. Sounded like it went up, but instead she's gone back the other direction, still having that expectation of players close. The trades will come in, but still sticks in Navi's favor for now. Already, Hero in position, Xiao with another. It's going to be left all onto Avova, normally good in the clutch, but the time is ticking. So much still to do within these moments. And already you can see the shock darts coming in. Hero going to run all the way through, and it will be the head popped off. Navi will get themselves back up to level. Hero will even survive.
Didn't cost them that much either. Again, we talked about this combo before we went, and indeed, there we see the wall go up. My sound must be a little low.
You made me down myself.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Tom. I'm sorry. Listen, I've piped the sound up. If someone fires an op, I shall go deaf. But for Navi, they came in and they only used that combo of the Hunter's Fury and the Dimensional Drift. That's very good ult usage from a squad that, again, looking at their last game, it seemed like there were a lot of moments where panic overtook. As soon as they heard steps, everything was being thrown at their opponents, but it's not the case here, and it's good to see. 3-3, neck and neck, and Apex not happy about losing the last 2 rounds. They take a pause here, going back to the coaching staff, and again, coming into this next round, this is where ults start to come online for them. They've got something to play with, but you got to be careful not to throw them all in here and now, because as you can see down the bottom of the screen, those numbers when it comes to credits, they're not particularly high. Getting a buy up here, it's possible.
Yeah, it won't be great.
The ult on Fluorescent might make them do it.
Yeah, I think that's the difference. Then again, I'm looking at Fluorescent currently having a rifle as well. Maybe.
Mulzi shouldn't be point of contact. If he's first player taking a fight, then we got a problem.
Well, it's not even so much that. I think what it is back at kickoff, Mulzi had the gun, Fluorescent didn't. Mulzi got flamed. I would say there was even one of Fluorescent's ex-teammates doing some flaming. So I think Mulzi's gone, you know what? I'll have no gun. If we lose the round, whose fault is it? It's Mel's. It's Mel's fault. That's whose fault. It's Mel's fault.
This goes here. Well, I'm just going to throw Mel under the bus. Just keep in mind, I wasn't involved in that. I've already got hype after me today. Don't need anyone else. I apologize again, hype. I love you. Navi, 3 rounds on the board and looking better. Some steam. It's propelling them forward, but take a look. This play towards A. A lot of space, given up for free. They'll use utility on the way. Governor hears that, wants to confirm they're here, and it's the drone. 2 players spotted. Yeah, it's going to start to get you suspicious. Rotations come in. 3 players, maybe even 4. Again, remember, Mulzi didn't have the weapon to start this round out, but now that they've seen the danger, it's swapped over into his hands, and Fluorescent will be sent in with the ultimate. They've got a stun lined up as well. But Angel doesn't seem to be on the line that they're looking for. In fact, that's because the line is for a long fight.
Ready? Steel Guard and utilize, and that takes up such a mass amount of the map. It won't affect Fluorescent if she was going to attempt to use that overdrive. Fact is, though, the post plants have looked better. from the side of Na'Vi, already going to be using those Thorns, but left Koala at the back of the site, not able to quite deal with Fluorescent, but down to just 8 HP. Those Thorns are going to be deadly. Rifle retrieved as they now look to try and get onto that defusal. Hero, though, up close, is acting as the bodyguard. Finally put down by Fluorescent, but that should be the damage done. It's a bit shaky from Ruxic, but the bigger problem is that time is ticking, and while with Fluorescent only on 8 HP and a rifle now retrieved, all that can be done is a save.
That's another now 3 in a row for Na'Vi. The attack side really taking shape in front of our eyes. This is what you want to see from a squad who, again, started out the last map on shaky territory. Foundations not looking good to build upon. This man lit up heavy. I think he was down on 3 HP going in for that third fight. Still manages to connect it. Great reaction from Ruxic as well, putting through that paranoia and then repositioning to make that fight an almost guarantee for his squad. Na'Vi, look at the reward that they get. We talked about the credits being a little shaky for Apex in the last. The consequence of putting all those credits in and losing is that now they ain't got anything to work with. A rifle saved by Fluorescent, the rest of the squad with pistols. And again, ulti's online, your Hunter's Fury, they'll, at least coming out of this round, have Rolling Thunder, but not likely to use any of those ults. Certainly not the Hunter's Fury in this one, with it being a low buy.
Yeah, I think we would have been calling into question anyway, but unfortunately for Apex, this has been a full all-in gamble down towards C. Now they've had to do that 100-meter sprint all the way back to get into the A site just to try and contest, and I don't think they realize how far their opponents have got. Batu walking in, paranoia to the back of site, will leave mozzie completely blinded, still manages to get the kill onto Koala. Doesn't matter though. Xiao already farming halfway back up, over halfway now, to that Hunter's Fury. Clearly an ultimate there, very committed. And just in case, they're going to get the information if Fluorescent does try to enter the site. I would be surprised if she does. Even though you want to try and do some damage to the economy of your opponents, you're talking about Xiao with 7,000 credits already. Realistically, you losing that gun is a lot worse than them losing one.
The only thing I'll say is I think that Vine placement could be a little more passive, just because I think you could break it before you go through the wall if you're a little cautious, but I suppose the idea as well is Fluorescent will have more on her mind in walking through that choke point, and even the breakage on the vines is going to be great information. Activated late, just in case, and no choice but to save indeed. And that call was made long ago for Fluorescent. 5 rounds, though, for Na'Vi. This was a very tight start, but they are running away with the lead now, Tom.
Yeah, I think we're just seeing some of those stars align. Like, Xiao's looked great. I think Hero having a high impact round, and overall having a great series when you consider versus Fnatic didn't quite have the same sort of impact, wasn't able to get things done, and I think he's a player that I think we've all been sort of watching fondly, hoping that we're going to see that level that we know we can get from the youngster. Nonetheless, looking like, again, a fairly aggressive stance. You've got a Neon on defense. You've got to try and go for something. Paranoia put through. Again, it's going to be attempted. The same play with the Hunter's Fury, and it's exactly the same result. Surprisingly, I think when they see that Hunter's Fury online, they have expectations. They've used the From the Shadows as well. Rolling Thunder, I think, is actually going to catch Avova, who's still in the back. This is a very weird round. They're currently fighting for the spawn. mozzie still going strong. Has turned it back into a 3v3. Considering what was committed, yeah, sure, it's an even scenario in terms of personnel, but Apex have thrown way more into the round.
The sheer chaos, I have to say, Na'Vi did very well in adapting to it. Players in front of them, behind them, Hunter's Fury thrown into the mix. This wasn't an easy start to the round. That timing for Hero was perfect, slipping in as mozzie rounded the corner, posting up and landing the headshot. Another connection.
30 HP for both of those fights as well.
3-piece on B, it just seems to be his standard, his baseline performance. And from here, there's no chance for Governor to have impact on the round. They're spread out, they're running the clock down. You gotta win the fights when they're offered up. For Na'Vi, this is their opponent's map pick, Tom, but it's not looking like it. Sure, they wanted to start here on the attack, but you can see exactly why.
Your ultimate set play is basically the same. Like, it was the exact same Hunter's Fury, the exact same position for Fluorescent. Okay, the TP into the spawn was new, but really relying on the first, like step 1 and step 2 going well for step 3 to actually have any level of impact. And then after all of that, they threw in a Rolling Thunder as well. So you've used 4 ultimates and your opponents have survived with 3 players alive. That is not great.
And we saw Vova as well try to TP past the Rolling Thunder, just missed it, got hit by it. You know, if that works out, maybe he can dive on them, but even then, I think the value is hard to find. It's a big risk, and it relies on Navi being caught off guard.
Also, if there was any confusion, him then using that means they go, I think there's a guy over there. Like, Hero was just slow walking towards already. Governor going down. Look at the info. That's 3 players spotted by Koala. They immediately start their rotation back towards the B site. Now Hero, well, you mentioned it. He's been the king of the B site. Just holding on to the exact same angle as the prior round. Sure, been forced off it, but I don't think they're going to mind too much.
Yeah, I understand why you go B when Hero just seems so comfortable here. A shutdown of the first. It's Fluorescent down. She's been struggling in those early fights. The Vines in play as well. Look how annoying that makes it. The players slowing their push completely, and as they set their eyes on the site again, the backstab from Ruxic seals the round. Malzy is going to try to save this operator. They now know exactly what's in his hands, and look at the response immediately. They're running it down after him. Chance to pick up one. The reset, though, not quite so easy. Ruxic finds him in the spawn. Another round for Na'Vi, and the BM's coming out. They're feeling good. This is a good side to Na'Vi that we don't get to see with starts like they had on Lotus, but spirits very high on the attack side.
I think Na'Vi have always been one of those sort of steamroll teams. It can be difficult to stop, but yeah, I think the fact that
Bro, he shot at my flash.
The fact that they were able to weather the storm of the high impact ultimate round, that you go into the next one, you're going to be feeling massively confident off the back of it. 7-3 on that attack side, and they come back in again with the immediate usage of that Hunter's Fury. Xiao has been pinpoint accurate, and each time has picked off a major threat. Ruxic is... Oh, don't you dare. Don't you... Who's going to get it? Malzy is down to 26 HP. You know that Malzy in that moment went, he's probably left, because why would he go through this?
Well, he certainly didn't know he'd lit him down to 2 health. That might make him a bit more frustrated with that scenario. Information landing.
Gotta run back.
Thanks to Batu, they know exactly where Na'Vi are going, and Apex are ahead of it. They've still got their traps here as well. Spike still committed to this C site. There's no going back anymore. It's time to fight that damage on the side. So good for Hero. They are staggered and stalled slightly, but the Spike making it here, and Hero thinning out the herd. This man is a big danger. The Spike's gone to backside solo. Well, we better hope that there's a lot of impact to be had. Avova coming down on long. That's a free kill onto Angel, and Koala spots him early. Paranoia. I think that even caught Angel. Oh, he's done for. No chance in that fight. The wall on backside, well, that's who was caught coming out of it, and despite a damn good attempt from Hero, it's matched. The performance from Fluorescent, at least another round for Apex. A chance for a 7-5 half still there, despite this huge streak of rounds from Na'Vi.
Yeah, it definitely seems like sometimes Na'Vi do get lost in the chaos. Like, I think having this super aggressive push, Xiao then just, I think maybe expecting that they had that backside control. I'm not sure, but I think clearly not realizing he had the spike. I don't know, because that was just a free delivery system, and then them getting surrounded from behind, it just became an incredibly tough position for Na'Vi to fight back from. That leaves both teams fairly low on ultimates. Okay. Fluorescent not expecting just the sheer level of aggression through their own cages, even going to get the info off the back of the neural theft. That will tell them that this A site, at least for the moment, is free, although Ruxic has been slowed. And there is a cam available potentially. He's just going to stand in the open and try and remove it? Okay.
A brave play indeed. Okay, the wall's being spotted. And this presents a big problem. Late flank from Hero as well, completely unknown. They know that they also can't fight through this spawn angle. The wall will block them off unless it's just one player to go, or unless they group up and blitz it together. There's risks with it, but the big risk is they'll never make it towards the wall. A little shaky, but they get there in the end. Koala with another, and finishing it off with a triple. I think that might put him positive ending this half, and a resurgence, not just from Na'Vi, but from Koala Noob as well. 8-4 at the halftime. There's a real chance that we go to 3.
One enemy remaining.
So, this was
I think we should have, we definitely should have beat Fnatic. We were up like 11-4, 11-5, and we let the pressure get to us. It happens. We were a new team. We didn't have a lot of time together. We started completely like changing the way we view like how we want to improve in practice. And ever since we started doing that, we've been absolutely, like, in my opinion, like improving at a very rapid rate. So now at the end of the day, like if we can keep up what we've been doing in scrims and not let pressure get to us, like I think teams are very underestimating us right now to be like kind of middle of the pack, but like I truthfully believe that like we actually have like very good ideas. Like Angel's a very good IGL. We have a bunch of fraggers on the team.
Well, I think he hit the nail on the head there, Tom, with some of the issues that we've seen in the past about letting the pressure get to them. We saw that, I think, in the last game that they played. It was chaos at times in the protocols, the decision-making. And
they
the last
two games massively, so yeah.
And I think for this squad, though, we know that the pieces, you know, if they can become greater or equal to the sum of their parts, this is a squad that can go far. But from what we've seen so far, excluding this map, excluding this series perhaps, there's been a lot of problems. There's been a lot of hurdles to get over. It seems like now, though, they're starting to do that piece by piece.
Yeah, it depends where you put your expectations, though, because like Na'Vi being maybe a potential upset team at best at the moment, and like you look at this matchup in the context of things, like these are maybe most people's, or at least some people's, two teams that could finish bottom of this group. So you almost look at Na'Vi and go, okay, if they're going to be a world beater, if they're going to be a team that can make it to an international event, they kind of should be trouncing Apex. And I think Apex proved, like, okay, last week they can take a map off Heretics. They definitely have a lot of good ideas, but you look at these two teams on paper, and you go off the history, you go off the success that Angel and Xiao have had, bringing in one of the better individual players from the Tier 2 of Americas. The expectation is victory. And right now, okay, they've got the lead, but they're a map down in a series that...
Cutting through.
If they do lose, playoffs already starts to seem dangerous.
I do think, though, for Na'Vi, the simple expectation of be better than they were before, build on what we saw is sort of where they have to start, considering previous performances, and in that regard, moving in the right direction.
Doesn't look at it like that. I can tell you that for free.
Na'Vi can look at it how they want.
Yeah.
They decided to pick up these players, Tom, and that's their decision. They got to live with it. And I think for Na'Vi, slow growth, that's where I'd put it for this roster. Maybe they have to do it under a different banner if things don't go well. 8-4. Early pick, the position from Hero. There's been a lot more of a battle into the spawn than I think we see in any Haven game.
By the way. She was well aware that somebody could have been in this position. The problem, though, is that he has completely missed the timing. It's gone from the most valuable position on the map to the least valuable position on the map in a matter of seconds. Batu's left, potentially walking into a stack, but the C site is completely clear. And I think the other players on Na'Vi are going to be desperately confused as to how this has happened with a player towards the spawn. Now Batu's going to walk back in and go, there was a guy in the spawn? Like, how has that happened? But it still puts Na'Vi in a 5 versus 3, and you can see that Apex are not just going to sit back. They're getting aggressive, moving forward into spots where they can find a surprise. Unfortunately, the surprise is another player to fall. It's all going to come down to what can Fluorescent do alongside the IGL of Molesy, doing decent damage, in fact, a fair few low players. But unfortunately, the sheer numbers were enough for Na'Vi to take that.
I think Batu almost signed his death warrant with that shot out on long. That meant that Hero immediately said, oh, there's still one there? Perfect. But to be honest, if he played it slow, if he played it in the most bait way possible, he probably gets huge impact in that round, hearing the rotation, getting behind them. But most of the time, you know, because he doesn't have the info on where they are, most of the time he would be... My goodness, Supa Yedajay on the server. Most of the time, he would have just completely sold the round and thrown it from the get-go. So I understand his decision to run back, but we can see from our perspective, slower approach would have worked out. For Na'Vi, 9-4 now. Apex, they're going in for that full force buy indeed.
If you know Na'Vi, you know that they like to go for this 3 rifle, 2 pistol buy. They were pretty much the team that pioneered it. So you come in with 4 SMGs and a sniper, and you have a real opportunity. Koala, I think, may already have a decent idea of what's been invested, but Hero is in for a nasty surprise. Only having a pistol means that he has been slaughtered, and they can get into a close range post-spawn. If they can get into the post-spawn, they may not even need it. Koala only going to get 1 with a rifle.
They don't know Angel's here. He's caught a lot of them reloading, but Malzy corrects in time. And the smoke couldn't have been timed better. They did know Na'Vi. They knew exactly what they were coming up against. And Apex, they find their reward with very early congestion. The vibes on Na'Vi perhaps dropped just a little bit there with stern and serious faces as we go to the player cams. Over on Apex, well, this is an opportunity that they are not going to take very lightly.
But that's the thing, the whole point of that purchase from Na'Vi is you come up against a few pistols, a light buy, people take some individual fights, you have the advantage with the rifles.
Oh, we blew that part.
But if you have weapons, then having those 2 pistols can be a serious disadvantage. Hero going to be the only player with a weapon and stuck in the corner, trying to get away, but the spams are prevalent, no escape. And this is now a second time in this series, we're only in map number 2, that we have seen a pistol victory.
I'm out of here.
Quickly responded on with the second round win. Fluorescent will check corner, not the prettiest, but the job is done anyway. 1 away from already having the overdrive available for the next round, and look, Ruxic, I don't like your odds.
Spike planted.
Nice classic. That's all we can say.
It just goes down to a spike here, right?
Yeah. Most likely. I mean, again, you're going to be picking up an Omen ult point by going down. Is that really worth it? For Apex, they could find something a lot more valuable, especially Fluorescent, 1 away from old Malzy.
Yeah.
Most importantly, the Rolling Thunder could be just 1 orb away, so just not worth throwing your life away and throwing an orb to the opponent's side for minimal gain in return.
Shadows traveling.
And yeah, it'd be nice to take a few kills here, but I think that's something that, that ship has already sailed with the rest of the squad falling. They'll go down to the spike. Na'Vi, they stay on 9 as Apex close in the distance. And like you said, Tom, this is the second time in this series already that we've seen that. The pistol win and the follow-up immediately. It's the second time we've seen it happen to Na'Vi as well. That's the worrying thing. They've really not had look, and I think looking back at previous series, like, it just seems to be the early half, they always set themselves up with a disadvantage that has to be recovered on.
That's the thing, I wouldn't put that one down to luck at all. Like, that for me is literally just their opponents going, I know what you're going to do.
Oh, not this one, yeah, for sure. I just mean in the overarching scheme of things. This time, obviously, like Governor said, and I can't quote it fully, but that works every time, at least for them.
Yeah, paraphrase.
Just a little.
We go, though. Kuala back on the operator. Didn't have the same success when running the chamber, but I don't think that means he's going to shy away from anything here. 3 players around this angle. In fact, 2 Sentinels in position with an incredibly aggressive play over on that A site. Now, Ruxic is someone that, you look back to kickoff, had some really big individual games. I think it was especially on maps like Bind. He looked like he could put up numbers. I think there's no doubt his individual ability is there. But in this matchup so far, he's not had the best game.
All the bait here for Shao. Oh, goodness. Beautiful opening, but Ruxic being here isn't accounted for. 2 shots and both connect onto the head. Apex, they try to make it work here with these weapons. They had a real chance at least to do damage, but an in-zone flawless from Na'Vi, a statement win of this round, and that's double digits for this squad now. A big gap to recover on for Apex, but they'll be investing fully into this.
This was the round that mostly only had Guardians, but I think for Na'Vi, just winning it so nice and clean, making sure they keep the operator, no real repurchases other than a few bits of utility, maybe some extra shields. I think they'll take that all day long. More importantly, once again, we're seeing Shao with that Hunter's Fury online. I can already tell you right now that Su has requested a Xiao highlight package to him back on the server, and while Fluorescent has just taken that opener, but doesn't expect the 1-2 punch. In fact, you can see Ruxic's plan is to wait a little bit longer to maybe catch a second player. The rest of the team, though, has just gone straight into C.
Yeah, they've got the Vice Wall to cover off the Behold as well. No late flank possible from this squad. Hunter's Fury. It's fired blindly. It's not finding the impact, but Angel and Koala certainly are. Back to a 3, in fact a 2 versus 2, with big pickups on the other side. Koala Noob sends the decoy. He's going to use this to post up. That's the operator on a long-ranged angle. No real opportunity now for Apex to re-aggress on that spot. The rotation already coming in as Governor goes wide around to the A site, where he should be able to freely walk in and get that plant down. Oh no! Koala with the miss!
And that actually allows, well, potentially allows Avova to get out of here. We'll have a smoke in a second as well, just to mark his own cross. That was seemingly a freebie.
30 seconds left.
Gonna witness that plant coming in. The rest of the team still a little bit unaware. Good position from Xiao, though. Should be the that's now the second time in this round that Avova should have been dead to rights, and somehow they've managed to come out of this from such a huge advantageous position for the side.
They heard him.
Na'Vi, and well, Koala probably doesn't realize he's walking into a two-man trap. Who would expect multiple players around this corner? He's predicted the first, but yeah, Governor is eventually there on the trade. A round that looked like it was done, I'll be honest, with the amount of ultimates that were used, the amount that was thrown in by Na'Vi, but it's actually a huge resurgence in the late round from this Apex squad.
I gotta say, I'm becoming more and more a fan of Governor, not just, we talked about roles a lot starting out his appearance here in EMEA. Oh, but he's putting the frustration into the other side, at least Avova certainly was with those peaks. But I think that, you know, in terms of vibes, like he's just bringing the team up in a lot of these plays that we see. And then right there, when he hits that last shot after the big read, the stack up on that A angle, just takes a cool little sip of his drink. I love to see
He's chill when it's his own plays.
Yeah,
when it's someone else's play,
he's hyping them up like crazy.
Knows what he's doing. Already, Koala has taken some aggressive control. This was very much predicted by the opponents, while Batu has been caught out completely. Not the start they were looking for, and now you can see immediately from Apex, they have to try and basically fall back and clear all the angles that they've just lost. A lot of time will be wasted, and they also have to be careful because Hero has also aggressed, taking a lot of control towards C.
Yeah, and has the traps to cover his back as well, so he can even embed that little bit further. The camera for sight. That's huge information for Na'Vi. Still sticking around on this 3-man A hold as Apex look for space elsewhere. They've heard the drone go up on long. And Avova, of course, his position, he can play wherever he wants. Just to be a thorn in the side, has the ultimate to TP if needed. And that is a big pickup. A couple times now, Na'Vi have found big value, even inside the smokes, just holding their angles and finding, I guess, pretty predictable timing. Maybe even using the Neon utility as a signal for exactly when they should fire, because the timing's been perfect, and often they've been catching people pushing through those choke points, just like we saw this time.
Not going to allow for much. Maybe you would have seen a from the shadow steal of the spike and attempting something here, but I think the 1v5 has made sure that this is a no-go for Avova, and it's a very small world where Koala takes him out of the action. I think it will be just too far gone. I think the next clear would have been the exact position. But this is the problem. When we saw Fluorescent on the other side getting aggressive, it was very much something that Na'Vi were watching out for. I think multiple different players doing so. Koala got way too much space there.
Well, I think you have to look at the difference though, right? When Koala does it, he's going down sneaky with a gate crash to get out. So it's not an all-in play. It's I'll sit here, and if I need to rotate, I can quickly move around the map, take one and get out. It's all good. But when Fluorescent did it, you're on the Neon. You gotta be sliding in. You're making a lot of noise, and that's drawing heads. That's why we had the Hunter's Fury to back her up. It's why we had the TP from Avova. It's why we had the Rolling Thunder at one point as well. That's the same point as all the others. And it didn't work out. But but I think it's just a much more, it gives you that extra flair to play it, fly under the radar, and try to be sneaky from Koala's position, just even in the composition they've brought to bear. Great reward in this round for them as well, and a 4-round lead for Na'Vi. They are taking this lead and trying to push us all the way to split, where, at least in my mind, they've got quite a bit to make up for.
Yeah, you're always going to have those sort of switch-ups, though, once you make the mistakes, and I think that's what Na'Vi have been doing throughout this series. The change of comp on Lotus, although wasn't successful, definitely still had its benefits. I think the composition here, again, outside of the meta, but there's definitely a level of comfort from their players. And on this defensive side, that's where you kind of expect it to thrive. You have that really aggressive stance that we've seen from Ruxic and Xiao. They look like a great team over on that A site. You've got the almost free-roaming Koala, and then you've got, at times, a double Senti setup, which if you're walking into Cypher and Vice, it's never going to be easy.
Oh, that reveals caught. Hero's still alive, but eventually he will fall. The TP from Avova. It's the not even the first one we've seen in this map from him, going straight into the enemy spawn, down to 30 HP though. Not long for this world, tries to take someone with him, but at least finds the space for his squad. The Vice Wall almost working in Apex's favor as they use it to block off Garage, and it almost works as a smoke as well. They're able to cross all the way back to long, Rolling Thunder online, Hunter's Fury in play. Na'Vi need to be quick on this retake, and that's a wonderful shot for Fluorescent. This one is real quick. They tried to be quick at least. That's something.
Oh, that's true. I think one of the other things that Apex has been doing well is just punishing. And I'd say both sides, actually. We've seen a lot of punishes onto those Sentinel players. Like, a really solid combination of the reveal and the stun, although the stun, I feel like at that point was almost cosmetic. Fluorescent was gonna find those kills, but the pop flash from Molzy, and this is something I spoke about last week, is that Molzy's supportive play around Fluorescent has already leveled up since kickoff. At kickoff, there were mistakes. There were gaps where I think neither of them had the exact right read on each other. I think in the last 2 games, Molzy especially has really done well in sort of making sure that Fluorescent is never going into a fight without that support. And if that happens, Fluorescent is probably going to get the kill.
Molzy support utility good. Who would have thought? And for Apex, well, that's going to be especially important on this round. As we said, Rolling Thunder available for them. In the A site, full of targets. They were slowly shifting their way towards that side of the map. It's where the Vice Wall is. You can see it right now on A-Long. Right now. There we go. And they've obviously got the Thorns right behind it. So a lot of utility when you consider there's 3 people here and a Vice Wall. There's a 2 stack on B with deep aggression as well. This is a lot to work with, and so that sends Vice over to cover in C gaps, covering Garage gaps, which leaves Ruxic on his own, but they haven't checked! Ruxic! That double is huge! B-site open for business, and Angel, having just fled it, will find himself smoked off. Both sides, in fact, this is a plant that should be undeniable. All put into play, but the TP out is not free! No one's watching again! A few mistakes have given Na'Vi an opportunity.
Already tapping that spike, baiting him into the open, leaving Batu to try and fight versus 3 players. They need to try and isolate as many of these fights as possible, and Xiao is not going to allow it. That will be a 12th round onto the board for the side of Na'Vi, and that is the thing, yeah. I think what we have witnessed, especially from Ruxic in this second half, is so much confidence. Like, think about that 1-2 punch they had over on the A site where he was just deep waiting on contact. He immediately swings, finds a multi-frag. You then have the exact same here where he's in such a deep, risky position, but it's just a surprise factor. And I'm a little bit disappointed, especially when Apex are up against a Yoru. It's very likely there's going to be angles like that. So if you're not checking for Ruxic, you should be checking for Koala.
Very true indeed. Yeah, just that escapability that they have. Oh, just like that. Quick shot towards Garage, and already he's outside A. Quick teleport away and a free pick. That flash was pretty much just used to check if there were other players here still around the area, and they found out, yes, there are. With it being destroyed, a bit of a punish, I suppose, with how long it's going to take to come back, but that's about all. Molzy hoping for space, hearing the jump peak might tempt him to swing out a little bit more wide, and that's exactly what Xiao wants.
Right there.
They've already spotted out the Thorns. but because of the step. There was a step, so he just popped them, ready to shoot it. Instead, setting up with the Rolling Thunder. Xiao may be able to dodge this. I think he might have been caught, yeah, in the back line, so you're not going to have that same sort of aggression. Instead, dimensional drift being utilized to try and get as much information as humanly possible. Nothing in terms of ultimates that will be able to deny too much here, especially that Hunter's Fury that's gone down, unfortunately, for the attack.
Wall has been picked off, numbers back to even. Good stun, though, will slow them. Big TP from Ruxic, but it's being spotted. He realized that in time, thankfully. Back he goes. Paranoia not ready, not online. They have to just swing right into these angles. Going well to start with, but then they run into Fluorescent. A three-piece pickup. And Apex just 3 behind, but 1 needed for Na'Vi to take us to OT. It feels inevitable. Or take us to OT, take us to map 3.
I was about to say, we are currently in... I was looking at that 5v4 and I was thinking in my head, maybe my prediction was off by a round. But instead, 13-9.
Oh,
Angel 1v2 clutch.
Come off it, mate. If Angel 1v2 clutches this, I'm just putting the headset down and leaving. I don't want to hear whatever you're going to say after. I want to hear a word of it.
I will say they're coming in with a stinky buy, which, if anything, maybe sets him up more so for a 1v2 clutch, but...
Stop it. Stop it. Not going to happen.
It might be the greatest prediction I've ever done if it comes true, but I have a feeling it's not going to come true. I'm also looking at the fact that Fluorescent's coming into this with Overdrive. Pause is being called by Na'Vi, and as said, the economy is in the bin, and they don't have any ultimates. It would only come down to maybe Xiao getting something done with Hunter's Fury, but he'd need to get an orb and a kill or 2 kills, which, you know, it's been having a great game, but not particularly confident in that. Wala's even going to pull in Bucky for this round, although, yeah, I've been lied to before. There you go, it's already disappeared.
Can always sell those weapons. You never know what's going on in their mind. Like you said, very weak buy. Not a round that Na'Vi should win. Certainly not with a clutch from Angel.
Who only has a ghost.
It's got a ghost and not necessarily the best stats line on the server. But we'll see. Tom's prediction still up for grabs. Apex still able to push this to an OT.
If he 1v2s in the next round, I'm going to be annoyed.
Yeah, be fuming. I almost hope for it. I wish for it.
Would take us to split, which we've already shown mass excitement for. A slow, tempered start to this round from Apex. Again, they're going to know that their opponent's economy is weak. Xiao has managed to get 1 away from now. And now it is just a singular kill in order to get that online. See what sort of comfortability the side of Apex will have. I've used that word specifically to annoy someone on Reddit.
It's not actually a word, is it?
I don't think so.
I don't think it is. I think it's made up. Batu's done well. There's 1, but there's a lot of weaker weapons all around him. It's being swarmed and finds 2. Recovery from Koala Noob. Weapon picked up as well. Stinger goes to Ruxic. Koala Noob goes to the C site. It's a fast enough rotation, not with a gate crash. An Angel in the corner. It's not quite a 1v2. Let's see if he can pick up a few. No, close. Absolutely really nothing. Close. Koala Noob's also going to be flashed up with 13 seconds left. That's a great opportunity. 10 seconds, in fact. They need the plant here and now. Big wraparound from Koala Noob. He can deny it, but he doesn't look the right way. They'll get the plant in. That was a tiny margin, but just about able to take it across the line, at least to the 1v2. Ruxic smokes up, picks up a better weapon, gets caught though, out of here to safety. Oh, never mind, Avova hunts him down. That could have been the round for Na'Vi, but still a damn good try considering the investments.
2 rounds in a row. The most that we've seen Apex managed to get in this second half, but they do have a lot available for them. Overdrive, Hunter's Fury. But Hunter's Fury also sits in the hands of Xiao, who I'm pretty sure every single time he's utilized it has at least found something. pinpoint accurate back on that Sova. It's something I'm sure we're going to be willing to see throughout the rest of the season. Fluorescent are just so good at taking that space into the site. Hero's going to try and isolate that battle. She is completely alone, but just completely avoiding things. And now Hero's in a prime position. It's not pretty though. It might be one of the biggest wins we've ever seen. And Fluorescent is going to eliminate the rest. Oh, that is such a rough spot for Hero. And wow, there might not be a Hero on the Na'Vi side, but there certainly was on Apex.
That was awful. And he's had such a good game as well. Look at the last map.
Yeah, why did he decide that round to copy your flow? Or Hypes, maybe.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, he's going to come here, Tom. If we keep this up, he's gonna arrive.
Mitch actually told me to say that.
I did not. I did not tell him to say that. I want you to know that.
Floor is feeling it.
Floor is feeling it. 26 and 14. 11-12, and a timeout from Na'Vi as their victory on Haven may be put on hold, and they're not happy about that. Split would be up next, and like I said, look, I'm hoping there's a lot of changes from the top down to how they ran it last time.
Avi, I'm gonna be.
If we get there,
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay, let's hear it.
The last game you played, you lost 6 rounds in a row to lose to Fnatic.
Yes.
Map number 2.
That's accurate.
Series before that, you lost 7 of 8 rounds.
Yep. To go OT.
To go OT, and then lose to Fnatic.
Yeah.
If you lose 4 rounds in a row,
go
OT.
You could have went further with that. The one before was the Lotus. 6 out of 7 of the last rounds. The KC game.
Yeah, I didn't want to go back that
Didn't
far,
want to go back for it. Will I go to 4? I feel like there's a trend forming here.
I'm hoping it doesn't go back that far.
Oh! Oh, it's so much worse.
Okay, but we get the point.
10 out of 10.
They lost a lot of rounds in a row to choke
lose.
games, and it is becoming a worrying trend for this squad. Fluorescent holding with that operator. The other side also being held by Batu, that extra little bit of cash being expended in order to try and deny aggression. Ultimates not really there for the side of Natas Vincere, and Molzy again just a couple away from having Rolling Thunder available. They're doing well to deny information, but the one piece that maybe they don't have just yet is this aggressive push currently down mid. Now, Koala has done well in the past from these sort of positions.
One piece mentioned. Good start. 11-12. As you said, 1 round here for Apex's OT. 1 round for Na'Vi is map 3. Again, moving towards this C site. Angel in the crossover denies the TP that no doubt would have been stuck. No in Apex, no in Avova. Hero, well, he's been stunned up now on the back of the site, but the cover from Koala comes in clutch. Hero making up for the previous round, and, well, map 3 incoming. We're going all the way to split as Na'Vi barely take victory here on Apex. Map pick, a much better face that they showed on Haven.
Yeah, they've been able to deny the comeback for the 5th, whatever time it was in a row, but they still need to do it on the next map. It goes all the way to 3. Apex versus Na'Vi continues after the break.
Nice, Hero! Let's go! That's what I'm talking about, bro. Good shit. Nice, Hero. Let's go, Hero! Good shit, bro. Well played, bro. Well played. Nice! Let's go! Nice! Diffuse.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It was a close affair on Haven, but we will be heading to Split. And I'm glad to see that they have their little warm-up routines, you know, very, very trendy right now, dunking your face in a bowl of water. Have you ever tried it?
Can't say I have.
Well, roll one out tomorrow to make sure.
Leo, I think Leo is the real trendsetter. I know it's all a meme on social media, but Leo was doing that before that meme.
He was doing it before it was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know what? Shao was doing what Leo was doing before Leo was doing what Leo was doing was cool. Many layers to that. Sure. But he is back. It's been 262 days, Billy, since we've seen Shao on Sova, and what a glorious return it was.
Yeah, I mean, we got to kind of touch on it when we came back to us. It's just so nice to see him on this Sova and not being forced on to any other agents and any other roles. So yeah, I think he had a tremendous performance throughout this map.
Yeah, and I got to turn it into the negative straight away. Why isn't he just playing Initiator?
That's not a negative. That we've been asking that question for a year.
Why? Like, just why? Like, when we would join a server against Na'Vi and you see Shao on Initiator, you're scared. Like,
of course.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and also 4 times Hunter's Fury, 3 kills. It's just, it's only Shao. There's only a handful of players in our region that has the impact that he does on this agent. But it was very, very nearly futile because it was a fake comeback from Apex, but Mini, they very well could have taken that to overtime.
Yeah, I mean, there was a bit of instances there where I feel like some of the holes in the comps from Na'Vi kind of coming through at the end. But overall from Apex, I feel like they didn't really have a good game plan against the comp specifically. It felt like they were running, you know, we heard Kiko talk about if you sit and spawn for 5 seconds and wait for floor. Like a bit of that was there. Yep. And then also some of the defaulting, it didn't feel like they had worked the map properly. It was very neon go. And against that composition, I don't think that's how you should play. I think it needs to be a bit more defaulty. So I think they need to go back and look to see, you know, how are they going to adapt to stuff on the fly against a team like Na'Vi especially.
I have to agree. I think on their defense as well, they really suffered. I can understand that they were trying to help set up floor with that operator, but I just think they were way too passive on that defense with the composition that Apex were running, right? They were constantly playing retake simulator, playing so like chilled, laid back. Like it just didn't feel as though they were able to go up against that double sentinel combination. As soon as Na'Vi got into a post plant, the round was won because they have all of that utility.
And speaking of that double sentinel composition, a hero going from the Raze to the Cypher. He's having an amazing day today. You know, this is the hero that we were excited about coming into this year on Na'Vi. And we're starting to see the value, Billy, he brings to this roster and his flexibility.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that that's a good thing as well, is that they're able to kind of flex around Hero. We kind of looked at Koala Noob beforehand about his kind of flexibility, but Hero in particular, I think it's nice to see him kind of be a bit more comfortable on the Cypher this time round. It's more that when we get into the later stages of this going to split, where we see him on that Vise, this is where I start to get a little bit worried for Hero.
Yeah, and I think just to go back to like the last Haven they played against Fnatic, like Hero was not having a good time at all, and it's nice to see him kind of revitalized. So yeah, Vice, yeah, I'm a little bit worried because he hasn't seemed comfortable yet, but he's playing Raze, he's playing Cypher. Vice should be fine. He should get there with Vice, to be honest.
And also, you know, with last week on that split, did they even get an opportunity to play the split? They didn't even get to really show anything or be in the server. They got dominated. They got ran over
by
completely, yeah, by Crashies. And this time around, you would like to hope that they've prepared, they've changed, they fixed their mistakes. On the other side too, Mini, it wasn't the best split ever from Apex either against Heretics.
No, it wasn't the best, but it is Heretic, so it's like, where do you know, it's hard to gauge, because we don't know where Heretics are at right now. I like the comp from Apex, didn't like the comp from Na'Vi last time, but I feel like that's just the common denominator at this point for this game.
I think Apex's saving grace is that they chose split into Team Heretics, whereas Na'Vi, they kind of got forced into split because Fnatic chose it. So I don't know if it was one of those things that they expected to play last week. I don't know if it's a map that they expected to play this week. And yeah, it's just a question of, are they going to rejig the rules around again like we saw on Lotus?
I definitely think they probably expected to play it this week just because of how weak they looked. Maybe it's a trap where other teams feel like they can exploit against Na'Vi, but it is map 3, and this is where I start to get nervous for the players of Apex. I start to get nervous, you know, for the likes of Batu, who might not have been in this position many times before, but as we take a look at agent select, we're not going to get any changes on either side. And do you stand by that, Mini? You still don't like this Na'Vi comp?
No, I mean, they can win this game for sure. It's not like it's an instant loss, but it's like against anyone who is able to adapt and able to game plan properly, I don't see the value of this composition.
I want to see if they've learned the mistakes that they had against Kayak's Yoru last week, because the amount of utility that one Yoru clone was able to bait out from Na'Vi was absolutely ridiculous. So I want to make sure that they've learned those kind of lessons. And I think as well, like just looking at this Na'Vi composition, we had so many times where Koala Noob would go into site and there was no follow-up on that attack. So he was playing very aggressive in how we would expect him to play this role, but we need Angel to follow up on that.
We do indeed, and we need him not to miss a single lineup. So let's throw this back over to your casters and see which team are going to come out on top.
Thank you very much, Yinsu and the analyst desk. Well, Billy really hit the nail on the head there as well, talking about the Yoru clone and how much value it was able to take out of the Na'Vi setup. Also, just the sheer chaos that it was able to put in, whether it was destroying the wall. I mean, there was a round where Koala Noob had his ult on super early, and the second they heard steps, before the wall was even tripped, they had that showstopper activated with a 4-man hold towards B. They still weren't happy with it. I think the protocols were horrendous from Na'Vi last time I saw them play this map, and I have to hope that has changed ever since. Certainly a wealth of opportunities to learn from the mistakes they made last time. Now they'll be put to the test to see if they've managed to learn from them. It'll be the attack side start, and I think it was the defense where they were being pushed and pulled around the map, so this might even favor them a bit more, getting to set the pace themselves.
Already. Very aggressive take in towards that side. It does seem like their opponents were setting up for the retake, attempting and succeeding on a very aggressive response. Ruxic will manage to stem the bleeding a little bit, and in fact, extend things. I don't know if they're going to expect the over at the back of this site, though. Oh, it's checked, but not quite able to find that damage. Ruxic's doing absolutely everything. Back into the 1 versus 1, facing off against Governor. Well, that's one way to start a map.
Really nice and clean start from Ruxic. The rest of the squad fall and didn't seem to cause him any distress whatsoever. Shot after shot landed, and, well, you can't help but think the player on backside got a little bit lost in the sauce, looking for that second kill. But still, he capitalized on every single opportunity. And early days, pistol round, that's great stuff for Navi. The problem is, they haven't had a great success rate when it came to following them up. Now, Governor said every single time the force buys work, but I think that might be a little bit more so on the attack side. Here on defense, they'll play the classics.
You get a plant, you can rush together. It gives you a little bit of an extra boost. He's already going to be finding that early orb and kept deep. Again, like Na'Vi playing much more of a default round, as the expectation will be to have those sort of aggressive responses from the defense, but in this case, they're just looking to try and stack up on B. I don't mind this. They're going aggressive into B main, but unfortunately they have got the complete wrong end of the stick. Angel even going to be clamping down on the position of Batu, who I think is still completely unaware how far they've gotten. The smoke has completely missed the mark. It is too late.
This should be an easy round from this point forward. Risks can be taken by Angel and Xiao, playing a little bit looser with the pistols and the light shields. And players with rifles very much wanting to stay alive, or at least have their rifle picked up if those pistol players are still alive. This play through spawn from Apex is nice. 3 players on their way. The problem is that setup that's waiting for them. Previously, Navi have tried, and maybe we'll see them again, I hope not, some silly walls. This one's a bit more conventional, and as soon as, well, I don't think Ruxic needs to be here, but I guess he really likes the Omen ulti. Looking to farm them up. It's a huge risk. I mean, if he goes down here, the rifle is theirs for the taking. Luckily, that's another 4K from Ruxic, so they will cement that. But it could have gotten a little bit shaky in the end. I'm not a fan of splitting up like that and giving those opportunities, but hey, 2-0 is 2-0.
Yeah, and an in-zone flawless. So keeping all of that weaponry over. Don't even have to buy any of the shields again. And although, yeah, I completely agree, the aggression is unnecessary. I think for Ruxic, it's more of just a confidence builder. Sure. Like, he has been having such a quiet game, so just wanting to try and get himself back in with some eco kills, fair enough.
Yeah, until he loses the rifle, and it's a confidence destroyer.
There you go, so it's the right play.
Yeah, well, we'll maybe get you for the post plan with the coaches, and we'll see what we think about that. I'm not sure that everyone would agree, but Ruxic certainly would. He's got his ult online. A little bit of a recon for them. Conventional wall going to cover out B main as they play in the backside. Ult is used. This is what it was all about. He wanted those ult orbs. He got them, and backside control is theirs now. Rifles focused up to heaven, and these vines, such an annoyance. You can already see them spamming through to try to break them. But if they stay alive late into the round, that is going to be a big drain on the clock. A little bit of aggression from Na'Vi, but I think it's all posturing. I imagine you'll see them fall back. Astra in an unusual position, staying aggressive underneath the boxes. They've got players on side ready for the fight, and Xiao tearing them a new one. A triple kill from the low HP Astra embedded on the box. It was a risk, but it paid off tenfold.
That's the thing, we know the level that these players on Na'Vi can hit, and I think you go back to, again, just historic performances on this map, and it always was that attack side. I think Angel pretty much changed our view of this map after probably a couple of years of like, okay, we expect them to get 8 or 9 rounds of the defense, and then it was like every time we watched FPX play, they'd get 7 or 8 rounds in the attack, and we go, oh, and teams learn from them. So sure, some of the stuff they do is unorthodox, but this was always a map that they were very good at the defaults, very good at the sort of timing of execution, and sure, the pieces of the puzzle may have changed, but the leadership, and well, the Xiao show hasn't gone anywhere.
No, the Xiao show never ends. least not so far. Valorant's history.
It's like, 4 years, this is a long shot. I hope there's an interval.
Oh, no, there's not. There really isn't. Not with this man. No matter where he gets put, what role he's on, he will deliver. 3-0 start for Na'Vi and an opening pick here. Apex with a lot of weaknesses, and we do want to see exactly what's happening. Na'Vi abandoning this play towards the A site, grouping up and moving as a unit, but Apex have made the read correctly. Look at the rotations coming in. The furthest player away is just now making it through to heaven. This is going to be a big stack up, and yes, they don't have the weaponry for it, but the element of surprise along with those weaker weapons could pay off. Fluorescent looking like she's in a death match. Beautiful double, but it will not be enough with Governor locked out of any pickups from those rifles or any real impact. Holding just that classic expectation, but holding the knife, expectations are even lower. No need.
Roxic has been doing this all game. I think it's just the little bit of additional BM he likes to add in. He's 11-0 right now. Angel and Hero have just been spectators. Not really dying, only one apiece, but Marshall, Koala, and mostly Roxic have been cleaning up the mess. 4-0 for the squad, and now the operator comes in for Fluorescent. We saw this in the first map. This was the difference maker. I do feel like at times it can be a little bit more difficult to get true value on this map. It involves a lot of aggressive positioning, and well, speaking of aggressive positioning, Koala has just taken an immediate fight. The paranoia popped within the first 5 seconds of the round, and that's already Molesy lost. Normally the most integral piece to this puzzle, the glue for the side of Apex. Already down.
And the player who went back into a corner like that when the squad comes at him, he tends to take down more than he really should. More than his fair share, but not this time. Na'Vi standing with 5 still late into the round. And the pressure put into heaven, this could be a mistake. It certainly is as Fluorescent rounds the corner first. Ruxic, that's 11-1 now with his first death on the board. See if Na'Vi can recover without him, because he has been the one to take it across the line in the majority of these rounds. And there's a lot of presence from Apex, especially with this ult coming through. That's confirming that the hit is on its way. They know about Avova. The TP coming out of the ult up top's being heard. Avova and Batu dealt with. They're ready for Fluorescent to be around here. Even still, what was that?
30 seconds left.
I can't believe I just saw that. Should replay that, maybe even now. Screw the round. 2v2. Shao, 32 HP. Tom, all thanks to Fluorescent. This is winnable.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to walk anywhere near. Don't even go near a wall that Fluorescent is looking at, because you might just fall gun barrel spotted. A 4th kill already for Fluorescent, and she will take over this round completely. To anybody who still has question marks of whether or not Fluorescent will be able to thrive in this league, just replay this round over and over and over again, and then proceed to shut your mouth.
Oh my. Nice kill on the Ruxic, sure, but this decent kill. This one! Get out of here!
I wouldn't even think to shoot at that part of the wall. Dear Lord.
Nice! What are you doing, Flood?
I cannot believe that. If this was online, I'd be pausing the game myself.
I do think that
get the admins to check what's going on.
I think it's Batu and Governor are having a battle for who can make the highest pitch scream of the day.
Well, with plays like that, mate, I'm not surprised at all. Oh, that was sensational.
Blocking vision.
And the best part is, Governor's got the op this round. After what just happened, Governor's like, give me a shot.
Hold that.
Wow, that's really just blowing the wind out of my sails. I feel like I need a minute.
It's easy to forget that they're currently 4-1 down. Fluorescent has danced out of the way of that showstopper. Angel was patiently waiting for some aggression, and while Avova's doing fantastic work on the site, trading things out to leave them in a 3v3, but Na'Vi still a decent spot to play from. The drone is going to clear that backline. Again, it's actually going to be utilized, but it doesn't connect onto Hero at all. In fact, he's able to basically just sidestep the ult. Still, Molesy has been able to pick off Angel. That leaves the Spike in a bit of a precarious position, and the time is ticking down. Hero immediately going to utilize that flash to try and give some space. And the Apex players in the meantime have grouped up, but it doesn't matter. Hero will respond with a double. And what was a fluorescent blip has now stopped shimmering. It is another on the board for Na'Vi.
Well, let me treat Na'Vi with the same gusto I gave to Apex in that first map where I thought they were rolling. Right now, the only round for Apex is one of the craziest aces I've ever seen with an operator.
Yeah.
Certainly here on Split.
They ain't fuck.
Whoa, that was close. But for Na'Vi, 5 rounds now, looking good. Fumbling, yes, exactly. And that's what Apex may be doing. And I said, this may favor Na'Vi more starting on the attack. I have questions around their defense, but if they're able to deliver like this consistently, look, 6 rounds now, and they have got themselves full control over the flow of this series here on the final map. They can keep this up. There's no doubt about it. Apex are in trouble. They've got a mixed bag of a buy, but the op back on Fluorescent, so it's anyone's guess where this one's going. But the spike certainly going towards the A site, and it might find its way in for free. Is Governor? Yeah, he's not going to take the risk.
She's on the wrong side of the map, so there is a gate crash, but it's not even going to get her halfway. A free post plant. Nightfall 1 away. And the same for a couple of ultimates on the other side. Hero's lurks have definitely been causing them issues. Trying to clear him from mid has been troublesome. Some aggressive positions. Shao waiting patiently. Ruxic also on the cross. This time Fluorescent is caught out, and the rest of the team are a little bit, well, screwed is the word that comes to mind. Malzy now in attempting an ace of his own, a 1 versus 5. Even with a Rolling Thunder, their economy is in the bin, and trying to face back into the site seems like an impossibility, hoping to maybe clear some guns, but you have to bear in mind the economy for Na'Vi is pretty damn good.
Quite interesting this round that they've left Hero behind on mid to lurk, but they didn't put down the wall on B, so there was a free push for Apex through B main. And I have to wonder, because I've seen this from Na'Vi before, where they just don't expect their opponents, especially to take the spawn flanks. I have to wonder if they're looking at Apex and just assuming that that kind of aggressive control won't go through, because Hero was leaving himself open to a backstab, and I have to think that he expected there's a good chance that backstab won't come through. Otherwise, the wall would have been there. And also we see this from Na'Vi a lot, where on some more direct plays, they will keep that utility for post plant, but again, because he was mid, that doesn't really seem to be the case.
I guess also, I think it's potentially, if he does spot something, could just look to isolate those fights and literally use it reactively.
Yeah, we saw the round before, even in the 2v2 when he went up into heaven, and he took those kills to finish it off, right? While put him up to a 3K, or 3 pieces on the board. He still had the wall as well. So I think the post plant util, and then they're keeping it for maybe, like, again, like you say, if they find that control over vent, or they find the control up in heaven and they want to rotate, you just pop the wall down, and now another avenue of their rotation is either cut off, or you've got huge info when they go for it. So you can make better decisions. I think this is a much better look, and Na'Vi have clearly done their homework from the last time they played this map, where they just looked lost. Again, that was more defensive side, and maybe we'll see the same thing with the challenges against the Yoru there.
I think they've always been very good on the attack. I think it definitely helps when Ruxic is currently having an absolute game. 14-2.
There.
Shao's up there as well. Yeah, you have to consider the last 2 maps. We've seen a steady improvement. 15 kills in total for Ruxic in the last already, as said, on 14. And we are looking at a very, very weak buy. And a spread out one at that. Defense normally happy to group up, commit to something together, go for a more aggressive push. And I think when you have ultimates online, well, that's not exactly how Avova was hoping that one would go. A chance for Koala to farm. With most other ults, either online or relatively close, him finding impact with this Outlaw is actually pretty important. Could allow for a showstopper.
Nice shot from Fluorescent. And maybe, you know, for Na'Vi, sending a player out late towards this A site, it's definitely going to keep a lot of them in position. It does allow for a rifle to be retrieved by Fluorescent. Ult online. With Batu falling and the Viper's Pit not available for late round, it will be more difficult for players like Malzy and Governor to have impact, but Rolling Thunder alongside that rifle, they decide to commit it. The round's not over yet.
I think it might take one more before that time already ticking. They are going to use the Dimensional Drift, so clearly an idea to find something into this round. They have got one connection off the back of that Nightfall, and it seems like they are going to set up that Rolling Thunder. They want to try and play for this round, and the timing of Floor is excellent. The aim not quite as clean as usual, but eventually she will get the job done. Another multi-kill that sees Apex bringing home around a heavy commitment of those ultimates, but it was definitely worthwhile for the pay save card Thrifty.
Well, it was, Tom, a huge risk indeed. Imagine this round doesn't go their way. They're now looking down the barrel of a 7-1 deficit, having invested a lot of ultis into a round where they didn't have a lot. And it's a risk. Many teams try it, and it doesn't work out. BBL will tell you all about that. But now, they've come through and found the value with it. And again, I think just belief in themselves in that moment, the recovered rifle probably helped them, and the fact that Fluorescent spotted so much on the site itself, and that it was an easy lineup for the Rolling Thunder. Everything worked out for Apex in that round. It's still 6-2 though. It's a massive lead for Na'Vi. Ult used by Batu early on, and that's a lot of space usually denied. They're walking through the pit. This always makes me nervous against Batu of all people, but Ruxic claims the kill. They haven't cleared Malzy. He grabs one, and he's just shifting his way back across. Huge risk to spam with a Vandal there, but he did a lot of damage.
It's frustrating for Batu, but even still, they found themselves in a relatively decent position. That A site somewhat open for business, and Ruxic shooting anything that moves while connecting onto it. I think he's also spotted a player down at the bottom of mid, but the timing from Fluorescent could it be better? 1 for free, teammate to support, Koala already tagged. This is looking like a good opportunity to respond, but they have to be careful of the player up above. Already clearing out one. Governor on the site can only find one of his own. And now it's left down to the Clutch King himself. Avova, he's had a couple of attempts, the paranoia through, and already the gun gonna be removed. It takes a bit of time for the Steel Garden. Luckily for them, Xiao didn't need that time at all.
No, he didn't. Right back to winning ways are Na'Vi 7-2 in play, and it's that pick to open the round. 4 players walking through a Viper's Pit. That is not a strategy that you see all that often. Usually the pick goes down and you go a different route, but they committed to it. And Ruxic really has been the star of this show. Fluorescent, even with the ace under her belt, Ruxic's 2 4Ks back to back to open the game. He's 15-4 at the moment. Although almost more impressive that Xiao is hot in his heels.
I was gonna say, I think if you're going off impact kills, Xiao is probably the best player on his team. I can't get over what we've seen from Fluorescent so far. Already, another setup that revolves around forcing these players off angles. You can see Xiao hightailing it to the other side of the map. Maybe would have stayed and fought, but not for that spike. The interesting thing, though, is that almost switching of roles. That Heaven spot is definitely something they'll be aware of. The double controller now taking Heaven on the other side of the map. And I'm very curious how Na'Vi are going to piece this one together. Are they going to meet up in the spawn?
Well, I mean, the big problem with that wall going down, with the walkabouts coming through, the fact that you've got a player wrapping around,
they're walking back into
but
floor.
then the spawn wrap-up goes in. I mean, Apex have got to be lost. Where have these players gone in their mind? Maybe they're sitting middle, maybe they've moved to Heaven. I think you just turtle back to whatever space you can hold on to, and the problem is Batu looking the wrong way. It is confusing, but I can't blame Batu for that. I can't blame Apex for losing track of how this round was going, because this is a bizarre way for it to unfold. Ultimate sent through, Avova had a gap, but Ruxic managed to dive onto him before that became a real problem. 12 seconds and a plant's coming down. It still hasn't gone in thanks to utility in the other direction, and players are only now moving through middle to get back. This is a crazy round, but one that Na'Vi somehow seem to have found control over. A 4v2 post plant. With the economy being where it is, up in play, I think this might be save territory.
Possible to get a pip of Mini's anger levels. because I don't know how I don't know how I feel about this round, but I really don't know how he feels about it, because there was like a gap that was seemingly well aware of from Apex. Is this the Piff of Minnie's anger levels?
Minnie's looking good. I like what he's done with his makeup.
Well, a little bit green, maybe a bit ill.
It's the lighting. It's the lighting. Don't worry, they'll fix that up.
But yeah, it seemed like Fluorescent was well aware of the gap because she was consistently watching towards the spawn. Ruxic was even seen within her crosshair, and then Batu seemed completely unaware that someone could come from behind him. So I think there was either a gap in communication, because one player was clearly well aware that there was a player in spawn. I want to say that's straight BS. That's a one-shot kill, because I don't think that maybe that was the other thing that was weird. There was a seize thrown into the backside and a nade not thrown into the backside. So I don't know if he thought that both of them had gone there and that player had to be low. But it was very odd that the nade just went somewhere completely different to where Avova was.
Like, there's a lot that seems strange about that round. For Na'Vi, 8-2 in the lead, knowing their potential weaknesses on the defense, and no doubt Apex have looked back at that matchup they've seen, and bringing this Yoru in as well even further confirms it for me. They know the weaknesses to Navi's defense. 2 rounds on the board, it won't be enough to capitalize. Fluorescent opening pick, a big player to take down in the form of Ruxic. And the walkabouts to the A site. This has been a slow start for Na'Vi with no control on this side of the map. A part that Apex have pushed up in quite a bit. That's why you see Hero clearing down below. They're checking everything.
Are they going to Cosmic Divide it? That's the question. I wonder if they're just going to try and section off Heaven and have the freebie in towards the site. They still have it in his inventory.
Yeah. It's going to be placed for the Heaven walk down, but they're keeping control over Heaven. Sort of doubling up on the security of that utility. Oh, okay. Clearly not expecting Koala Noob to be that close, but the punish comes in nonetheless. And Batu's able to upgrade to a rifle. That's a great start for Apex.
Back into slightly more passive positions. The siege from Angel thrown out to Heaven to just try and delay. And there's that Cosmic Divide. The wall has also now been placed over towards the stairs. It's all about just delaying, slowing, making this retake a lot more awkward. And then Xiao just lurking on the edge of the smokes. His timing needs to be sublime, and while it seems like him and Hero alongside the leader have combined perfectly, within the chaos is where Na'Vi seem to thrive, and considering they were a player down in that engagement, they come out quite clean.
Yeah, well, they certainly made the end of that game look clean. This opening pick from Koala, I didn't really expect, putting us back even and then being traded right back up in Heaven. It was good space for Apex to have. Who are they? Apex to have. In the end, this big brawl on the site.
But like,
are you calling them Apex because there's only one player on the server for them right now?
Wow, what happened to you? Are they putting your team
I don't
today?
know. I feel mean today. I think you started it by bullying Hype, and then I just decided to join in.
One comment about Hype.
Yeah, so you started it, and then I joined in.
I hit the first domino. I'm sorry. I brought this upon everyone. We had Angry Angel on the desk earlier. We got Angry Tombiz just on the cast. All day long. 9 rounds, so, and this, look, any doubt I had about Na'Vi, and let me tell you, I had a lot. It's sort of being dispelled by this. This already 9-3 is going to be a really tough scoreline for Apex to come back from, even if they can manipulate Na'Vi in the way that we saw Fnatic do. For the defensive side here, though, putting the round on the board is essential if they want to have a chance. Fluorescent with the ultimate and a judge, it makes me scared. Scared for Na'Vi. Here we go.
Go hunting. Normally this is where you see the stun come out from Molzy, but they're falling far enough back that connecting that stun may be difficult. Angel's gone full sprint up mid to try and find the gap, and instead has met Batu. Showstopper, there's a lot of players around here, and the flash is good, but he just predicts where Batu's going to be. It's been a bit of a cursed game for the Viper player. Avova needs to win this battle, and it's a bit shaky, but the job is done. Molzy in combination. The judge looking to get up in the face as his headshots, but barely any bullets, any of the shells connecting. But the time is ticking. 14 seconds, trying to bait them in. Try to give that little bit of extra space. Koala wants to take that fight, and I think there may be at least one more. A curse is what Apex have on their side, because Na'Vi end with 9.
9-3. They came in with question marks around their split. I wasn't looking forward to seeing it, but this attack side may just have set them up for a recovery in the imagery of this map. We'll see how the second half unfolds after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Back, folks. Na'Vi leading 9-3. It's been a very strong display from this squad. For Apex, picking up 3 rounds, one of which was an ace from Fluorescent. This map hasn't seemed to have really gotten off the ground for this squad, but here on the attack, coming into this matchup, is exactly where I expected them to put up rounds, mainly because Na'Vi struggled so much before. But Tom, already it looks like they've come in using that loss the other day as a learning opportunity.
Yeah, last time out it was a 6-6 half on the attack versus Heretics, and then only 2 rounds on the defense for Apex. So they do go into what seems like their favored side, but it just seems like so many individuals confident over on that Na'Vi side. Ruxic having his best performance of the day. I think Xiao, he's been pretty good in the last map as well, but I'd argue this has been better. Batu with a nice start though. Koala out of action, and oh, it seems like Avova's going to double up himself. This pistol looking inevitable, unless we can finally see that ace out of Ruxic. But with 47 HP, Mitch, even I'm not a believer in this one.
No, listen, he was lights out earlier on, but this should be too much, and Malzy confirms that it will be. A much-needed win in the pistol round for Apex as they trail now by 5, but the distance can quickly start to close in. For Na'Vi, no choice.
Bro, 15-9, bro. Can we give her some help? Me too, man. That's not good. Come on.
Well, you know, Governor, not afraid to call it as it is. I respect that.
Oh, God. I think I don't even know if I need to say by the end of the season, but maybe just by the end of the week, I think he's going to have my favorite comms across the board.
100%.
So brutally honest.
I'm becoming a big fan of Governor on the server and certainly off it as well.
I'm glad we can display some more of the personality. Because again, it was a bit of a risky pickup based on previous successes, changing roles as well. Something I think we knew he'd be capable of, but there'd be a lot of expectations. A bit of damage. In fact, 2 players incredibly low. Governor and Avova on just 7 HP. This could be 2 of the heaviest assists we've ever seen, but Avova still going strong.
So much damage done, but it just doesn't seem to matter. Na'Vi unable to finish their dinner in a lot of these bite-sized battles. It's Apex coming ahead, 7 HP on 2. Hell, I think the shorty could get them from here. The opportunity certainly not coming his way in droves for Xiao. Be patient. Even going down to the spike here is fine, and if that patience results in a mistake being made on the other side, great. There's one, and almost 2, desperately close. The first cleanly on the head of Malzy at least adds some cost to this. In terms of shields and so on, there's going to be reinvestments.
Not really the end of the world, and it seems like they're going to come in with a lot of rifles for this one. I think Apex probably also realizing that a break back here would put Na'Vi on double digits, set them up nicely to move forward in this match, and I think if there's going to be a response, they need to break back early. The same can be said for them in terms of this group. There are a lot of heavy hitters. So either team taking a victory. Sure, it's come down to map difference, etc. But I think for either side, just getting on that board, even a couple of wins, depending on others' results, could be enough to make it into the playoffs. Although I'd say, depends on expectations. For Na'Vi, playoffs would be the start. I think for Apex, they are taking it one step at a time. Malzy with a good clear. That was a aggressive position, but it does seem like, but we go back to Haven, they're being caught by stuff like that, so they have been learning as they go.
I like the setup as well that Heroes put in. The wall and vines on B is just a great alarm system, but also a slowing effect with those vines once the wall gets tripped, and then he moves over to A. He's got a flash that's now going to need to be used with that pickup from Batu. And indeed, it will be beautiful stuff from Hero finding the kill. But it's the other side of the map where the test is about to come in.
That's the thing, this is a full buy. The first couple of kills that came through
30 seconds left.
definitely seem more awkward. Now, normally, I'm absolutely fine with that wall being activated and baited out, but the problem is the amount of time. 20 seconds left on the clock for them to try and make a move into this site. This is starting to get a little bit shaky, but Xiao being cleared with ease, and Angel needs to get something done! It will be the double up! Now left onto Malzy, just 8 HP, and you can see Angel almost just running it down. The IGL has had a desperately quiet series on the scoreboard, but the fact is, that round was all about him.
Yeah, even the C's that he puts through, it delays them further. It makes that push a bit more frantic and forces the last player to just go for the plant. That double kill there, though, his third piece of the round, followed up with a fourth. Wonderful work. And again, a lot of it comes down to the C's that went in, sure, but the wall that was in play. Again, we see that Apex are looking at Na'Vi, seeing those weaknesses. You just send the decoy through, but the problem is it comes in so late in the round that then the vines and the wall, they serve their purpose of running the clock down lower. We'll see them hopefully look to get rid of some of that util a little bit earlier, as now the wall shifts up to middle. And this is, I think, the more common spot for Vice players to put that, just replacing a Sage wall, but lasting all round. And if they don't come close enough to it, flying under the radar. So you get control, and your opponents don't even know you have it.
Seems like this time they're gonna go a little bit earlier, or at least try to bait out any of that utility. Problem is, it is not there. I think a lot more dynamic from Hero in his placement of these walls, making sure that a lot more difficult to try and predict, and if there was a walk up into mid,
Poison's off.
that would catch anybody lurking, or in this case, just the original take. It does seem like, though, instead, that clone is going to be the one to activate. But again, I'm looking at this clock. Okay, sure, we're only at that 40-second marker. But right now, there isn't any ground that's really been garnered. And when you know that your opponent has these vines that can desperately slow you down, I feel like you need to be a little bit quicker.
Yeah, no, 100%, but at least now they're moving through avenues, coming through Heaven where those vines won't block them. We saw them B main and A main, already triggered on B, now triggered on A, running down the clock lower, stopping Batu from joining the rest of the squad. He's boxed out for now. Rucksack's crossed for free, and the reset is wonderful. Batu only now making it in. The paranoia perfectly timed. He either gets caught by it or the round is done and dusted, and with the spike up in Heaven, it was already cemented in favor of Na'Vi. Again, this setup was causing so much trouble for Na'Vi, where Fnatic were using it to play them like a fiddle in their rotations. Their map control, the free info that we saw this round till 40 seconds on the clock wasn't there. It was challenged with like 20 seconds gone off the clock. Yeah. And that left them then spiraling late round, always having to have players committed to those angles. There would be baits on one side or the other of the map, getting those vines up early, but once you have them online late, well, we've seen the impact now. This setup has to be challenged. And Danito and co, that's probably what they're talking about here. You gotta remove that utility and that free info from the Na'Vi defense early on.
But that's the thing, like you can have a lot of that Vice util gone because you have that double controller. You can smoke, you can paranoia, you can have the stun, you grab well, whatever you like. You can also still get info from Angel's utility. That's the way this composition is going to work. If you allow them to have everything until 40 seconds, okay, sure, you got rid of the wall, but all the vines are still there, the stars are still there. Even the haunt will come back online so they can get that information, and then you're running into things blind. Maybe literally in some cases, because you haven't got rid of the rows either. And that's such a huge problem when going for those execution. Those vines were up. Like, how is it with what, 15, 20 seconds left, that Ruxic could TP back into the site? Like, that shouldn't be possible. There should be someone there to stop him.
And there was. That person was Batu. But again, those vines were there. They stopped him. He could have. You run through it. You ain't going to get on very well. You stand on the other side and your teammates have a bad time. That is something that we need to see fixed up. But the other thing, and you mentioned it earlier, Tom, at Hero 7 and 8, but his impact on the server is, you cannot understate it. And I think the thing about him is he's being so diverse with where this utility is being put into play. He's not at mid at the start of the round, so he won't be placing the wall. You know what they do instead? They say, okay, Apex, they might try to get rid of our wall. They might walk up and jump through it. They might put a decoy. You know what we'll do? We'll put 3 players there. We'll react aggressively and take that fight to them, but that's what Fluorescent does best. Eliminating Angel, and the stun will get them up into heaven.
Dimensional Drift immediately activated. They want to try and capitalize off this, but they have not seen Xiao. Xiao is the one underlying factor that they have completely negated. Already 1 to his name, still at the back of this site, looking for a little more. Will get isolated, but the time that was bought was enough. That was the spike on the deck. Koala with a huge triple of his own. 12-5. Na'Vi don't look like they're slowing down. And what was a very shaky map 1, a map 2 that almost slipped away from them. In map 3, well, it would take 7 rounds in a row for Apex. And I'll be honest with you, there has not been anything in this second half that makes me think they'll get there.
I think we even saw the improvement, though, from Lotus, from the end of Lotus, not so much the start of it, but it was a much better performance from Na'Vi against an actual comp, not against a Harbor comp. So that's already a step up. Then they take 13-11 on Haven with a very impressive map, but here on Split, where they sucked. I mean, I can't say it enough. I hated watching their split last time around against Fnatic, but this, I mean, it very much just shows as well, though, if you have weaknesses, a team like Fnatic will exploit them. I think for Apex, that is definitely holds true at times, but this time doesn't seem to be the case. But I would put that down to Na'Vi really minimizing their weaknesses, really learning from their last loss, and now 7 opportunities to close this out, starting out with a pick on Malzi, eliminating the Rolling Thunder, and even Ruxic there dodging the flash. Won't go for the further fight on mid, though.
I think the other thing is just because you look weak versus Fnatic, doesn't mean you'll look weak versus others. A depth of talent within that roster and new coaching staff. These seem to do the trick in week number 1. Batu's done well. Managing to isolate Hero. Ruxic also desperately low on HP. Shouldn't get anything here. Almost gets away with 2. That is far more damage than expected. An immediate rotation from Angel. Well, that's not gone to plan. All the players over on the Apex side taking damage. Koala does have the ult, but the problem is the showstopper. He wouldn't be able to take a single bullet and has gone on the full rotation in from behind. Probably just going to try and fire this in from a distance. Maybe even waiting for an extra piece of utility from Angel. A single kill from him will also get that Nightfall online and could give the game away.
Usually I'd question if the ult is used here, but I think 12-5, there's a very good chance. Koala's on the walk up, low HP on Batu as well, but a headshot delivered. The health didn't matter, not at that range. Apex maintained control, and with Koala down, without a showstopper to work around as well, you know, 2v3, maybe that's where it would be deployed. But with him being the one to fall, there's no choice for Na'Vi.
Yeah, economy as well.
Save.
You have a couple of players that can purchase and probably maybe even drop one over, but you don't want to have too many weapons thrown into the dirt. I also do wonder if the timing there was just a little bit off. Like, I think Koala wanted to try and be sneaky, but just after he peeks, they throw the Haunt in, which Batu has to shoot. So it could have been just slightly more synergized, but hey, they're not going to mind too much. 12-6. Showstopper still available. Koala's now going to invest into that operator. I think he's had a lot more success on this defensive side, but still has quite a lot to live up to if he wants to take that #1 operator. I think Fluorescent might be making a claim to that after what we saw earlier. Even still, though, that was the start of what is an incredibly long journey back for Apex.
Indeed, yeah, it is. Marathon from this squad needed. One stumble and they will fall. It's not going to land.
It did, it was a leg.
He ends up going down. You're right, yeah, Malsey went down to 5 HP, but still, he's the one to fire right back, take Koala Noob out, eliminate the off, and eliminate the Showstopper. Another big danger dealt with.
The difference would have been the loss of supportive utility and a Rolling Thunder, and instead it ends up as the loss of an operator and a Showstopper. That fight is probably far more valuable than many will realize. Again, though, it's going to be a long rotation back through the spawn. Fluorescent, obviously, you can see her going back in the other direction, but does have a gate crash, which will mean she can quickly join up with the team. The scary prospect is, though, they are walking into what is pretty much all of the utility. Vice set up, Xiao as well with some utility of his own. He's been playing off angles the entirety of this game. Fluorescent is going to attempt to try and bait this one out, but with nothing else being spotted, this could be a problem.
Even Rolling Thunder, look at the response. They put up the vines and then have Xiao playing inside the smoke. It's a nasty spot. Ruxic on the backside, 14 seconds. The plant very much needed, and they throw themselves at Ruxic. He throws them in the trash. 13-6, a dominant conclusion to this series. Navi came in looking shaky, but they go out standing tall.
Yeah, it was a must-win match for them, and after map #1, I believe their map choice as well, we definitely started to question what we were going to see from this squad, whether they are here to play in EMEA or maybe if they were going to fall out bottom of this group, but showing that there is still some level, especially on split. And I think the step up from Ruxic and Xiao especially made things exciting. We've seen them run this double controller comp quite a bit, and it's definitely missed a couple of times, but here, Ruxic was fantastic. Xiao definitely had his moments. And well, they now take their first victory on the board, an important one at that.
Absolutely, 0-1 is for both teams coming in. Now Navi set up in a better position moving into the next week. We talk about the stakes, and for Apex, obviously elimination from the league looms over them, but for Navi, this is a squad who come in with high expectations. The org that they represent shoots for the top, and they don't accept a miss. Today, it certainly wasn't that. A much better face from Navi. Now, it's time to go over to the post plant. We've got Yinsu and Mini joined shortly by Angel and Happy.
That is right. Welcome to Post Plant. It's me, your hosting. So I got Mini here. We will be joined by Angel and Happy in just a moment. But for now, we're going to yap. And we're going to yap about how, Mini, there is nothing stronger of a curse than your pure hatred. Your hatred for every comp that Navi has shown today has led them to a victory. Nothing makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think, obviously with Apex, they're not supposed to be, like, deep run kind of team, so I want to see it against a better team.
But it's so sad though, this story of Apex. You know, they look good on map 1, they take a map,
they give all the hope. Like behind the scenes, it's like Yinsu is loving the map 1s, and then like,
oh yeah, it's killing me.
Like, it's almost like my coach cams, where it's just like you're absolutely just like loving it, and then just pure
I got the handshakes out. Honestly, this is the life of being a PaperX, EDG, and Apex fan. It's just that there's never a normal day. There is never a normal day. But this is good news for Navi, right? This bodes well for them. They can at least go into the next week with a 1-1, and no matter what happens next week, they've bought themselves a lifeline. You know, they cannot be eliminated at this point.
Yeah, I think like if they lost today, it's like
0-2 is rough.
It's like close to their no easy games from here on out. Like they've got a tough group, so losing today would have meant, you know, potentially the groups are over on some level.
But you know as well as anyone, just getting that one win underneath your belt, the confidence, the momentum, you can snowball this.
Yeah, especially like I think that ties in well with Ruxic. Like he's not had a good time on Na'Vi so far, but today he looked as good as how much I was like hyping him up before the season began. So that's a very good sign for Na'Vi.
He was fulfilling expectations. And speaking of that, we have two lovely gentlemen here in the studio joining us here on the couch. It is, hello, Angel returning to our show, and Happy's first time being, oh, I don't want to hurt you, my ring. I'll give you a,
I thought you didn't want to hurt me.
Yeah, I would never do that. I would never do that to you. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, it's always like heart attack city, I think, these days. You know, sometimes you tune in to watch Valorant, you don't know how things are gonna go. What was that like for you guys on stage playing today?
This was actually not that nervous as usually. This was pretty okay because like the Decider was confident. I'm very happy about it. We're slowly finding ourselves on the stage. We're slowly like becoming less and less nervous and playing the game we would like to play.
And Happy, welcome to EMEA.
Hi.
What's it like in the coaching booth?
It's actually quite nice, much better than what I'm used to. So, yeah, it's pretty
But you're
good.
on your own. You ever get lonely in there?
Still fine. No, like I have plenty of stuff to tell them in timeout, so pretty good.
Do you prefer to be by yourself?
It's not that I'm used to it, but I'm fine with it. Okay. I would say that.
You're pretty used to that, right?
I like being by myself.
Yeah?
I don't like someone else stressing out next
You
to me.
prefer being by yourself? Let's talk about some of the comms we saw today. Mini, I'm going to just let you take it away.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So I'm not your biggest fan in terms of some of the comps. So I'm very interested to hear what you guys... Firstly, I want to ask, with compositions, like who comes up with them and like how is that kind of... Because they look very Angel-esque to me. Like
It's Angel.
It's very long process. It's like it differs from the comps we played first split.
Okay.
It's different from the meta, but trust me, we tested a lot of things.
I'm glad you said that, because I remember you told me quite distinctively in 2023 that you envisioned the future of Valorant not as everybody just plays one comp, you know, that's just the meta comp. You have to prepare 2 or 3 things. You have to learn how to counter things. You have to learn to be flexible. Do you still stand by that? Do you think that is still the correct way of playing?
Yes, it is. But like obviously it's very, very hard to deal with, because first of all you need to find the way your team can play, at least, right? For some teams it's Breach Tejo, right, on every map, or most of like G2 kind of team, but not every team can do it. Like it should be very specific players on very specific agents on very specific roles. So first of all, every team should find their own style and then try to like put their hands into the meta, like touch it. And it's my personal point of view. And by the way, comps are full happy.
It's full Angel.
Oh my goodness.
So if it goes bad, I can tell it's you.
Oh, why don't we just go one by one? So let's start with Lotus. Is this Angel or is this Happy?
Chamber is Koala, cool.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's Koala decide.
I mean, yes. Again, like a lot of things come into the process. It's just that that comp enabled us to like play a certain style that actually like, well, benefited us today in a sense, because we needed players to like step up and not be like as anxious as they might be, and that comp like allows you to do that. So we are at that stage of like where sometimes like players need like that step up, and some comps will just like enable them to do so. Because that comp, I mean, if you ask me personally, that comp is like whatever, but like it enables you to do like some stuff that you just cannot do with others.
Is it a one and done? We gonna see it again?
It's already done.
Oh wow. Okay, Mini, do you have any more questions for the Lotus?
Overall, like the Omen Astra kind of vibe, it's something we saw like EDG do quite a lot last year. Like, what's the thought process behind that?
Good fit into players, good fit into style. Astra is a better Viper currently.
Okay.
All right, Hero on Raze, I'm so happy he finally gets to show this off. He's never been able to do this in Tier 1. Who was this? One of you? Was it him saying?
Team's Angel.
Oh, this is Angel?
It's Angel, but I can tell you the logic. It's just the logic that I told you just before, is that we need some of the players to get out of their comfort zone, in a sense, and putting them, for example, on a duelist will just help them achieve that, because, well, they have to step up no matter what, right?
The confidence.
So, yeah, the confidence is also like a big factor in how we decide the roles and the agents, in a sense. So yeah, we have like our own process. I know that from the outside it definitely can seem... Sometimes it seems
no, it's
a bit
very Na'Vi,
awkward.
we understand.
It's very Na'Vi.
It is very Na'Vi, yeah.
But I'm also trying to like skew sometimes, but it's still Angel, no matter what.
Okay, I would like to thank whoever made this next decision, you know. Thank you so much for the bottom of my heart. Shout back on Sova. Whose idea was this? Because you cooked. Whoever it was, you cooked.
Otherwise, you can play with voice. Like, also.
Oh, so okay, so it's more like you have to play Vice and Shao got to play
Angel
Sova.
Vice was first, and then it was
And
Shao
then Shao
after
Sova.
Phil.
Ah, okay.
It wasn't we changed comp to put Shao on Sova.
If somebody has to play Sova, it might as well be Shao, you know.
He's decent.
He's okay. I don't know if you saw, you know, not bad. It was looking like 2023 Shao Sova.
I just don't tell him that, because if I have to put him back on Breach, it's going to be a pain. So
we're going to have a fight.
I think you have a question about Breach, Mini, right?
Yeah, because I was looking at his comp thinking, you know, if Angel's on Breach, it's pretty standard. It was your old comp, right? Are you just a Breach hater? You just really don't want to play Breach?
I personally hate Breach.
You were right. You were right.
Like, exactly me, the player. Like, it's like full AFK. I can't influence the game with the calls. I can't be a part of the pack.
Sure.
It's like I need to be AFK in Raider whole round.
Yeah.
I'm having problems with it as AGL right now. with Breach, I can literally just chill like this with one mouse stun, like turning around.
Yeah, I mean, Boaster had the same thing. I think he was on Breach for a while, and he begged me to come off of it.
It's very hard when you involved in AGLing like heavy. If you're just like calling like, I don't know, set up and shut up, you can play.
Now the double Senti on Haven, don't see that very often. Whose idea was that? And is this specific for Apex?
why does Angel look like he just like discovered the comp that we are playing? Like, what? What are we playing again?
No, I was double Senti.
Wait, what? We did that? Was it because sometimes I know the Na'Vi way is you sometimes do specific things for specific teams. You know, you might not ever play a comp again if you don't play against that team again.
No.
Is this not anything specific for Apex? You just...
Not about it. We literally tested a lot of things in this between. Like, we had more times than like teams who went to LAN. We tested a lot of stuff. Something worked. You saw it today. On practice, it worked really well. So it's nothing special.
I think what surprises more is that you chose this map instead of Ascent. When Ascent was coming back in the pool, we were like, let's go. Na'Vi buff, they've got this. They're going to win every series now because they have their home ground. So what's changed?
We're still looking for Comzor. Super easy. We're not like not playing Ascent at all. No, maybe we'll pick it next game. Like, it's everything possible. Just the comp didn't finalize yet itself.
So that's interesting. So you're saying the comp just isn't ready?
Like, we played Ascent quite a while.
Okay. Because I think that, like, I'm going to glaze for a second. I do think that you're the best IGL on Ascent. Would you agree with that?
Why not? Why just on Ascent? Why are you not saying he's just the best IGL full stop?
I want to tell it like this. I'm best IGL on Fracture for sure.
Oh, Fracture?
But on Ascent, it all depends on the like comp and players. Like much more than on IGL. It's literally like winning duels, especially currently with double Senti in meta, like Deadlock Cypher. It's going to be a hard attack, like hard attack. You need to be prepared for it.
And where do you sit on this, Happy, in terms of the maps you play and don't play?
I mean, it's kind of funny because in practice we tend to do pretty well, especially considering the last 3 weeks now. It's not just 2 weeks, it's the last 3 weeks. So I would say we have the chance to be flexible. It's just that the barrier between like practice and official result is like, it's still like quite a jump, quite a leap. So at the moment, again, we are focusing on everything that is fundamental and transmitting what we learn in practice into an official. But sometimes it's just external factor that we have trouble controlling. Like if a player is like not feeling it, it's just not feeling it.
Is there anything you guys did differently working with? Because you know, this is a rebuild team with inexperienced players. You've got Angel and Shao who are very experienced, but the other three are kind of coming in with a little bit less experience. Is there anything you guys did specifically to kind of prepare for that?
I mean, I have experience with Jenny, right? I've been with Squad since like 2 years, so I kind of like he's drilled in a sense, and I think right now he has the chance to like prove himself as well, and I think he did. Even against the Fnatic game, like it was like pretty decent game from him as well. For the rest, it's a slow, methodical process of like, okay, we have that issue, how do we fix it? This works, this doesn't work, and just like step by step, and it's a process of elimination. Okay, now we got that under control, we can go to the next. If not, like, it's just a mountain of problems and you never know where to start. So we start somewhere and we see where it goes.
You don't get a lot of time, right? It feels like the time constraint is quite overwhelming. But I have to ask, Angel, we got to address it. Can you define in your own words about the angry Angel, angry Na'Vi? What does that mean? Have we seen it?
No.
Oh,
not yet, trust me, not yet. It's like, how to explain? I would like us to play more dominant. And like currently, we're not having problems with comps or like maps or like strategies, no. we're solving different. We're solving like literally finding ourselves on stage. For us to be confident, because it's hard to be confident without winning a single official, right? Finally, we won one. I hope it will help us a lot. And we can show the proper, like, angry Navi and angry Angel.
Oh, so that's like the angry aspect is like a fight, you fired up kind of.
Yes, I want us to play the game. Because, like, when we're, like, the matches we played until today was us not playing. We was, like, just, like, doing our job, you know, trying to do our job the best we think, you know? But I want us to be more in the game, like, I don't know how to explain it.
I think today was a statement in a way. Again, like, it's still, like, pretty early and I don't do debrief just after, but... Like today is what sorry for my French, I call that we won a lot of bullshit rounds as well. And when you win, it's the type of clutches that, you know, Rexic won, for example, in the pistol round. Like when you start like having the players suddenly like get out of their shells and winning crazy rounds, this is where you know that, okay, we can be dominant now. Now we can win these rounds.
Can you also share maybe what Angry Angel is like? Have you seen that? You know, what's the...
Actually, not that much, but I know how to like trigger it. No, I see.
Oh. Oh, okay.
So I'm just waiting for the right timing.
Are we going to see it one day, you know, when we get there? Okay.
No matter what, yes.
I look forward to it. I look forward to it. Mini was quite angry today, to be fair. Yeah, we saw a couple of angry minis.
I mean, there was a few messy rounds.
It happens, but we also, you were happy too, Mini. We saw some happy minis. Yeah. Anything about Na'Vi that you were happy about today?
I like that Angel was happy on stage. I don't know if I usually see you as laughing and like you were having fun.
Down with the kids.
Is that new?
This was one of the things we was working on.
Okay.
Like literally like having fun more than doing a job on the stage. And I'm the leader. I need to show an example. I can't just sit like poker face like I would like to sometimes, right? I need to be involved. I need to make the mood good. So because if I'm like sad or serious, like it goes very fast, like through all the team.
Will we get a K-pop dance out of you?
No.
You're not that happy. You're not having that much fun, you know.
I lost you at K-pop words. Yeah.
Okay, we gotta keep things at least a little bit serious. What is very serious, however, is the standings, because as you know, your group, not the easiest group in the world, very, very competitive. So the win today, it's going to help you a lot as we look towards playoffs. How are you feeling about the group that you're in right now? Do you also share the sentiment that this is the group of death?
Let's be honest, it's harder than Group B.
Yeah.
That's it.
And how do you feel happy? Because you wouldn't be as familiar with playing against some of these teams, you know?
Sure, but I spend quite a lot of time watching them, no matter what the region. I spend a lot of time watching any games, so I'm quite familiar with the way that they played in general. And to be frank, that's what I said some time ago. We just needed one win to start the engine.
Snowball.
And, yeah.
The snowball.
The snowball could happen.
And since you guys, you know, you have your very own way of looking at the game, the play style, the comps, and so on and so forth, is there a team in the league right now that you particularly like the way that they're playing? Maybe some of the things they're running, and not that you need to copy them or anything, but it might be more on your page?
I like Vitality. They like playing a lot of like map control the way I like to play. They not like went fully into bridge techo idea.
You just hate this meta.
I know, I don't like. It's like it's very like ABC. Like, you know, it's traps on defense, like executes on attack after plant. Good luck.
It's kind of OP though.
OP, of course, yes. That's why it's meta.
Did you guys try it?
Of course.
It just didn't go well.
More than you think.
More? Okay. Okay.
But is that the struggle right now, trying to find a different way to win besides the meta?
No, trust me, this is not our struggle currently.
Oh, well, what is your? Would you?
No, we're not
are you able to share your struggle currently?
Of course not. What's the point?
That's okay. We'll wait for the anger. Wait for the anger. We also have some schedule for what's happening tomorrow, because Foot will be playing Gentlemates and Heretics will be playing Giant X. Give me your predictions. I want to hear your predictions. I'll start with you, Happy. Who do you think is taking this?
Footballist. I think you were asking about the playstyle. I think they have a pretty decent playstyle. They have their own, actually, and it's quite disciplined as well. So I like it. What was the other game? Sorry.
The second one was, if we can throw it up one more time, I think Koi.
Koi?
Heretics Giant X. Never mind. Koi is Friday.
Yeah. Well, sorry about Giants, but I think Heretics is going to take it.
Similar reason, I guess, you know?
Yeah, I think they just have like better players at the moment, and yeah, I would take Heretics for sure.
You feel the same, Angel?
I'm not sure about Giants Heretics much. Giants can surprise, I think.
What about Foot versus Gentlemates?
Foot should be winning unless they do something weird.
What does something weird?
Yeah, what constitutes as weird for you?
Play our comps. Play our style. You know, it's like it's comps which you don't try at home.
Okay.
And Mini, you're not going to be on the desk tomorrow, so give me your predictions as well. Foot versus Gentlemates.
Foot.
You're betraying Mini. I thought Mini and Mini were like this.
Bro, this ain't a thing. This ain't a thing.
That's ridiculous.
No,
okay.
yeah, Foot looked good right now.
Yeah,
Zeus
Foot looked
good. Zeus was good.
I agree. I think Foot are the favorites, but I think Gentlemates could do something weird in a good way. In a good way.
Yeah, I mean, they had a good series against Liquid, so.
What about that second one? Heretics versus GX.
I mean, Heretics. I mean, GX could surprise, but I think Heretics have to really win that game.
Yeah? Okay, well...
Wasn't confident statement.
Well, I mean, okay. Heretics will win that game.
Your curse is very
we
strong.
go.
Your curse is extremely strong. Any more questions you have for Happy and Angel before I close this up?
One last question was about Rusik. So when did you guys... Because I think that today was a great game from him. Like, he didn't have a great game before this, I don't think. I think he's been struggling a little bit. But I just want to ask, like, where did you guys kind of find him? Is this a scouting from Angel, Happy? Like, how did this come about? Because I thought he was, like, going to be one of the best
It's
players.
from both. It's like I was creating with Ami like a list of players potentially who can be in. Ruxik was in our shortlist because Happy was playing still the Ascension tournament. And then when he came, we showed like we liked those players basically, yeah, and we chose it together. And Ruxik was one of those.
It was kind of a lightning strike type of feeling when I saw him play. Like very easily and fast, I understood like, oh, I know that type of player, very like instinct based, and I love that about players where it's all about their instinct and they are like very sharp and very fast, like paced in terms of decision making. And today he showed on that map on Split that I mean, he's probably going to be one of the best smokers in EMEA for sure.
And how's his English? Because obviously you read and hear online about ex-players not communicating, etc., etc. So from you guys.
I'll say it like this: his English is currently better than when Shao just joined my team.
Well, I don't remember. I don't remember how good or bad Shao. I feel like Shao's English was always good.
No.
No, was it not? Well, he's improved a lot. He's done very, very
Actually,
well.
Ruxik is working on this like a lot, more than anyone I ever asked for like work on English. He have like 3 times a week lessons, which he wakes up at like 9, do for 1.5 hours, like every time without misses.
Oh, wow.
So he working hard. It's like very impressive.
We need to get you some of those lessons.
Oh, thank you
Vinny.
very much. I was going to say that Alfia was supposed to do that, but I don't think he gave up.
Yeah, I know that with like 90% of players just give up at some point.
Yeah.
Well, that's good
Ruxik
to know.
not. Ruxik not.
That's good to know. So maybe next time you win, I request him. He can come and join
A
us.
bit early.
Oh, okay. Playoffs. We'll make it
Champions.
happen at playoffs. Champions? Yes, we heard it here. Champions Paris. We'll get Rusik on the desk. But thank you very much, you two, for joining me. Congratulations once again. We'll see you next week. Thank you very much, Mini, as well. And for you guys at home for watching, we're going to be back tomorrow with more Valorant. So have a lovely evening, and we'll see you then.
Trying to tap, beat him out, looks for it, and finds it! You have basically map 1 in the bag. Maxim's doing 360s. Come on! So as the round goes on, he gets more and more useful. Same to be said for Nance, but his sight has fallen at the hands of the Stingers. We're looking at Ascent here, Hazza, and what that third map holds for us as we move on to that with a BBL win. And well, this is all happening. We've got to be looking at Team Liquid. They're coming from every avenue. Chance to isolate, sees the gun barrel, but can't win it. Now a 1v3, which cannot be won out. Team Liquid convert the inevitability of Ascent. Swing, lined up as well, Governor! But they are shredding him, the knife attempt again! Simon's bad to, and it's the utility to claim the kill. Yes!
first. The plants are in danger. They have to step in. The stun is perfect. This shit works every time, man. Ruxic on his own, but they haven't checked. Shell. Oh, goodness. Beautiful opening, but Ruxic being here isn't accounted for.
It's not pretty though. That might be one of the biggest wins we've ever seen.
Cover from Koala comes in clutch. Hero making up for the previous round, and well, map 3 incoming.
You might just fall gun barrel spotted. A 4th kill already for Florison, and she will take over this round.
Bro, Florida's 15-9, bro. Can we give her some help?
Xiao being cleared with ease, and Angel needs to get something done. It will be the double up.
Ruxic on the backside, 14 seconds. The plant very much needed.
Get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. It's not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me, live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now.